Chapter 226, Feng Yue. Chaos and panic pervaded the clan Feng outpost. The power of the defensive ward was at its maximum. The number of insectoids flooding the whole area wasn't falling just yet. They crept all over the semi-spherical shield, gorging on the spiritual power that flowed in it. The view from inside the outpost never looked so horrific and bleak, with the shield completely engulfed by the insectoid horde. So many of them were scrabbling at the top of the dome, in danger of falling directly into the outpost if the defensive ward ever failed, and this was only prevented by the desperate and hurried strokes of the clan Feng acolytes who never stopped depositing spirit stones into the ward's nexus. But the horde was only just growing bigger, stronger, and thicker. At this rate, the defensive ward would surely fall, give or take a few hours. Feng Yue never looked so pale. For she had realized that with the Athenaeum acolytes sealing off the exit at the wormhole, those trapped down below the nest could not come back to lift the siege of the insectoid horde outside the outpost. Was this a coincidence, she wondered for one split second, or is this some sort of plot? She would not have felt so worried if this were just a mere coincidence. But what if this really was a plot? Then this could be more than a simple insectoid extermination gone wrong. In the meantime, Feng Lianju received word about his outpost currently being assailed by an insectoid of indescribable proportions. He would have been able to sound a retreat and lead his men back to help lift the insectoid siege. But with the Athenaeum army keeping watch over the only exit, getting out of the wormhole was tantamount to suicide. Besides, they were still far from completing their side of the extermination. As much as they were worried about the situation of the outpost, there really was nothing they could do. Time passed by swiftly. More than 6 hours had passed, and the incandescence of the shield had become weak. The magic of the defensive ward was teetering on the brink of collapsing, and once it did, the 100 or so acolytes inside would not be able to hold back the unstoppable tide of the insectoid horde. Feng Yue was shivering with panic. Of all the ways that anyone would use to attack the outpost, she had not thought about this. Then again, she was consoled by the fact that this appeared to just be an insectoid stampede instead of a real invasion launched by any enemy factions. She shuddered to contemplate the loss that she would incur if this really were the latter. But fate just loved an ironic twist. Just when she thought that this was really just an insectoid infestation, deafening rumbles reverberated from the rear of the outpost, followed swiftly by the ripples of spiritual power discharge. None of the clan Feng acolytes could fight. Shaken to their very core, the only hope for survival would be Feng Yue's call for a retreat where everyone would immediately withdraw back to the real world of Jianghu. The layer after layer of surprises had delivered an unbelievable blow to what was left of their morale. No one could tell what was going on amid the pandemonium until another clan Feng acolyte came rushing in, howling, "Attack! We're under attack. There are hundreds of cultivators outside." The news hit Feng Yue so hard that she nearly blacked out. An attack? Now, of all times? Who the hell could that be? We're done for. Just when she thought that the situation could not get any worse, the twist fell out of nowhere to punish her naivety. A thunderclap came on cue as the glowing wall of light shattered. The defensive ward had finally crumbled under the sheer pressure of the insectoid horde. This really was a first. What was more ludicrous was the fact that this woman was also a 7th-order cultivator, which was what caught Lu Ye's eye the moment he laid eyes on her. Lu Ye knew that she must either be the legate or prolgate of this outpost, which would also mean that she must be carrying enough valuables to make killing her worthwhile. Until she bent her knees so willingly and so eagerly that Lu Ye became so confused and surprised that he failed to make any adjustments to his attack. That was what saved her life. Lu Ye bent down to peer at the woman now humbly submitting herself to him. She had her forehead right on the ground, a gesture of utmost reverence and deference. Her complexion was a pallid cream white, and it was this, plus her posture, that when added to her form-fitting dress only presented to everyone her voluptuous curves. Lu Ye might have fumbled the first time, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. He had survived long enough to know better than to underestimate an enemy 7th order, The only safe enemy is a dead one. That the woman now presented herself before him appeared like the best chance for him to behead her. "I'm a medical cultivator. Please, sir, have mercy." Lu Ye's blade immediately slowed to a sudden halt. He frowned. This woman had the sense to invoke one of the most important unspoken rules in the battlefield, that medical cultivators should be spared whenever possible. This was something that Lu Yi wasn't aware of in the past. But since his appointment as legate of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, Shui Yuan had had enough time and opportunity to instruct him more about the many practices and customs to observe in the battlefield. As a matter of fact, Shui Yuan had taken special care to tell him about sparing the lives of medical cultivators. She must have realized what a bloodthirsty beast Lu Yi could be sometimes. The reason behind this rule was simple enough. Medical cultivators usually come in short supply, even in the battlefield, and most, if not all of them, who learn the crafts of other fields of study such as spells or weapon mastery only did so as a means of protecting themselves. The purpose of medical cultivators did not usually stray from their main objective, which was to save lives. That made them absent from the front lines even in skirmishes and wars. The last reason is a practical one. Enemy medical cultivators could also be used to heal one's own wounded. Come to think of it, Pang Dehai did mention this briefly when he told Lu Yi and Yu Xiaodai about how medical cultivators were usually spared even if they got abducted or captured by enemy factions. While it was a virtual certainty that cultivators from both sides would be more than happy to wipe the floor with each other's faces, both factions nevertheless held on to this unspoken rule like it was an edict from the heavens. Whatever happened, it would never be in anyone's interest to have the already meager ranks of medical cultivators be pruned further. The lack of cultivators engenders the loss of more lives and talents. But that would explain why this woman knelt the moment she realized there was no escape. She knew that her role as a medical cultivator would save her. Lu Yi swished his saber coldly. That elicited a gash on her arm plus a painful yelp from her. Blood poured out of the wound and turned the fabric of her dress red. "Prove it." Feng Yue clambered to her knee. Ignoring the stabbing pain, she raised her other hand and held it over the wound. A soft and soothing sensation from her spiritual power immediately diminished the pain. Lu Yi spat. So she really was a medical cultivator. Chen Yu, who was leading a bunch of Crimson Blood Sect to intercept any incoming insectoids, heard the call and answered, "Yes." "Watch this woman and don't hesitate to kill her if she tries something funny." Chen Yu peered at Feng Yue and responded, "Yes, sir." Lu Yi paced away only to pause, then he turned back around, "Right, and strip her of her storage bag. Interrogate and see if there's anything worth taking here." "Understood." When Lu Yi had left, Chen Yu looked at Feng Yue. "You heard the man, now hand over your storage bag." Feng Yue quietly surrendered her storage bag. But she did not get up. With a weak and helpless look at Chen Yu, she begged, "I feel unwell. Could you give me a hand?" As she spoke, she reached out for him. She was only too thankful to have survived. All the tricks that she had used to great frequency and effect on men had failed to work on the young stranger. He did not even see her as a woman. Just an enemy. But Chen Yu was different. He could feel something stirring inside him the moment he saw the milk-white skin of the woman. He looked and saw Lu Yi butchering some insectoids and shook his head firmly. "No, you're getting up yourself." Glumly, Feng Yue got up herself, slowly. "I'm warning you. Nothing funny. Now take me to your vault." He gave Feng Yue a shove, who let loose a womanly moan that could make any man, and in this instance, Chen Yu, swoon. With her outpost taken and herself captured as a prisoner of war, now, the enemies were demanding her to lead them to their vault. Feng Yue was none too happy about being treated as such, but she was at least relieved to know that she would survive. Inside the Sanctum of Providence, Hua Ci retracted her arm. She said to Chao Huahong, who had been waiting beside, and said, "Your turn, Brother Chao." Chao Huahong burst into hearty laughter. "Well, my thanks to you." He placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column to remove the remaining enhancements inside. With Ding Yushu occupied with keeping the bulk of the Clan Feng force underground in the insectoid nest, Chao Huahong had arrived at his behest, leading the rest of the Athenaeum's acolytes here to assist with Lu Ye's invasion as the prolgate of the Athenaeum, and with their victory, half of the enhancements upon the Clan Feng Divine Opportunity column would now go to the Athenaeum. It was an alliance and, naturally, the Crimson Blood Sect was obligated to honor it. The Crimson Blood Sect were joined by the Athenaeum of Finality acolytes when they were still waiting for the shield of the defensive ward to fall. But it was nevertheless simple enough for Chao Huahong, especially since all he had just done was come all the way here and strut into the captured outpost like a conqueror. There has been no job so easy and yet so rewarding before. But coming here and witnessing Lu Yi and Hua Xi at work, he began to understand the respect and admiration Ding Yushu had for the legate and prolgate of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. He had heard enough about what happened during the battle royal of the legates and how these two young prodigies had managed to turn the tide of the battle in their favor, all thanks to the tactical advantage that both had amassed right from the beginning. It would seem that some form of well-maintained friendship with the Crimson Blood Sect would not go amiss. Chapter 227, Only Fair. As soon as Hua Xi and Chao Huahong had finished dividing the spoils, most important of which were the enhancements of the Clan Feng Divine Opportunity column, the Crimson Blood Sect force withdrew in an orderly manner just like before. Lu Yi alone diverted the insectoids' attention away from them with his fire dragon spells all blazing in full force, using the discharge of his spiritual power to attract as many insectoids as he could. The insectoids wasted no time in surrounding him, which would have been a death sentence if he did not have glyph wings. It was being able to fly that made attempts like this way less risky than they should have been. Without the ability of flight or other means of escape, a cultivator could be as powerful as he wanted, but he would still be overrun by the insectoids. With his wings, he could fly and flee if anything were to go sideways. In moments like this, Lu Yi gave thanks to both his mentor Tang Yifeng and Lady Yun for being able to fly. Lu Yi made sure that every single member of the Crimson Blood Sect had fully retreated to a safe distance before he took to the air, turning into a speck of red that shot out of sight. The insectoids tried in vain to give chase, but it did not take long before they had completely lost him. They stopped and began dispersing to consume whatever was within sight as their instincts dictated. To the north of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, the Redoubt of Wrath had been fully wiped out with the bulk of its force crippled. To the east, the Clan Feng outpost has also been taken. They might not have suffered as many casualties as the Redoubt of Wrath, but their losses were still quite substantial. And the 2,000 Demon Ridge orders would not have suffered this fate today if not for the Crimson Blood Sect. At the moment, Lu Yi did not have any plans for any more conquest. His men had taken down 2 enemy outposts consecutively and they could definitely use some rest. Besides, most of the orders and sects would have completed their extermination by now. He could lead and drive the insectoid horde to another 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost, but the effects would not be as potent as before. What demanded his attention at the moment was what to do with the remnants of the Clan Feng acolytes. Clan Feng might have lost its outpost, but few of its members were slain in the process. If the Crimson Blood Sect had done enough damage to the Redoubt of Wrath, then it was only fair that Lu Yi inflicted the same upon Clan Feng. Lu Yi did not neglect to recall that Ding Yushu was still outside the Clan Feng wormhole with his men. He should be taking his men there to rejoin the rest of the Athenaeum to mop up the rest of Clan Feng once and for all. If that could be accomplished, the Crimson Blood Sect would reign supreme across the lands within a 100-mile radius of their outpost. Lu Yi veered around and flew off to rejoin his people. "Brother Lu Yi." Chao Huahong saluted as soon as they met, beaming broadly as if the very air he breathed in smelled so sweet. "How are things at the other end?" Chao Huahong gave Lu Yi an account of what was going on at the wormhole. Apparently, word of their outpost being captured had reached the Clan Feng acolytes underground. But while they wallowed with dejection and anguish, they had no idea who was behind the attack. It was complete bedlam when the defensive ward of the Clan Feng outpost collapsed and the acolytes who managed to get back to the real world of Jianghu before Lu Yi and the Crimson Blood Sect invaders arrived failed to see who their enemies were. In fact, even for Feng Yue, it was only when she had calmed down that she recognized the White Tiger and guessed the mastermind of the attack was Lu Yi. But she could hardly inform everyone else right now. Not in her current situation where Qin Yu and Kong Yo were keeping a watchful eye on her. One wrong move and she would either be beheaded by a saber or skewered through the heart by a sword, whichever got to her first. She might be a seventh order, but that did not prevent her from feeling like a lamb that had strayed into the midst of a wolf pack. According to Chao Huahong, Feng Lianju had been rallying the Clan Feng acolytes underground in a number of vain attempts to get out of the wormhole, but the Athenaeum of Finality acolytes had managed to repel them every single time, causing huge losses on the side of the Clan Feng acolytes. That culminated in a stalemate where one party was none too eager to head into the wormhole while the other just couldn't get out at all. Lu Yi frowned. The stalemate was proving a conundrum that he could not yet find a solution to. He caught the scent of a unique fragrance. There was no need to turn his head. It must be Wuxia coming over on her wolf golem. So, how was the loot? Not bad, Wuxia nodded before she added, I see you've collected some form of loot yourself. Huh. You got yourself a wife. They say she's the legate of the outpost. Wuxia nudged her chin at their hostage. Wife? How the heck did you arrive at that? Lu Yi was about to deny that remark when something dawned upon him. He hurried over to Feng Yue and whispered something into her ear. Feng Yue bobbed her head at first as she listened until her face turned aghast with disbelief. Whatever it was reason enough for Lu Yi to rip Inviolable out of its scabbard. Yet despite the threat of death, Feng Yue shook her head vigorously, shedding tears of despair. Inviolable blazed with its fiery red splendor and Feng Yue just stood there with her eyes shut as if she was expecting its wrath to befall her. She waited for a few seconds and still, the blow never came. By the time she opened her eyes, Lu Yi was gone. She exhaled with relief. She had survived yet again and the vanishing tension almost reduced her knees to marshmallows. Not far away, Lu Yi was alone. Sulking. When he heard Wuxia saying that Feng Yue was the legate of the Clan Feng outpost, Lu Yi expected that she must enjoy some measure of admiration, respect, and more importantly, obedience from her fellow acolytes. He thought of harnessing just that by using her to get her people to willingly step out into the open. That would have made the job easier for the Athenaeum and the Crimson Blood Sect. Lu Yi did not expect any success in coercing her at first, but after gauging her, he judged her to be a cowardly person. And as it turned out, he misjudged her. She might have been spineless when Lu Yi first swung his weapon at her. But now that he was asking her to betray her brethren, she found her courage all of a sudden, even under the pain of death. She would gladly use her role as medical cultivator to safeguard herself. She would beg and grovel at one's feet if it meant saving herself. But she would not go against her own principles when it came to her loyalty to Clan Feng. Her gamble paid off. Lu Yi just couldn't flippantly sentence her to death for nothing. The combined forces pressed forward until they reached the Clan Feng wormhole, making it an alliance of more than 1,000 men. Lu Yi joined Ding Yushu by the edge of the pit, and they looked inside. The legate of the Athenaeum of Finality gave Lu Yi a recap of the situation at hand and it basically matched what Chao Huahong's reports. So that's where we are right now. Do you have any suggestions, Brother Yi? I'm going down to have a look. That was said with a straight face, and Lu Yi just dropped himself in with the nonchalance of dropping a stone into the pit. Ding Yushu's eyes bulged the moment he saw Lu Yi fall into the hole. What the? Is he mad? He peered down into the black, bottomless abyss and saw lights. Flickering luminescence from spiritual power being discharged. Energy bolts. The force of the eruptions rushed up the pit, a column of air slamming into his face before he glimpsed Lu Yi shooting into the sky. Lu Yi landed back on the ground. He was unhurt, but he looked almost beat up. It was just for one fleeting moment, but Lu Yi saw what he wanted to see, scores of Clan Feng cultivators camped just around the bottom of the pit, ready to attack anyone who came down, which Lu Yi would have not been prepared to test if he did not have glyph protection. Do we have any way to collapse the tunnels? If they could do that, then they could easily dispose of the enemies by burying them all alive. I've thought of that too, Ding Yushu's shaking of his head portended his answer, but we don't have the power to do that. The tunnels are too deep. He sighed. Well, if there's nothing else, I say we call this off. We cannot spend all day around here, and Clan Feng must have summoned help from the inner ring areas. Those with enough contribution points could have called upon the power of the Divine Opportunity Column to transport them back to the outpost. But that's a big if, since it won't be cheap. Contribution points did not come easily. Cultivators spend their contribution points on almost anything, making saving points more easily said than done. Lu Yi knew that full well as a legate himself. The Divine Opportunity Column had the ability to magically transport cultivators back to their stronghold. But the cost varied between different cultivator ranks and distances. He might not have tested this ability before, but he knew that such a request would invariably be very, very expensive. Beyond any doubt, both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng must have acolytes who had traveled farther into the inner ring or even central areas of the battlefield. Powerful acolytes now spent their time training or wandering on a pilgrimage around the deeper and more perilous parts of the battlefield. There was no telling whether they had been informed about the attacks on their outposts, but if so, then they had to be on their way back by now. Hence, the Crimson Blood Sect and Athenaeum of Finality forces here would be sitting ducks by the time a bunch of disgruntled and vengeful cultivators only too eager to avenge their fallen comrades arrived. Not far away, Feng Yue was quietly eavesdropping on the discussion. Go down that road, she thought. Believe that people are coming and you lot have to retreat. That way, it's all's well that ends well for everyone. Clan Feng might have lost its outpost, but many of its members still lived. Its power and influence could always be rebuilt at any time. I'm not happy at all with this, Lu Yi shook his head. Well, you're not alone there, Ding Yushu chuckled weakly, but there's pretty much nothing we could do. Wait, let me think. There must be something we can do. It wasn't easy getting Clan Feng down on its heels. To give up the advantage and leave would be nothing short of a waste. Lu Yi gazed at Feng Yue, who noticed it and quickly averted her eyes and lowered her head, putting up the appearance of a wronged damsel in distress in need of justice. Bloody woman. And of all times, she has finally discovered her backbone now. Something made Ding Yushu and Chao Huahong both look at their battlefield imprint in unison. They both exchanged grave looks. Brother Ding. Chao Huahong muttered. I know, Ding responded. He looked at Lu Yi. I'm afraid I have to go now, Brother Yi. Our outpost is under attack. By who? Asked an incredulous Lu Yi. Mount Kalachakra. Lu Yi recognized that name as the one belonging to another Thousand Demon Ridge Order whose outpost sat somewhere to the north of the Athenaeum of Finality outpost. But why would Mount Kalachakra be launching an attack on your outpost all of a sudden? Lu Yi did not allow himself to finish. Instead, he looked at Feng Yue. Obviously, someone has been reporting our movements. Ding Yushu was looking at her as well, coldly. He immediately rounded up his men first. Then he gave Lu Yi one last salute. Till next time, Brother Yi. I look forward to fighting alongside you once more. I dare say we'll be fighting alongside each other soon enough. We're coming along. We might not be killing any Clan Feng goons just yet, but killing Mount Kalachakra goons would make up for the loss. That's great. Ding Yushu beamed at Lu Yi's offer. Lu Yi hurried through the crowd and seized Feng Yue by her collar before tossing her up on Amber's back, much to her protesting squeals. In seconds, almost 2,000 men began racing as speedily as possible for the Athenaeum of Finality outpost, leaving the outside of the Clan Feng wormhole deserted and quiet. Feng Yue finally exhaled easily as she rode on Amber's back. The gambit that she had pulled off worked without her expecting it to. With the Athenaeum and Crimson Blood Sect now focusing on the siege of the Athenaeum's outpost, The Clan Feng acolytes still trapped underground could finally get out to safety. Posting the trot on Amber's back, Feng Yue glanced around her to make sure no one was looking before she quickly delivered another message. Mount Kalachakra is now attacking the Athenaeum outpost. Everyone's gone there. You can get out now. Quick. Little did she realize that Lu Yi and Ding Yushu were sending messages of their own. Chapter 228, Trap. Moments passed until suddenly, Lu Yi gave Ding Yushu a curt nod before he stopped abruptly. The hundreds of Athenaeum of Finality acolytes marched on with Ding Yushu in the lead while the 700-strong Crimson Blood Sect host halted. Feng Yue was still sending a message to Feng Lianju when that happened. Caught unaware, Feng Yue hastily ended contact, turning her head left and right to look around. Still shocked, dazed, and incredulous, a hand shot out of nowhere and seized her by the throat. Next, she was flung off Amber's back and tossed down to the ground. Grimy and dusty, she looked up and came eye to eye with Lu Yi towering over her. "Thank you." "Huh?" Feng Yue yelped with disbelief. "What for?" Lu Yi kept his eyes on her while he stuffed another spirit pill into his mouth and chewed it slowly. "Been exchanging notes with your Clan Feng mates, haven't you?" "Of course not." Feng Yue denied vehemently, although she quickly noticed the mischievous glint playing in Lu Ye's eyes. "You've been using me?" She did her best to hide that she was surreptitiously making contact with the remnants of Clan Feng, but anyone who had been watching her with enough effort would have noticed her. At last, Feng Yue realized that Lu Ye's tossing her up on Amber's back was not a gesture of charity, but rather, he was setting her up and she took the bait, stepping right into it by doing exactly what he expected her to do. Just when she thought that her meekness and submissiveness had disarmed him. Feng Yue began to wonder if what she had just done was not good, but rather disastrous for Feng Lianju. Was everything just a show? A ploy to lure the prey out of its lair? So the outpost of the Athenaeum isn't under attack at all? Feng Yue gasped, remembering how real Ding Yushu and Chao Huahong looked earlier when they got wind of an invasion. "The Athenaeum outpost is under attack," Lu Yi responded, "but compared to Mount Kalachakra, I'm more interested in dealing with the rest of Clan Feng. At present, Ding Yushu and the rest of his men are on the way back to assist with the defense of their outpost. For an order or a sect to capture an enemy outpost, especially one of equal or similar strength, was never easy, and Mount Kalachakra could very well pull back its force the moment it spied Ding Yushu and his men appearing in the horizon. Even if the Crimson Blood Sect host marched with its Athenaeum of Finality counterpart to help lift the siege, it would at most become a one-sided slaughter of a few Mount Kalachakra acolytes, an inconsequential loss to Mount Kalachakra. There was little to be gained or achieved without capturing the enemy's outpost. But wheeling back around to fully mop up the rest of Clan Feng was entirely different. With their outpost now as bare as an abandoned temple, attacking the remaining Clan Feng members now emerging from the wormhole would be a massive blow and one with lasting damage. Truth be told, assisting the Athenaeum in the defense of their outpost really was the first thing that came to Lu Ye's mind the moment he heard about Mount Kalachakra invading them. But it did not take long for him to realize that this was a good chance to set a trap, prompting him to toss Feng Yue onto Amber's back. If she had been a good girl who had not been passing notes behind his back, then the Crimson Blood Sect would have had no other choice but go with Ding Yushu to help him lift the siege of the Athenaeum of Finality's outpost. But she stepped right into Lu Ye's trap by alerting the remnants of Clan Feng. Whatever happened, the Crimson Blood Sect could derive an advantage from both scenarios. The moment Feng Yue made contact with her fellow comrades, whom Lu Yi had charged to stay near the wormhole and not travel with the entire group, had verified that the remaining Clan Feng acolytes in the insectoid pit had begun climbing out of the wormhole. Little did they realize that a pair of eyes were watching and reporting their every move to Lu Yi. Chink. Inviolable ripped out of its sheath, and Lu Yi drove it through Feng Yue's open hand, nailing it to the ground amid a torrent of blood and screams. Feng Yue looked at Lu Yi with unshed tears in her eyes. She was just going to send another message when the weapon pierced her hand. Consider this your last chance. One more time and you're dead. Lu Yi yanked his saber free, much to Feng Yue's painful grunt. "Watch her, Yu. One wrong move, dispose of her." "Of course, sir. The rest of you on me." Lu Yi wheeled around, and the entire Crimson Blood Sect force looped back after him to head back. At the wormhole, Clan Feng members were clambering out of the pit into the open. Warily, they peeked at first to make sure that their Grand Sky Coalition enemies were gone. They reconnoitered the surroundings and ensured that the coast was clear before they exhaled with relief. One of the scouts headed back to the pit and yelled loudly down the hole, "It's clear! Come up now!" For almost a day the Clan Feng acolytes had been trapped below, and one after another, they climbed out of the wormhole. By the time everyone was out, the remaining acolytes numbered to almost 100. As soon as he got out, Feng Lianju immediately tried contacting Feng Yue, but to no avail. Whatever messages he had sent had no reply. That left him utterly on tenterhooks as to what fate might have befallen her. But there was much to do. The remaining Clan Feng acolytes needed to get back to their outpost to reclaim it. Without the outpost, they were as helpless as hounds in the wild. Feng Lianju jerked his head at once. He felt something, the sensation of spiritual power nearby. Then his sights honed in on the first thing that caught his eye, a fiery red comet streaking straight at him. By the time he saw that it was a person, it was too late. The stranger was already upon him. Another red spark caught his eye. A telekinesis weapon. It shot straight at his chest, and it would have punched a hole through him if he had not been quick enough to parry it away with his spear. But the collision was so great that his hands were numb and sore by the force that also pummeled him backward, staggering before he could remain steady. But his assailant was not going to give him any moment of respite. Lu Yi swung inviolable at him, only too eager to hack his opponent into pieces. Once again, Feng Lianju deflected the blow with his spear. But Lu Yi held on, refusing to give up. Both men struggled with their weapons gnashing against each other, their furious stares locked until Feng Lianju was distracted by the presence of another force barreling straight at him. "Who the hell are you?" he growled. He could not believe that he was losing out in brute strength despite them both being equals in rank. But the only reply he got was a strange glow that bristled over Inviolable's blade. Feng Lianju writhed with shock the moment he felt a sudden weight on his shoulders and his back. The weight of a mountain unseen crashing down on him. He was already at a disadvantage in this contest of strength, and now this, the invisible force succeeding in forcing him to bend and get down on his knees. That was glyph, gravity well. A glyph that could produce a force field within a certain area where the gravity within that area would be intensified by many-fold. Feng Lianju sensed danger closing in. The tiny red spark that was the hiltless knife that had not only been a pest, but a real threat to him was coming from the back of his head, and there was nothing he could do. The telekinesis weapon burst through his protective aura, pierced through his skull, and came out of his mouth. At the same time, Lu Yi leaped into the air, evading cleanly a few spells and weapons that hit the spot where he had just been standing a half-second earlier. In just one exchange, Feng Lianju, progate of the Clan Feng outpost and equal in rank to this mysterious and unknown assailant, was killed. That was enough to render any other Clan Feng acolytes petrified and terrified. Still hanging in midair, Lu Yi lifted a hand. He aimed it at the rest of the enemy acolytes before unleashing his hiltless knife and a couple of fire dragons at them. At the same time, the rest of the Crimson Blood Sect force appeared from the direction he came. Driven by panic and fear, the 100 or so Clan Feng acolytes immediately hurled themselves back inside the pit. But with fire dragons wreaking havoc inside the wormhole, their fates were as bad as could be expected. Those still inside the pit were utterly discombobulated. Just when they thought their chance to escape the godforsaken nest of the insectoids had finally arrived, those who were outside the pit began to tumble back in, causing a riotous chaos of men falling onto each other like dominoes inside the wormhole. All of a sudden, screams and shrieks rang out and several Clan Feng acolytes dropped dead. It was Yi, doing her bit to slay whatever enemies she could find. The labyrinthian network of tunnels of the nest was working in her favor. She could fire a few spells and kill some enemies before slipping away into one of the tunnels. No one could find her, and no one could stop her. At her current rank, ordinary low-tier cultivators could easily be killed with only just a spell or two. This also helped to further aggravate the pandemonium now raging at the bottom of the wormhole. Thanks to Lu Ye's fire dragons, by the time the Crimson Blood Sect host arrived in full force, more than 30 Clan Feng acolytes were dead outside the wormhole. Back inside, one could expect the number to be higher, for Lu Yi had been firing fire dragons into the hole to his heart's content, and the cramped space in the tunnels would ensure maximum effect. With Feng Lianju killed in action and Feng Yue nabbed, there was no one else fit enough to lead the remaining Clan Feng acolytes. Of the 6 orders that managed to survive Lu Ye's assault, only a handful of them were still scrambling back into the wormhole. Their will to fight and resist had all but crumbled into dust. As soon as his comrades arrived, Lu Yi led the charge into the wormhole. Once inside, he just picked a tunnel and began stalking his way in, killing whatever enemies he could find. So did the rest of the Crimson Blood Sect force. They poured into the wormhole and separated into every tunnel, beginning their own extermination of both any surviving insectoids and Clan Feng acolytes. That left only Wuxia and Feng Yue outside the wormhole. Blankly and despondently, the latter beheld the sight of so many dead bodies, all of whom belonged to her brethren. When she was sending her messages to her people earlier, this was definitely not the outcome she envisioned. Wuxia stood not far away. As opposed to Feng Yue, she looked rather serene and calm. Despite being inferior in rank, Wuxia was unfazed by what Feng Yue might be up to. As a medical cultivator, Wuxia saw no need to be unkind to a fellow medical cultivator. But even if Feng Yue was going to attempt anything untoward, Wuxia was more than prepared to show her what her mushrooms could do. That was precisely why Lu Yi was satisfied with leaving Feng Yue with Wuxia alone. But Feng Yue's current bewilderment came as a surprise to Wuxia, who had been expecting some form of resistance. The former just sat there, dazed as a scarecrow with no signs of running or attacking her. There they waited until the first group came out of the nest, with more coming back in gradual intervals. There were people hurt and even dead. But losses were unavoidable since they were fighting under such narrow and dark conditions. Nevertheless, compared to the enemies, the outcome was very much a favorable one. Every Clan Feng acolyte who fled into the tunnels was hunted down and killed. With the work here done, Lu Yi contacted Ding Yushu again to find out if the Athenaeum needed any help, and the response came back soon enough. Mount Kalachakra had withdrawn the second they found out that Ding Yushu was marching back with his men. Which was an expected outcome. Mount Kalachakra would never want to risk an all-out war against the Athenaeum of Finality. Not unless they had an unsolvable blood feud. No good would come out of such a war, even for both sides, and any legate or prolgate worth his or her salt would know that. So, Brother Lu Yi, Gu Yangxing started. Gu was one of the few Sixth Orders in the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Where to after this? That was evidently a sentiment shared by a good many of the Crimson Blood Sect, for eyes panned over and gazed at Lu Yi with anticipation. The day had been weary and tiring, no less dangerous and deadly, but the rewards had been rich. There had not been any faction in the Spirit Creek battlefield that could capture the outposts of 2 other opposing factions in one single day. That this occurred in the outer ring areas of the battlefield made this all the more amazing and unbelievable, since invasions in the peripherals of the battlefield were known to be rare. And those Crimson Blood Sect cultivators who had survived the day had been reaping huge returns from their looting and extermination of insectoids. We're going home. What else was there to do? The invasion of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was only possible with the help of the insectoid horde, which in turn also helped in the seizure of the Clan Feng outpost, with the assistance of the Athenaeum of Finality. Most if not all insectoid infestations around the battlefield should have been fully exterminated by now. Without enemy acolytes crowding their nearby underground tunnels instead of manning the parapets of their outposts, a reckless and forced invasion on an enemy outpost now would spell more harm than good. To say nothing of the fact that high-tier acolytes of both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng must be rushing back by now. The Crimson Blood Sect host needed to withdraw at once to prevent an assault on their own outpost by the time these powerful acolytes arrived. Therefore, for the good of everyone individually and for the sect, they needed to get back home. Fast. Chapter 229, Defensive Ward. It was all smiles and giggles as the Crimson Blood Sect host marched on their way back to the outpost with Lu Yi. Everyone was definitely ecstatic. The day of fighting had been surreal, to say the least. It was as if everyone had stepped into a swashbuckling fairy tale and those who survived would live to enjoy the spoils and have a great tale to tell. It all started with the extermination of their own insectoid infestation, followed by a northbound expedition to assail the redoubt of Wrath outpost where they had annihilated a several hundred-strong force and invaded the outpost. Next, they veered south, heading to the Clan Feng outpost, and took it before putting to the sword another several hundred enemy acolytes. All these were done just within 60 miles of the Crimson Blood Sect's own outpost. In barely an hour, the entire host arrived back at the outpost. Even from afar, they could spy the swarm of insectoids crawling all around the square just outside the outpost's sanctum of providence. The insectoid infestation from the redoubt of Wrath area had reached these parts. Standing out of the vast and endless sprawl of insectoids was the monstrous beaky flapping its wings and swooping down again and again to give any insectoid it found a fatal peck. Every now and then, it would seize a handful of these monsters and crush them with its talons. Then everyone noticed, all over the square, it was not just living insectoids, but even carcasses as well. Beaky had not been idle in their absence. And Lu Yi was pleased that everything had worked out well. That he could entrust the outpost to Beaky was the main reason he could empty literally every man and woman from the outpost. Any intruders who dared to foolishly infiltrate the outpost would find themselves facing the wrath of the monstrous eagle. In the meantime, Lu Yi had expected the outpost to be overrun with insectoids. The entire Crimson Blood Sect had been outside for far too long, and with the redoubt of Wrath wormhole just barely tens of miles from here, this hardly came as a surprise. For this reason, Lu Yi had already been making arrangements during the Crimson Blood Sect host's march back to the outpost. The insectoid horde was mainly comprised of 3rd and 4th orders, with the rest of the bulk being made up of 5th and 6th orders. His predictions turned out to be spot on. There were no 7th orders, this being an outer ring area infestation. Despite the presence of 7th orders at the beginning, the commotion created by Lu Yi would have enticed them to the Clan Feng area, or they could still be concealed within the underground nest chamber. To that end, the entire host had not been moving like an unruly mob. In neatly arranged ranks and files, the host pressed forward in an orderly fashion, steadily mowing down any insectoids in its path, and the ruckus was attracting more insectoids their way. Lu Yi kept a hand on the hilt of his saber as he stood outside the sanctum of providence. A tiny red spark wheezed around him, striking down any insectoids approaching the sanctum. Hua Si rushed inside. She placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column and applied the enhancements that she looted from the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng columns. Lu Yi might not have an exact figure of how much was gained this time, but the enhancements plus contribution points looted from the 2 enemy orders must be more sizable than what his exploits during the Battle Royal of the Legates yielded. Both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng were orders having decades of presence in the battlefield, and the enhancements on their Divine Opportunity columns must be substantial. That made the gains, despite having to share the Clan Feng loot with the Athenaeum of Finality, easily outweighed whatever losses incurred in this whole episode. Hua Si emerged from the sanctum. I got it. Is it expensive? Very. Hua Si grimaced as the cost involved a real pain. Not that we have a choice. Everyone else has one, so we gotta have one too. We can't leave all the workload to Beaky after all, and some form of preparation never hurts. Do you know how to set it up? I don't, said Hua Si. But she knows, she added, tugging at Feng Yue, who was just beside her. Dazed like a lost doe in the woods, Feng Yue was still very much a real and experienced legate of an outpost, which was more than what anyone could say of Lu Yi and Hua Si. the inexperienced legate and prolgate still wet behind the ears. The corner of Feng Yue's lips twitched the moment her eyes locked with Lu Ye's in what was a vain attempt to force a smile. But the notion of Lu Yi running his saber through her hand replayed vividly in her mind, and the best she was able to do was a stiff and awkward smirk. "Let's go then," Lu Yi called, leading Wuxia and Feng Yue elsewhere. There was no need to worry about the others. The rest of the Crimson Blood Sect force had all become experienced bug exterminators after their recent adventures. They were more than enough to deal with the insectoids even without Lu Ye's help now. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, Wuxia, and Feng Yue reached one of the corners of the outpost compound. Wuxia extracted a tiny box from inside her storage bag. Almost the size of a man's face, the rectangular object barely looked like it was furnished from wood or gold. Tiny and intricate runes and patterns festooned every inch of its surface. A closer inspection would have shown that these were actually some sort of glyph. These were ward keystones that would mark the corners and outer perimeters of a defensive ward. Every sect and order had its own defensive ward to guard the safety of its outpost, like the ones used by the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng outposts. But ward keystones were usually destroyed the moment a defensive ward was brought down, hence Lu Yi could not recover their keystones for his own use here. As suggested by its name, the Spirit Creek battlefield was a dimension that only cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm could freely enter. Yet the skill and power to forge a ward keystone or erect a defensive ward that could encompass an entire outpost were simply too demanding for any cultivator of the Spirit Creek realm. That raises one pertinent question. If so, from whence would ward keystones come? Naturally, there would only be one place where the keystones could be procured, the Vault of Providence, although the cost of a ward keystone was not one that any individual cultivator could easily bear. "How much does it cost for one of these?" Lu Yi asked offhandedly. 888. Lu Yi nearly felt his heart skip a beat. "And how many of these do we need?" 16. Lu Yi made a quick calculation. The sum turned out to be an insanely huge one. Fortunately enough, they had reaped equally huge rewards this time, enough to cover the cost. Knowing that the defensive ward would be strong enough to keep the outpost safe made it all worth it. So we just leave this one here? There's no time. We'll come back later to bury it or to hide it. Surely not. I'll have someone come here and guard it. The ward keystones were not cheap, and if left here unguarded, someone might come and steal it away. Lu Yi sent word, and within moments, a group of cultivators came over from the direction of the Sanctum of Providence, all of them drenched in slick green hemolymph. "Two of you, watch this thing and make sure no one comes near it, all right?" "Yes, sir." "The rest of you, come with me." At Feng Yue's instruction, Wuxia placed the ward keystones at corners around the outpost compound. At every spot, Lu Yi assigned 2 cultivators to keep watch. When the work was finally done and the ward keystones were all set, the defensive ward was ready to be activated. At the same time, the rest of the Crimson Blood Sect host had finished ridding the outpost of the insectoids. More were still coming from outside, but to fully eradicate the insectoid threat would require another expedition into the Redoubt of Wrath wormhole to extract the nucleus of life from the insectoid nexus there. Only that would truly solve the problem. But the extent of the infestation had long passed beyond what Outer Ring area orders and sects could handle. Even Lu Yi would never dare to recklessly enter the wormhole now. In the meantime, Wuxia was holding a tiny jade-hewn disc in her hand. Barely as large as a saucer, the eldritch power swirled in every notch and groove of the engravings, giving the disc a pulsing luminescence. That was the Ward Nexus, the instrument that would enable an individual power and control of a defensive ward. One could destroy a ward's keystone and that would only weaken the ward. But if the ward nexus were to be destroyed, then the ward would collapse. Feng Yue dutifully explained to Wuxia the ways of using the ward nexus. Wuxia bobbed her head as she channeled her power into the instrument. All of a sudden, from all corners of the outpost, a loud hum resounded like a gong, and the emanation of spiritual power from every point around the perimeter of the outpost where the ward keystones had been placed resonated with each other. Next, the emanation turned into torrents of light from all 16 ward keystones, separate regurgitation of spiritual power that eventually conjoined with one another before spreading upwards into the sky. All it took was minutes, and the spread of spiritual power formed a dome that enclosed the whole compound of the outpost. It was done. A defensive ward that kept the inside safe from any outside threats. With its protection, those inside the outpost would not have to worry about being invaded by insectoids. The infestation might be attracted to the spiritual power that sustained the defensive ward, but so long as their numbers were kept below a certain threshold, the dome-like shield of the ward would still be able to repair itself in perpetuity. But Wuxia intentionally left a few openings in the shield to allow insectoids through. Those who still wished to slay more bugs could stand together and man the openings and cut down any insectoids they could find. This also helped to relieve the pressure on the defensive ward. On the other hand, the rest of the other Crimson Blood Sect cultivators busied themselves with clearing up the place and getting ready to take turns manning the openings. Everything was done in a very orderly manner. Many of them had been hurt and Wuxia led her people in helping to heal them. With just one medical cultivator, there really was only so much she could do. But not that they had Feng Yue. Feng Yue was not liking it one bit. She was confused with thoughts of how she had a hand in the massacre of her own brethren and how here she was, fraternizing with the enemy faction and helping to heal their wounded. But Lu Yi had been very good at persuading her. More so since it was not so much cajolery as coercion with his hand on the hilt of his weapon. It was this menacing exudation of his charms that finally swayed her to join the sacred vocation of saving lives. The lives of Crimson Blood Sect cultivators. The wounded were quickly tended to and given medical attention. All that they needed then was to visit the training chambers and the mess hall for something to eat, and everyone was back in action. With Chen Yu being made the captain of the defense, the Sixth Orders all led several squads in dealing with the insectoids, and the extermination went on rewardingly. But that came no closer to solving the problem. Fresh insectoids were always ready to refill the ranks that kept on filing towards the openings in the ward shield. While all was still peaceful and orderly at the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, the same could not be said elsewhere. Word began to spread that the Crimson Blood Sect had ignored the insectoid infestation in their area and instead launched consecutive attacks on both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng outposts. That was what led the insectoids in both their areas to grow rampantly like an epidemic so strong that no outer ring area orders and sects have the power and wherewithal to deal with it anymore. The Thousand Demon Ridge expressed sympathy and condolences to both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng, and at the same time, issued threats and abusive language at the Crimson Blood Sect legate and prolgate for what they had done. Scores of enemy factions thronged as one, complaining that how things were calm and harmonious before Lu Ye's appearance here at the Crimson Blood Sect outpost had wrecked both peace and order, and how the infestation was beginning to threaten even the safety of other outposts in the area, including a few Grand Sky Coalition ones. Lu Yi should be arrested and punished harshly, if not executed, for his crimes, so they said. Within the Grand Sky Coalition was a rather different atmosphere. Most of them were exultant at Lu Ye's performance. Successful invasions between outer ring area forces were often hard to come by, never mind Lu Ye's victories in capturing 2 enemy outposts and the slaughter of all their acolytes, leaving just a meager few surviving. That would imply that the present generation of Spirit Creek cultivators from both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng had nearly become extinct. Chapter 230, Distribution of Spoils. Lu Ye's name was beginning to become the very epitome of fear. How the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng outposts fell, no one actually knew. In fact, certain parties believed that this was malicious slander or baseless accusations made against Lu Yi. Yet the Thousand Demon Ridge had spies and agents everywhere, and whatever blame they were directing at Lu Yi turned out to be less baseless than what most expected. However, the rest of the Grand Sky Coalition had no intention to get entangled with the finer details. or rather ruthlessness, in the actions Lu Yi took to accomplish the proverbial end. All that mattered was his triumph. Lu Yi had succeeded in bringing 2 enemy outposts down on their heels in just a matter of days, and that was good enough for everyone in the coalition. Once again, another period of strife sparked between both sides as cultivators from the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge began flinging filth and mud at each other, volleying threats and curses bad enough for another all-out war to feel imminent. With time, people began to realize that the insectoid infestation that had gone awry did not originate from the Crimson Blood Sect wormhole. It was instead the redoubt of Wrath wormhole from whence the raging insectoid horde was pouring out. That easily tore to shreds all slander and accusations hurled against the Crimson Blood Sect, although that did little to quell the unrest between both sides. Cultivators from the inner ring areas of the battlefield sprang into action with tremendous alacrity. The ones from the redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng were the fastest to arrive. They were said to have begun their expeditious journey back home the moment they got wind about the invasion, and the first thing they did as soon as they came back was to assist the surviving acolytes with the rebuilding of their respective outposts. More cultivators from other sects and orders eventually showed up. Fortunately, they were not merely here to watch. They took an active part in helping to deal with the infestation, which had grown strong enough for these inner ring area cultivators to earn contribution points by killing them. But one could hardly expect zero friction when cultivators from both sides met. It did not take long for the extermination to mutate into a 3-way internecine battle royale where cultivators of the 8th and 9th orders, including a select few who were trained in heaven-grade cultivation disciplines, waged war against each other while not forgetting to cut down a few insectoids in the process. Whether it was the Grand Sky Coalition or the Thousand Demon Ridge that emerged as the victors of this little war, Lu Yi could hardly care less. What he did know was that the insectoid infestation was finally dealt with by the 3rd day of his return to the outpost. Someone must have managed to get inside the nest and remove the nuclei of life from the insectoid nest. The 4th day since the Crimson Blood Sect host returned to the outpost came. The golden phosphorescent dome that shrouded the Crimson Blood Sect outpost was operating in a dormant state. Lu Yi was sitting on the steps of the Sanctum of Providence, reading the books that Lady Yun had assigned him with utmost concentration. Before him in the square were mounds of spoils that everyone had looted during the invasions they conducted. Being busy with the insectoid infestation for the past few days, only today did he finally find the time to go through everything. Everyone had contributed in one way or another. That was why Lu Yi wanted everyone to surrender what they looted so that he could review everything and think of a proper and fair way to distribute the spoils. "It's all here now, Brother Lu Yi," He Xin came to him and reported. Lu Yi muttered a wordless grunt. He lifted his head and peered at the mounds of items, although he quickly frowned with dismay. A lot of the spoils were items of little consequence and importance: pots and pans, chairs and stools, and so forth. The corners of his eyes twitched with annoyance as he fought to keep his vexation in check. What the hell are these? Coiled up like a shrimp in an unnoticed corner just outside the Sanctum of Providence was a sullen and forlorn Feng Yue. The arms that hugged her shoulders tightened and squeezed more firmly, for she had recognized articles of furniture that looked awfully familiar. Articles of furniture that originated from her own chambers. What a bunch of brigands! And what is this? Since when are you lot a bunch of common thieves and robbers? Lu Yi bellowed, feeling the kick of a headache coming. What in heaven's name are we supposed to do with these unimportant knickknacks? Seriously, pots and pans? He began to have the strangest feeling that the finite size of the storage bags inside was what stopped his men from bringing back even the beds from the outposts they invaded. Qin Yu immediately explained, "Well, it's because we're terribly lacking in a lot of these items, sir." The men had noticed how these articles of furniture were made of such good materials and workmanship. The chairs and stools could be kept inside the Sanctum of Providence so that they could be used when we need to sit down and discuss things. That seemed to make sense. Very well then. Separate the more trivial items first. Whoever wants first dibs on them, be my guest. Scores of cultivators swarmed forward and surrounded the mounds of goods with the eagerness reminiscent of insectoids on the scent of spiritual power. Despite the seemingly disorganized clutter, everyone just took whatever they wanted. Feng Yue had some of the stools carried and placed inside the Sanctum of Providence. In just a matter of minutes, the relatively mundane items in the mounds were gone. Xin came to Lu Yi and handed him something that looked awfully like a ceramic pillow. Only this one was made of jade. I've saved something for you, brother Lu Yi. All right. Lu Yi gave a curt reply. He spent most of his time in the training chambers, but Feng Yue had a tiny little cottage built for him in one of the nicest spots in the compound, and it was just beside Huaxi's. Lu Yi had never been there before. Hence, he has not begun furnishing it yet. Unbeknownst to everyone dividing the spoils, Feng Yue was staring at the jade-hewn pillow. Deep inside, she was screaming, "That's mine! That jade pillow! It's mine, you filthy scoundrels!" Now that the mundane and trivial scraps had been separated and distributed, it was time to look on to the main event: spirit artifacts, spirit pills, spirit stones, and various other kinds of supplies useful for any cultivators. It was a shame that the several hundred redoubt of Wrath acolytes had perished inside the wormhole. The Crimson Blood Sect host was unable to recover any loot from them, so the entire trove of treasures there must have fallen into the hands of one of the cultivators who came from the outer ring areas. As for the loot here, most of it originated from Clan Feng. Almost every enemy acolyte slain accounted for at least one spirit artifact, allowing an abundance of spirit artifacts that numbered up to the hundreds. The rest were mostly storage bags which were still magically sealed. These two, in almost equal portions, easily made up the lion's share of the loot. Only a scarce few of the storage bags were in an open state when they were recovered, and the contents inside had already been emptied. That posed a big conundrum. In their sealed state, there was no telling what could be inside the storage bags. Even if Lu Yi were to distribute the storage bags to everyone, the contents inside, once opened, might not be able to fully satisfy everyone, and this could sow jealousy and discord among the rank and file. To that end, Lu Yi had everyone divided into 10 large groups. With 70 people in each group, they would be allowed to step forward one after another and make their selection of spoils they wished. Cultivators could either pick a storage bag or a spirit artifact, 2 talismans, or up to 20 spirit stones, with the same amount of spirit pills being an option as well. With everyone making their own decisions, it was up to their own luck and observation whether their picks would turn out to be rewarding or not. The groups took turns coming forward. A few of the cultivators chose to try their luck with the storage bags, while some preferred the safer method of just going for spirit artifacts. Those who were short on spirit pills naturally went for their much-needed commodity, while others opted for more spirit stones. With the rules in place, the distribution of spoils would be as fair and just as one could get, with everyone being able to procure whatever supplies that needed replenishing. The supplies dwindled quickly for 2 rounds until they noticed that there would not be enough for a third. The leftovers Lu Yi had temporarily taken away for safekeeping. They could be distributed again in the future if and when enough spoils have been amassed for another go. Before the start of our skirmishes, I pledged to reward the 10 best performers with spirit stones. The top 3 would get a non-opal-enhanced spirit artifact. Feng Yue. Yes, sir. How goes the calculation of contribution points? It's done, sir. We have the names of the best 10 performers here. Let's hear it. In the first place, Feng Yue announced very loudly, "Chen Wai." Feng Yue rubbed his nose sheepishly as he called his own name, although he quickly moved on to the rest of the 9. The results were hardly anything of marvel to Lu Yi, although he had to admit being surprised to find Yi's name not only in the list but in second place just after Feng Yue. Those whose names have been announced as the 10 best performers in this time's skirmishes can speak to Huaxia about your rewards. What about squad performance? It's here as well, sir. And the winner is Squad Xin. Xin was standing amongst the crowd with a silly grin on her face. Lu Yi gave her an approving nod, with a few more encouraging words. Good work. But don't let that be enough. In the meantime, members of Squad Hishin can come to see me for that special reward. Anything that is within my power to give, I will give it. Now or any time in the future. All right? In addition to that, due to the rich returns from our skirmishes, this time, Wuxia and I have agreed to distribute an additional 20 contribution points as a bonus. Consider this a gift from our sect. Everyone cracked into smiles and cheers. This insectoid attack had turned out to be an extremely rewarding experience, and the notion of an added bonus was a much welcome gesture. 20 contribution points apiece for more than 700 cultivators. That would make the whole figure almost 20,000 contribution points. Many began to realize that it was a blessing that they could join the Crimson Blood Sect. Just one insectoid attack and everyone trotted into the sunset triumphantly with their pockets full. One could expect more fruitful days in the future. Finally, I hereby announce that we're going to induct another 200 fresh initiates. The list of names of those who qualify shall be selected from the best performers of this time's skirmishes. It will be announced shortly. In the meantime, queue up at the Sanctum of Providence to collect your contribution points from Wuxia. It was a long line that snaked all around the square outside the sanctum as every single cultivator took their turn going inside the sanctum to collect their points and stepped out looking absolutely pleased and delighted. It took hours before Wuxia was finally done dishing out the 20 contribution point reward. The rest of the contribution points were used to purchase additional enhancements for the outpost's Divine Opportunity column, making the total number of amplifications of ambient spiritual chi now at 19. That made the ambient spiritual chi that now pervaded the entire compound of the outpost easily double that of outside. Purchasing more enhancements in the future would be harder, the next one being a whopping 10,000 contribution points. Then again, the total contribution points that the Crimson Blood Sect had gained from the invasions on both enemy outposts, if one were to include the amounts distributed to everyone plus what was used to purchase the paraphernalia needed for the defensive ward, was somewhere between 80 to 90,000. Which was more than double what Lu Yi and Wuxia garnered during their exploits in the Battle Royal of the Legates. In other words, invading and raiding was the only viable way of increasing the ambient spiritual chi in the outpost quickly. But attacking enemy outposts was a more Herculean task than it appeared. The string of successes this time was owed to the insectoid horde that Lu Yi had manipulated to his favor. The strength of the Crimson Blood Sect alone would have made the feat impossible. But what if Lu Yi were to propose another alliance with the Athenaeum of Finality? Maybe they could wipe Mount Kalachakra off the map this time? It would not be that easy though. With the entire Thousand Demon Ridge now on full alert, a full-scale invasion on Mount Kalachakra would trigger a reprisal heavy enough to force both the Athenaeum of Finality and the Crimson Blood Sect to call off the invasion. Worse, they might even find their own outposts under attack. But if Lu Yi could come up with something to destroy defensive wards quickly, then he could quite literally do anything. To that end, Lu Yi realized that perhaps it was time he focused more effort on his study and training in the use of glyphs. 3 of the 6-man squad Hishin came looking for Lu Yi 2 days later with their request. They wanted a training chamber of their own. That was a wish that Lu Yi readily agreed to. Using his authority as legate of the outpost, he allocated 3 of the training chambers to be exclusively theirs. He even constructed the magical circles of glyph, gathering spirits in each of the chambers to ensure maximum efficiency. The roll of names of the 200 associate independents eligible to be inducted as initiates did not take long to be announced. The entire outpost had been waiting with bated breath, and those who found their names on the roll could have not been any more overjoyed. The outpost had not only just survived its first insectoid attack, but they also had almost anything that they needed: spirit pills, spirit stones, contribution points, while the ambient spiritual chi in the atmosphere of the outpost had now been further intensified. All these helped to make the Crimson Blood Sect outpost an ideal environment to foster growth and improvement. But in spite of the merriment was a certain figure whose presence in the outpost was not only a subject of controversy but also an icon of uncertainty: Feng Yue. Chapter 231. Why is no one coming to ransom you? Since kidnapping Feng Yue and bringing her back to the outpost, Lu Yi had not bothered with her or even ordered someone to keep an eye on her. He would have broken her legs if she tried to make an escape or something, but she hadn't tried to do that. In fact, she hadn't done anything at all. She just spent all day and night sitting at random places and staring into thin air with a sorrowful expression on her face. At the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi was sitting on a big chair his people had taken from one of the 1,000 Demon Ridge sections. He didn't know which, and it didn't matter. What mattered was that it belonged to the Crimson Blood sect now. Feng Yue was standing in front of him with her hands folded across her stomach. She was the perfect picture of an obedient prisoner right now. As expected of a medicine cultivator, the puncture wound on her palm was almost completely recovered. It had only been a couple of days, but he couldn't even see a scar anymore. Why is no one coming to ransom you? Lu Yi had been waiting for Clan Feng to ransom Feng Yue back. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, medicine cultivators who had been captured by the enemy could be ransomed for a price, not to mention that Feng Yue was also the legate of Clan Feng outpost. He was certain that she was worth a ton of spirit stones and spirit pills and had been waiting to enter negotiations with Clan Feng since a few days ago. To his surprise, though, the other party hadn't contacted him at all. He was growing impatient, to put it mildly. Feng Yue looked down at her feet while replying in a voice that was almost too soft to hear, "They probably think I'm dead." Bullshit. He could see that the woman was trying to trick him. A personnel on the same level as the Keeper of Seal or the Sect Master had the ability to check the status of their disciples. He was in possession of the imprint of the Crimson Blood sect. So long as he was still alive, the imprint would never disappear. It was how his Sect Master and Senior Sister knew he was still alive despite not knowing where he was on the Spirit Creek battlefield. Not only that, Feng Yue must have exchanged imprints with her fellow cultivators for communication purposes before. In this case, they did not even need to send her a message to know that she was still alive. If she had died, the imprint would have disappeared on its own. Lu Yi wasn't the ignorant mining slave he was before. There was no chance he was going to fall for such a cheap trick. Who's the person in charge of your outpost? Although most of their Spirit Creek realm cultivators were dead, Clan Feng must have dispatched some of their inner circle or core circle cultivators to the outpost afterward. He would need to speak with the person currently in control of the outpost if he wanted to get the ransom. Feng Yue pursed her lips and did not answer. Lu Yi grabbed the hilt of the inviolable and pulled it out of its sheath. He made sure to take his time so that she could hear the scratchy noises clearly. "It's my third brother, Feng Xiangyang." Feng Yue caved immediately. The young man before her was the kind of crazy who would stab her without batting an eyelid if she displeased him. Her palm might have healed, but the painful memory had remained as clear as yesterday. "Contact him and tell him that it costs 100,000 spirit stones to ransom you." Their number of Spirit Creek realm cultivators had been growing, so the total salary they had to pay per month had increased to several thousand spirit stones. He couldn't rely on Shui Yuan to pay it forever, especially since she was hardly wealthy. The Crimson Blood sect had declined to the point where it nearly ceased to be after all. Before this, the Crimson Blood sect had no resource production to speak of. Now, the situation was much better because both of their neighbors, the Redoubt of Wrath and Feng clan, had been crippled. From now on, everything within 50 kilometers of the sect, including the ley lines and other resources, belonged to the Crimson Blood sect. Not only that, the disciples had built many farms within the outpost recently. Wuxia also planted a ton of herbs and spirit plants to improve their income. It would take a long time before their income grew to the point where it was self-sustainable, though. In the meantime, the ransom from Clan Feng would greatly alleviate their financial pressure. "What? There's no way Clan Feng is going to pay that much," Feng Yue exclaimed in shock as she stared at Lu Yi. It took a real heartless person to demand 100,000 spirit stones for a single medicine cultivator, but then again, a good person couldn't have come up with the devious ploy to conquer 2 outposts in a row with an insectoid invasion. "Contact your brother now or else." And so Feng Yue succumbed to Lu Ye's gentle persuasion and contacted Feng Xiangyang. In fact, Feng Xiangyang had contacted Feng Yue a few days ago and found out about her current situation. He even told her to pass on the message that he was willing to pay a certain amount of spirit stones for her ransom. She just hadn't told Lu Yi about this for reasons. As for why Feng Xiangyang hadn't come to the outpost to give his message in person, it was because he didn't dare to. Every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator within 500 kilometers knew that the area within 5 kilometers of the outpost was a death zone. Literally. Once, a heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator had flown through the area using a flying weapon. Then, a shadow descended from the sky, and the guy was gone just like that. Therefore, Lu Yi had really misunderstood Clan Feng. It wasn't that they didn't want to ransom Feng Yue, it was just that the girl had chosen not to pass on the message for unknown reasons. What if they didn't respond? Feng Yue sneaked a look at Lu Yi. The young man unsheathed the inviolable and placed it next to his feet. He hadn't spoken, but his answer was as clear as day. Feng Yue hurriedly sent the message. A while later, she said in a quiet voice, "They've responded." "What's their answer?" Lu Yi asked a little distractedly. It was because he was creating yin and yang elements and joining them into a glyph right now. They say that their highest offer is 3,000 spirit stones. The glyph suddenly crumbled at the last step. Lu Yi lifted his head and just stared at Feng Yue. "I'm sorry, but did you say 3,000? You're useless then." Lu Yi was ready to haggle with Clan Feng, but to offer 3,000 in response to his demand of 100,000 spirit stones? An idiot could have figured out that they weren't going to play ball. It would be a complete waste of breath to try any longer. "Kong Nyo!" Lu Yi called out to the young man standing in front of the Divine Opportunity column. He looked back at him and responded, "Take this woman away and execute her." "Oh." The brawny man stopped whatever he was doing and strode straight toward Feng Yue. The girl could only watch in horror as a massive hand the size of a paper fan grabbed her by the hair, turned around, and started dragging her toward the exit. Kong Nyo was a taciturn man. In the past, he only obeyed to Hua Ci. Now, he listened to Lu Ye's orders as well. To say that Feng Yue was flabbergasted would be an understatement. It wasn't until she was dragged about 1/3 of the way to the exit before she finally snapped out of it and screamed, "The reason Clan Feng is ransoming me is to pin the blame of losing the outpost on me. That's why they'll never pay you the amount of spirit stones you asked." Miraculously, the medicine cultivator somehow broke free from Kong Nyo's grip and ran back to Lu Yi. Then, she dropped to her knees and explained in a tearful voice, "There are multiple dissenting factions within Clan Feng, and the one I belonged to was the strongest of them all. That was until I lost the outpost and greatly undermined their authority. I may be a medicine cultivator, but the crime of losing an outpost is so great that the only punishment is death. Since they're going to kill me anyway, why would they spend 100,000 spirit stones to ransom me? They just want a scapegoat to bear all the responsibility." Not far away, Kong Nyo stared at the bundle of hair in his hand before turning around. Then he started walking toward Feng Yue once more. Lu Yi raised his hand, and Kong Nyo stopped just a step or two behind Feng Yue. His shadow covered her entire body. Lu Yi looked down at the sorry-looking woman in front of him. "So, you're saying that Clan Feng won't pay the sum I want? Not even if I lower it a little?" "It is impossible." This reminded Lu Yi of Dong Shai. The guy had run away from his sect because he had lost an outpost, a crime that was only punishable by death for a 7th Order cultivator. It was the same for Feng Yue even though she was a medicine cultivator, and the faction she belonged to was in power. To be fair, she had lost her outpost, and countless Feng clan disciples were killed or injured as a result. If they did not punish such an offense, then how could they appease the friends and families of the deceased? How could they placate the masses? Then what's the point of keeping you alive? Lu Yi was feeling annoyed, to put it mildly. At the beginning, he kidnapped Feng Yue because she was a legate, and he believed that all legates were important people in a sect or a clan. While he wasn't wrong, he hadn't given it enough thought. Legates existed not just to manage the outpost, but also to function as a scapegoat if it fell for whatever reason. Clan Feng would like to ransom her, but only so they could execute her and appease the masses. Naturally, they wouldn't pay a high sum to ransom someone they were going to kill. Their spirit stones did not grow on trees after all. I'm a medicine cultivator. I can join the Crimson Blood Sect, Feng Yue said in a hurry. Judging from her appearance, this was what she wanted this whole time. Lu Yi only scoffed when he heard this though. You must be dreaming. Feng Yue dared to join the Crimson Blood Sect because it was her only chance to live, but Lu Yi didn't dare to accept her. The reason? He had conquered her outpost and murdered hundreds of her fellow cultivators just days ago. What if she plotted behind his back after she managed to survive? Was he supposed to watch his back forever? Plus, changing affiliation costs a lot of contribution points. To be exact, it cost a lot of contribution points to remove one's existing imprint. Wait a second. Feng Yue is the legate of Clan Feng, so she has the authority to remove any disciple's imprint including her own. The question regarding her loyalty wasn't difficult to solve either. All he needed to do was to make her swear a heavenly oath. By now, Lu Yi had interacted with Feng Yue enough to figure out her true nature. In times of crisis where her life was on the line, her backbone was as soft as a twig. This was evident from her dropping to her knees and surrendering right before he was about to behead her. Sure, she was a woman, but she was also a seventh-order cultivator. It took a kind of courage to make that kind of decision in the time frame she had. On the other hand, there were times she was incredibly stubborn. When Lu Yi had tried to push her into sending false intel and tricking them into coming out of the insectoid cave, she was immovable even when he threatened to kill her. In summary, she was a selfish person, but not so selfish that she was loyal only to herself. Lu Yi slowly bent down and grabbed Feng Yue's chin. How many contribution points do you have? 4,000 plus. The girl knew that this was the point where she lived or died. Naturally, she didn't want to damage her chances any further by concealing information. Lu Yi released her and walked up to the Divine Opportunity column. Moments later, he returned with a sacred pact and tossed it into her hands. Sign it. Still kneeling on the floor, Feng Yue took one glance at the document and was shocked to find that it was covered in an insane amount of clauses. First, she was forbidden from hurting any Crimson Blood Sect cultivators in any way. Second, she was forbidden from communicating any information related to the Crimson Blood Sect with anyone. Third, she wasn't allowed to hold resentment toward Lu Yi or the people close to him. In total, at least 20 clauses had been written in the sacred pact. The more Feng Yue read, the colder she felt. She had no idea how Lu Yi was able to come up with all these clauses in barely a few minutes. The long story short was that her potential for harm against the Crimson Blood Sect if she were to sign this pact was exactly zero. This is an indenture contract, isn't it? Feng Yue stared at Lu Yi with watery eyes. This wasn't quite what she expected when Lu Yi had tossed her the sacred pact. Are you signing or what? Chapter 232 Free. A while later, Lu Yi put away the sacred pact, and an invisible yet almighty power descended on Feng Yue. Wipe your battlefield imprint, Lu Yi instructed. The order snapped Feng Yue out of her depression. Yes. A moment later, the red light on the back of Feng Yue's hand disappeared and scattered into nothing. It was the sign that the battlefield imprint had been removed. Lu Yi then produced his legate's engraved block, blew air at it, and beckoned Feng Yue to come closer. Then, he declared, "The heavens as my witness, I am recruiting independent cultivator Feng Yue as an initiate of the Crimson Blood Sect." He stamped the block on the back of Feng Yue's hand, causing a burst of blue light and Feng Yue to look at him with gratitude. Although she had lost her position, it was still better than losing her life. Now go donate 4,000 contribution points. What? Alright, Feng Yue blurted before jogging up to the Divine Opportunity column, heart aching about the loss she was about to incur in a few seconds. Normally, it was impossible for a seventh-order cultivator to gather this many contribution points, but she was the legate of Clan Feng. Naturally, she had every opportunity to steal, some sect contribution points for herself. The method she used was the same as Lu Yi when he had paid Wuxia and himself 10% of the total sect contribution points in the Divine Opportunity column after returning from the Chess Sea, but unlike them she did not deserve her 4,000 sect contribution points. This was the main reason Lu Yi ultimately decided to accept her as an initiate of the Crimson Blood sect. It was the price of Feng Yue's life. He might not be able to obtain a satisfactory amount of ransom from Clan Feng, but 4,000 contribution points was not a bad consolation prize. Why else would he have gone through with the trouble of kidnapping her? Some sicko might kidnap a woman purely for the sake of eye candy, but if he really wanted eye candy, all he needed to do was to look at Wuxia. After Feng Yue was done donating her contribution points, she returned to Lu Yi and reported in a sweet voice, "It is done, senior brother." Lu Yi shot her a look before declaring, "Feng Yue, initiate of the Crimson Blood sect, has committed the offense of disrespecting her sect. The heavens as my witness, I, the legate of the Crimson Blood sect, will now strip her of her position." For a moment, Feng Yue could only stare at Lu Yi in shock. Then, she felt the battlefield imprint that appeared on the back of her hand less than a minute ago vanishing into a smattering of light. She could hardly believe it, but Lu Yi had screwed her over right in front of her. What offense did she even commit? Did he have something against being called a senior brother? Did she not inject enough warmth to her voice or something? It was only then she realized that the reason he made her an initiate was because it was the easiest way for him to take her contribution points. Once he had squeezed her for all she was worth, he had removed her without any hesitation whatsoever. And now, feeling a little faint, she stumbled backward and said in a sobbing voice, "Are you going to kill me now?" Lu Yi replied without any shame whatsoever, "Of course not. Regardless of past offenses, you did donate 4,000 contribution points to the sect, not to mention that I generally avoid killing women unless it's necessary. Yeah, my earlier threats were just an act. Anyway, you're free to stay or leave as you wish. It's none of my business any longer. Goodbye." Having said that, he walked to the Divine Opportunity column and teleported back to the headquarters without even looking back. A few seconds later, the shell-shocked woman burst into tears. "I've lost everything." From the beginning, Lu Yi had no plans to accept Feng Yue into the sect, not even as an associate. It was because she was the former legate of Clan Feng. He could kidnap her or kill her, but he could never accept her as a member of the sect. Also, it was one of the unwritten rules Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge had obeyed since time immemorial. To break the rule was to encourage all captured medicine cultivators to join the enemy to preserve their lives, and neither faction was willing to start such a precedent. Since the Sacred Pact ensured that Feng Yue could not threaten the Crimson Blood sect in any way, there was no need to keep an eye on her. If she left, then that was it. If she stayed, and Thousand Demon Ridge were to discover her whereabouts, they could explain it off as the Crimson Blood sect and Clan Feng were still negotiating the sum of her ransom. It wouldn't even be a lie. The Crimson Blood sect was more than willing to see Feng Yue off. Clan Feng was the insincere party who wasn't willing to cough up a reasonable sum for her. Lu Yi was fairly certain that Feng Yue would stay. After all, Clan Feng was looking for her. To leave the outpost was the same as committing suicide. And if she did stay, it meant that the Crimson Blood sect had picked up a bondless medicine cultivator free of charge. Now wasn't that something? The insectoid invasion had just passed, so the Spirit Creek battlefield should be peaceful for the foreseeable future. There was also the fact that their Thousand Demon Ridge neighbors, the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng, had lost the ability to do anything against the Crimson Blood sect. Now was the time to take over the ley lines nearby. He didn't need to worry about this though. Wuxia would take care of it. In the meantime, Lu Yi planned to visit Lady Yun and study the way of glyphs some more. If he could learn how to break wards, then all the better. Having tasted the sweetness of conquering an outpost, Lu Yi wanted nothing more than to repeat the feat again and again. While killing an enemy cultivator would earn him contribution points all the same, it wasn't even close to what conquering an outpost would pay. That was why he needed to learn how to break wards. If he could breach a grand defensive ward, then there was no outpost in the world that was safe from him. After he returned to the headquarters, he immediately summoned Amber to his side and made a beeline for the Summit of Clarity. He had completed Lady Yun's exercises as per her requirements. While he still couldn't successfully construct the two useless numbered glyphs 100% of the time, it was more of a matter of experience than skill. Given enough time, he would eventually reach a level of proficiency where his success rate was 100%. After he told Lady Yun the reason for his visit, the woman burst into a chuckle before clarifying, "You want to know how to breach a grand defensive ward?" "Yes, madam." She shook her head and said, "You have a long, long way to go before you can get to that level. For starters, you need to know how to create a ward first before you can think about breaching it. Do you?" "No, but I'm willing to learn." Lady Yun thought for a moment before saying, "While it isn't normal for someone at your current level to learn about such things, you possess abnormal talent and the inheritance of a glyph weaver. I suppose it's okay to speed up your education." "Very well. I will test you to see if you are worthy." She raised her hand and caused several books to stack up in front of Lu Yi. "You have half a day to finish reading these books." Lady Yun left the room, and Lu Yi began his reading immediately. He had received many books from Lady Yun before this, and they were all about the fundamentals of glyphs. These ones were clearly different, however. Not only were they advanced books that talked about the practical applications of glyphs to be exact, they were all about how to disassemble a glyph. A glyph weaver could combine primary elements to construct a glyph. Naturally, it was possible to do the opposite. One of the ways to breach a ward was to destroy the glyphs they were made of. After all wards were created from a combination of glyphs. If the core glyphs controlling the ward were destroyed, then the ward would disappear as a matter of course. The foundations he learned came in handy immediately. He would never have been able to make heads or tails of the books without them. He was wholly absorbed in the books in no time. Once in a while, he would run into a particularly insightful passage and experience a eureka moment. He found answers to many of the questions that puzzled him as well. To say that it was an enlightening experience would be an understatement. He just barely finished the books when his half a day was up. Lady Yun returned to the library and produced a 10-inch long crystal tablet with spirit stones embedded around it. There was a surge of spiritual power, and a glyph immediately appeared on the tablet. Glyphs created this way would disappear quickly without a constant supply of spiritual power. That was why spirit stones had been embedded around the crystal tablet. "Are you ready? Your task is to disassemble the glyph on this tablet," Lady Yun said while passing it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi accepted the tablet solemnly before channeling his spiritual power into the glyph. To disassemble a glyph, one had to first figure out its structure. It was the most fundamental step of disassembling a glyph. If he could not even figure out how many yin elements and yang elements existed in the glyph, then his dreams of disassembling a glyph was nothing but that, a dream. The way to disassemble the glyph was to construct an inverse glyph that was made up of opposing primary elements. If he was successful, then the two glyphs would cancel each other out. Lu Yi had learned how to analyze glyphs before this, so he quickly figured out the glyph's yin and yang elements. Without further ado, he channeled his spiritual power and began the disassembly process. As expected, he ran into problems in no time. The glyph on the crystal tablet suddenly fell into disarray before exploding in a burst of spiritual power. His first attempt ended in failure. Lady Yun took back the crystal tablet and reconstructed the glyph. Then she returned it to Lu Yi to restart the disassembly process. He failed again and again. Lady Yun had to reconstruct the glyph every time he screwed up, but his teacher did not look impatient in the slightest. Time passed slowly. His progress wasn't quick, but Lu Yi did not feel impatient. He learned from his failures and tirelessly sought for the keys to disassemble a glyph. Lady Yun thought that he was extremely talented in the way of glyphs, but the truth was a little more complicated than that. It was thanks to the tree of glyphs he was able to do what he did. Each time a glyph appeared on the tree of glyphs, He would know everything about it as if he had invented it from scratch. More often than not, the knowledge he learned from that particular glyph carried over to other glyphs as well. But of course, the ability to creatively apply that knowledge to other glyphs was all his. 6 hours passed, but Lu Yi only managed to disassemble less than 20% of the glyph. At this rate, it would take him several days and a bit of luck to disassemble the glyph completely. In reality, that was not how things went. 2 hours passed, and Lu Yi's speed suddenly improved drastically. He was able to disassemble 80% of the glyph before failing. It was because he had finally found some of the keys to disassemble a glyph from his failures. Another 2 hours passed, and he finally succeeded in disassembling the glyph. Lady Yun nodded approvingly. Not bad. You definitely learned something from the books I gave you. It's already late though, so we'll resume your lesson tomorrow. Yes, madam. Lu Yi got up and received another few books from Lady Yun. It was only then he returned to the summit of fortitude on Amber. A while later, he was seen hugging a huge bowl at the entrance to the kitchen and stuffing food into his mouth distractedly. He was so busy thinking about glyphs that he never even noticed that Shui Yuan was adding food to his bowl the whole time. An hour later, Lu Yi teleported back to the outpost with a bulging belly. Maybe it was his imagination, but he felt like he ate more food than usual today. The days flew by in the blink of an eye. During the day, Lu Yi would travel to the Summit of Clarity and study the way of glyphs from Lady Yun. When it was nighttime, he would return to the outpost to cultivate and read at the same time. The days were very fulfilling. He hadn't entered the Rift of Illusions again though. In fact, he wasn't going to try until he was certain he could overcome the 9th stage. He might have over 5,000 contribution points right now, but that was no reason to spend them frivolously. Chapter 233, I'm a Locksmith. When he came back from the Chess Sea, he had a total of 5,352 contribution points. Later, he spent a good amount on 10 Flame of Earthen Spirits and the Rift of Illusions, but dealing with the insectoid invasion made up for most of the usage. More accurately, Hua Ci had taken the initiative to pay him a monthly salary and bump up his total contribution points to 5,000. That was why he wasn't worried about running out for the time being. In order to speed up his learning process, Lu Yi decided to purchase another 10 Flame of Earthen Spirits for the Tree of Glyphs to consume and obtain a couple more glyphs. It was because he realized that the more glyphs he mastered, the greater his attainment in the way of glyphs, and the easier he learned about everything related to glyphs. And it worked. His progress was already pretty fast to begin with, but these days Lady Yun could not praise him enough. On the first day, it had taken him all daylight to just barely disassemble a glyph. But on the second day, it had only taken him 4 or so hours to repeat the feat. On the third day, it only took him 1 hour to disassemble a glyph, and on the 5th and 6th day, he could disassemble any glyph in just a short time. A single glyph, no matter how complicated, could no longer pose a problem to Lu Yi. So, Lady Yun tasked him to disassemble a composite glyph. A composite glyph was multiple types of glyphs joined together using a special method so that they could influence one another and unleash greater effect as a result. A composite glyph had a much more common name. To the public, it was known as an enchantment. In the past, Lu Yi had attempted to study enchantments to no avail. While he noticed that the enchantments were made of glyphs, he had not received any systematic instruction regarding the way of glyphs at the time. Without any education, self-exploration and the Tree of Glyphs could only carry him so far. Today, his attainment in the way of glyphs was much greater than before. It was all thanks to Lady Yun's teachings. The number of enhancements on a spirit artifact was equal to the number of glyphs on its body. Take Lu Ye's Inviolable for example. It was known as a non-opal enhancement spirit artifact because it had 9 glyphs engraved into its body, and they were linked using some sort of ingenious method to form a functional whole. Lu Yi began his new exercise by disassembling a double enhancement, a 2 composite glyphs that were linked together. It took only a short time before Lady Yun had to up the difficulty to triple enhancements, quadruple enhancements, quintuple enhancements and so on. To Lu Yi, It felt like he was playing a game with Lady Yun. Lady Yun would make a puzzle, and he would solve it. A layman might find the task incredibly boring, but he thought it was most interesting. It was because no two disassembling processes were ever the same. Moreover, the longer he learned under Lady Yun, the more useful knowledge and techniques he was able to draw from the experience. Meanwhile, Wuxia was heading toward the training chambers after receiving a lesson from Shui Yuan. Just like Lu Yi, she didn't care about leading a sophisticated life and often spent her nights in her training chamber. Of course, life in the outpost was a lot more comfortable than it was at Mount Ing. She did not need to set up a stall to sell her products every day. She had plenty of junior brothers and junior sisters to dote on, and a senior sister who doted on her in turn. Her medicinal skills were improving by leaps and bounds under Shui Yuan's guidance, and the world's spiritual qi of the outpost was much richer than Mount Ying's. She was slowly but surely falling in love with this place. While wearing a smile so kind that it warmed the hearts of everyone who saw her, she greeted her junior brothers and sisters until she reached the entrance of her training chamber. She pushed the door open and was about to walk in when suddenly, she took a few steps backward and looked to her left and right. No, it did not look like she had suffered a memory loss. Yes, there was someone in her training chamber. But what was he doing here? She stared at him for a few seconds before she finally realized what he was doing. She broke into a smile. Was he finally going to put his hands on their hoard? When they came back from the chess sea, she had wanted to send them to the nearest Divine Trade Association Center and process them. However, Shui Yuan had stopped her, saying that Lu Yi might have a need for them in the future. It would appear that her prediction was spot on. Wuxia stepped into the training chamber and closed the door. Then she walked up to Lu Yi and saw him sitting at a corner with two piles of storage bags in front of him. The left pile was considerably more numerous than the right. Wuxia picked up one of the dozen of storage bags on the right pile and probed it. She immediately discovered that the storage bag had been unlocked, and its contents could be taken out as she pleased. Half a month had passed since he began learning how to disassemble glyphs from Lady Yun, and Lu Yi was still a long way from being able to breach a grand defensive ward. On the other hand, the restraining locks on storage bags no longer posed a big problem to him. In fact, most storage bags were sewn from the skin of a special spirit beast. It possessed the unique quality of expanding space upon making contact with spiritual power. That was why it was such a popular choice for making storage bags. Add to the fact that raising the spirit beast was fairly easy, there were countless sects across Jianghu who sold its skin as a source of revenue. There were even sects that specialized in this trade. This was the reason storage bags weren't particularly pricey. The cost was pretty low. Each storage bag had a certain amount of glyphs carved into it, and depending on the glyph weaver's preferences, the glyphs could differ wildly from one another. However, there was one thing they all had in common, and it was the enhancement known as the restraining lock. Created using a special method, the restraining lock was an enhancement that caused a storage bag to burst into flame and be destroyed if it were to make contact with unfamiliar spiritual power. All storage bags contained a restraining lock, and the key to unlocking it was a cultivator's spiritual power. It should be obvious, but the enhancement was the mother of the job known as locksmith. In the past, Lu Yi had requested the locksmiths of the Divine Trade Association to unlock storage bags for him. Sometimes he got what he asked for, and sometimes he didn't. Unlocking storage bags was risky business for the customers, so it should be treated with the same seriousness as an investment. Lu Yi had reached the point where he was, frankly, a bit overqualified to be a locksmith. According to Lady Yun, those who were truly talented in the way of glyphs would never debase themselves by becoming a locksmith. That was why locksmiths were really just half-baked glyph weavers who weren't good enough to become true masters. That said, locksmithing was the perfect exercise for Lu Yi to hone his skills and accumulate experience right now. While he was improving insanely fast under the tutelage of a master like Lady Yun, there was no harm in experiencing another glyph weaver's skill and technique. That was why Lady Yun had told him to practice his locksmithing. In her words, there were 3 things all glyph weavers must possess if they wished to go far in the way of glyphs. The first was talent, the second was skill, and the third was practice and experience. All of them were indispensable. While Wuxia was inspecting the unlocked pile of storage bags, Lu Yi suddenly threw the one he was holding into the air. It burst into flames before it even hit the ground and burned to ashes just a few seconds later. Wuxia shot him a glance. "Am I disturbing you?" "No." Lu Yi expressionlessly picked up another storage bag and continued his work. While his success rate was very high, it was hardly 100%. There would be times his attempt ended in failure, especially since he had just started the exercise a while ago. So far, it looked like none of the legates and prolegates who had participated in the battle royale of the legates were particularly poor. Their storage bags always carried at least some spirit stones, spirit pills, or spirit talisman papers. Unfortunately, he hadn't discovered anything that even came close to blowing his mind away. Then again, he didn't know what he expected. Everyone knew that the battle royale of the legates was a high-risk, high-reward competition. To carry valuables on their person was to risk being killed and giving them up to the enemy. That was why most of these storage bags contained items that were practical in application and not too valuable. The good news was that this was exactly what Wuxia needed right now, not to mention that quantity was a quality of its own. With this many storage bags, even trash could accumulate to a point where they were worth something. The night that followed was as deep as it was peaceful. Lu Yi kept chipping away at the storage bags while Wuxia sat at the center of a circle of boon and cultivated. It wasn't until morning that Lu Yi finally unlocked all of the storage bags. A dozen or so were lost in the process, but all things considered it wasn't a high failure rate. If anything, it was impressive how well he did, taking into account that this was his first go at locksmithing. "I still got room to improve though." Lu Yi rose to his feet and stretched a little. While walking past Wuxia, he gave her a head rub and said, "I'm going to the Summit of Clarity. Message me if anything happens." As he opened the door, he was greeted by a crisp voice, "Senior sister." There was a girl at the exit, and from the looks of it she had been waiting for a while. Their eyes met, and Sheen exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Lu?" Her gaze drifted behind Lu Yi and landed on Wuxia. The gentlewoman was currently tidying her hair. Her smile slowly turned stiff. "You're blocking the way." Lu Yi grabbed her head with one hand and moved her to the side like she was a doll. Then he walked straight to the Sanctum of Providence. On that day, countless people saw Sheen roaming the outpost like a zombie while muttering strange words such as, "I've lost my chance," "He got ahead of me," and so on. Lu Yi's schedule hadn't changed too much. During the day, he still went to Lady Yun's place to study the way of glyphs. When he returned to the outpost at night though, he went to the bazaar instead of his training chamber. The bazaar was the meeting place of the independent cultivators with Feng Yue as their manager. This hadn't changed even after they became the initiates or associates of the Crimson Blood Sect. If anything, it was a lot livelier than it used to thanks to an influx of new independent cultivators and even associates from nearby Grand Sky Coalition factions. The bazaar's popularity represented endless opportunities, so many disciples and independent cultivators frequented it to make a living, so to speak. Of course, Lu Yi saw no reason to stop this. For starters, their sect only had one firm rule, and that was not to do anything detrimental against the Crimson Blood Sect. Add the fact that the two nearby Thousand Demon Ridge factions had been crippled, and their range of activity was greater than before. Naturally, that also meant greater income. After arriving at the bazaar, Lu Yi sought out a quiet corner and produced a signboard he had prepared a while ago. Then he placed it on the ground, sat down on a chair, and started reading a book in a laid-back manner. "Brother Lu." A disciple who happened to be passing through the area caught sight of him and greeted in a hurry. He quickly noticed the signboard next to Lu Yi and read out loud, "Free locksmithing." Chapter 234, Destruction Before Creation. "You know how to unlock the restraining lock on storage bags, Brother Lu?" the disciple asked curiously. In fact, Lu Yi had not displayed such an ability until today. "Yes." "Please give me a moment." The disciple went away after saying this. A while later, He came back and handed Lu Yi a storage bag. "If you would open this for me, Brother Lu." It was the item he had chosen after the insectoid attack was over, and the loot was distributed. Hundreds and hundreds of storage bags had been piled up on the public square that day. It was why Lu Yi was offering to open restraining locks for free. The storage bags Wuxia owned had already been dealt with, but the same could not be said for the other sect members. Since most of their storage bags had come from Clan Feng, the overall quality was guaranteed to be lousier than Wuxia. It was impossible to tell what they contained either. There could be valuables or there could be trash. It was why most people simply hoarded the storage bags instead of bringing them to the Divine Trade Association. They did not want to risk making a loss. Lu Yi began working immediately after he accepted the storage bag. At the same time, a crowd was gathering around him. They were here to watch Lu Yi perform since it wasn't every day you encountered someone who would offer to unlock storage bags for free. Suddenly, there was a surge of spiritual power, and Lu Yi frowned. The next instant he tossed the storage bag into the air. Everyone looked up just in time to see the storage bag transforming into a ball of flame in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi was watching the burning storage bag with a deep frown as well. What terrible luck! Of all the times he could have failed, it just had to be the very first storage bag he received. He was hoping to establish a good reputation among his fellow sect members so they would return to him with more storage bags, but alas, all he managed was to show off some fireworks. The lively atmosphere was killed instantly. To say that there was awkwardness in the air would be an understatement. Brother Lu, the disciple who gave Lu Yi his storage bag, stared at him with pitiful eyes. "Sorry," Lu Yi apologized calmly. "Unlocking storage bags is risky business." "Right." The disciple drooped his head. Since Brother Lu was the one who wrecked his storage bag, he couldn't even ask for compensation. He could only tell himself that he was unlucky, that the storage bag must be filled with trash, and that he wasn't hurt by the loss one bit. Lu Yi swept his gaze across the crowd. Not only was everyone avoiding his gaze, those carrying storage bags were doing their best to conceal it from view. "You there?" Lu Yi pointed at a disciple. "Give me the storage bag you're hiding behind your back." The disciple blanched like Lu Yi had just dealt him the death sentence, but what could he do except comply? He shambled toward Lu Yi as if he was trying to delay the inevitable as long as possible before he finally gave up his storage bag and said carefully, "I'm in no hurry, Brother Lu. Just take your time, okay?" Lu Yi did not answer him. He simply channeled his spiritual power and began the unlocking process once more. Luck did not abandon him this time. He tossed the storage bag back into the disciple's hands after he was done. "It's unlocked." The disciple was caught off guard at first, but he quickly checked the storage bag and discovered that it was unlocked. Whatever it contained must be pretty valuable because the disciple suddenly burst into a mad laugh. "I'm rich. Ha! I'm rich." He managed to rein in his laughter a few seconds later and bow to Lu Yi. "Thank you very much, Brother Lu." Lu Yi nodded and said, "Next." Surprised murmurs broke out among the spectators immediately. "It's not false advertising. Brother Lu really can open restraining locks." The enthusiasm that was extinguished at the beginning had been relit with this success. This time, a female cultivator stepped forward and passed Lu Yi her storage bag. "If you will, Brother Lu." Lu Yi unlocked it just as quickly and tossed it back into her hands. After checking the storage bag and confirming that it was truly unlocked, the woman praised him from the bottom of her heart. "This is incredible, Brother Lu. Thank you." She then ran off with obvious joy on her face. Now that Lu Yi had succeeded twice in a row, the amount of people willing to give it a go increased visibly. When his winning streak grew to a dozen, everyone was sure that Lu Yi was the real thing. At the very least, they now believed that his first failure was just bad luck and not because his technique was lousy. The news that Lu Yi was opening restraining locks for free quickly spread after that. It wasn't long before an incredible amount of cultivators gathered around Lu Yi and even lined up in queues of their own accord. Lu Yi didn't always succeed, but his success rate was much higher than it was yesterday. Those unfortunate enough to lose their storage bags lamented their bad luck, but that was it. Lu Yi worked through the night and did not stop until the sky was fully bright. Finally, he waved his hands and declared, "That's all. We'll resume tonight." For the next few days, Lu Yi would unlock storage bags for his fellow sect members at the bazaar. He didn't stop until everyone's loot had been dealt with. Thanks to the practical experience he gained from opening restraining locks and the theoretical knowledge he learned from Lady Yun, his attainment in the way of glyphs continued to increase by leaps and bounds. The greater his attainment, the easier it was for him to absorb the knowledge in the books, and the greater his attainment became thanks to said knowledge. It was a virtuous circle. Speaking of which, Lady Yun's games kept increasing in difficulty as well. Since pure enhancements could no longer pose a challenge to him, she started creating wards for him to breach. Exactly what he wanted to learn. His ultimate objective was to learn how to breach a grand defensive ward. Once he could do this, he would be able to attack any 100 Demon Ridge outpost and accrue as many contribution points as he wished. The daily life, cultivation, and even battles of a cultivator were intricately tied to glyphs. It was why few cultivators were unfamiliar with glyphs. Some were even proficient enough with glyphs to construct them. That said, they were still worlds apart from true glyph weavers. Take ward cultivators for example. Technically speaking, ward cultivators could be viewed as a sub-branch of glyph weavers. It was because ward making was intricately tied to glyphs. While all glyph weavers were excellent ward cultivators, not all ward cultivators were glyph weavers. By now, Lu Yi had figured out Lady Yun's teaching strategy. In essence, everything began from disassembly just like the time she had taught him numbered glyphs. Lady Yun had never taught him how to construct an enhancement, but he had opened enough restraining locks to know the structure of a restraining lock by heart. Given the right materials, he absolutely possessed the capabilities to create his own storage bag. Of course, practice was still a factor, and his success rate was going to be subpar until he became familiar with the process. This was why Lady Yun's teaching strategy was so impressive. She had taught him destruction before creation, and that destruction naturally led to creation. The reason Lu Yi was capable of constructing enhancements he had never learned to construct before was because disassembling them required him to know every component of the enhancement. Take his current lesson for example. Lady Yun was only teaching him how to breach a ward, but in the process he came to know how a ward was created and how every component functioned and worked in tandem with one another. By the time he knew a ward well enough to breach them perfectly, the way to create them had also been engraved to his memory. Meanwhile, Lady Yun was wearing a complex expression as Lu Yi was breaching another one of her wards. Lu Yi wasn't the first disciple she had instructed, but this was the first time she employed such a teaching strategy. While it shortened the learning period considerably, it only worked if the disciple was inhumanly talented in the way of glyphs. Otherwise, it would only have the opposite effect. At first, she wasn't sure if the teaching strategy was suited for Lu Yi either. She was ready to switch back to a normal teaching strategy the moment he showed any signs of struggle. The normal teaching strategy was slow, but at least it was a fail-safe method. As it turned out, the genius-only teaching strategy suited Lu Yi very well. In fact, he was so talented that the thought of taking him as her official disciple resurfaced in her mind once more. All of her previous students had passed away for one reason or another. For a master glyph weaver like her, there were few things sadder than not having a successor. She was certain that the youngster before her would be able to carry her mantle. Not only that, he would definitely surpass her and attain greater heights. These thoughts kept tickling the insides of her heart until one day, she could stand it no longer. While Lu Yi was busy breaching a ward, she left the Summit of Clarity and flew toward the Summit of Fortitude. The sect master was teaching a lesson when suddenly he looked in the direction of the Summit of Clarity. He then said urgently, "Let's end today's lesson here. Be sure to practice what I've taught you when you head back to the outpost." "Yes, sect master," replied respectfully. When she looked up, she saw the sect master rushing away in a hurry and calling out in a flattering voice, "What brings you here today, Yun'er?" "Yun'er." Yi thought in puzzlement. She followed the sect master into a clearing and found him speaking to an unfamiliar, but beautiful woman she had never seen before. The woman was staring at the sect master with a cold expression, and the sect master had transformed from stern teacher to what she could only describe as an obsequious husband. Oh, she must be Lady Yun, he thought suddenly. Lu Yi had mentioned her in the past, and even Amber had spoken to her about Lady Yun. Lu Yi always rode it to the summit of clarity after all. The tiger had even met her in person a couple of times. Shu Yuan appeared out of nowhere and pulled a surprised Yi into her room. Then, she poked a hole in the window's paper pane and peeked out. The young girl did the same thing. Suddenly, Shu Yuan said, "The old man's about to get a beating." What? That was all he managed to say before the seemingly prim and proper Lady Yun punched the sect master in the face so hard that it threw his head backward. She could even see a shockwave spreading out from the point of impact. He shivered like a leaf. That punch had looked powerful enough to shatter a mountain. He had no idea why Lady Yun had punched the sect master, but she was surprised that the old man wasn't angry in the slightest. He wiped his nosebleed, as if he hadn't just been punched in the face and sighed. He is a Crimson Blood sect disciple now. He can't just accept an outsider as his teacher willy-nilly. Willy-nilly? Lady Yun's voice rose an octave higher. Outsider? You're calling me an outsider? That's not what I meant. I see now. I'm nothing more but an outsider to you, huh? The more Lady Yun spoke, the angrier she became. Spiritual power started boiling around her. In that case, this outsider would like to learn a thing or two from the sect master of the Crimson Blood sect. Boom boom boom. More shockwaves impacted the room and shook some furniture. He could only watch as the sect master was physically beaten into the sky and out of sight. When she ran out of the room to watch, she saw the two figures chasing one another as if they were playing hide and seek. From time to time, the duo would generate an impact powerful enough to rock the ground, but it was always Lady Yun hitting the sect master in some part of his body. Sometimes he defended, but not once did he try to retaliate against Lady Yun. Shu Yuan let out an audible sigh, and he asked worriedly, "She wouldn't beat the sect master to death, would she?" Don't worry, the old man's tougher than he looks. Also, this happens at least a couple of times per year, so you'll get used to it eventually. He looked confused. To her knowledge, the sect master was just a spell cultivator. Could he really survive such a brutal beating? Also, what did she mean by, "This happens at least a couple of times per year"? Suddenly, she thought that the sect master was really lucky to have lived to this day. Chapter 235, Thoughts. In the Rift of Illusions, two flying weapons surrounded Lu Yi as he cut down a seventh-order insectoid with the inviolable. During his days studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yun, he had obtained another spirit artifact that was suitable for telekinesis from Wuxia. This meant he now had two telekinetically controlled spirit artifacts. Both items shared similar power and appearance as well. While his talent in controlling weapons wasn't as monstrous as Li Baxian's was, it definitely wasn't weak by any means. It was because he was a glyph weaver. His control over his own spiritual power far exceeded other cultivators of the same cultivation level. Moreover, the tree of glyphs guaranteed that his spiritual power was as pure as it could be. If he wanted to, he could control 3 or even 4 flying weapons at once. However, controlling weapons remotely used up a lot of mental power. It was why most Spirit Creek Realm cultivators could only control 1 flying weapon at a time. It wasn't because they didn't have the mental strength to control 2 at a time, but because doing so would greatly diminish the power and flexibility of both flying weapons, so much so that they were better off just using a single flying weapon. As for Lu Yi, he was comfortable with 2 flying weapons right now. Any more than that, and he would be taxing himself somewhat. The 2 spirit artifacts did wonders at keeping the 7th Order insectoids at bay. Even when they managed to break through their circle of protection and get close to Lu Yi, all they achieved was to kill themselves on the inviolable. A moment later, the flying weapons returned to Lu Ye's side, and he was surrounded by 9 dead insectoids. This meant that he had conquered the 9th stage. The carcasses disappeared without warning, and the fog in front of him churned as if something was about to burst forth. Here it comes. Lu Yi stared at the anomaly expectantly. When he was still a 6th-order cultivator, he had once overcome the 9th stage and fought a cultivator on the 10th. Not long after he became a 7th-order cultivator and re-entered the Rift of Illusions, he discovered that he had to start all over again from the insectoids. While killing insectoids gained him combat experience all the same, it was nothing compared to battling against an actual cultivator. It was why Lu Yi had been so adamant at overcoming the first 9 stages at the beginning. He wanted to know if the 10th stage would feature more insectoids or something else. After he discovered the truth, he did not return to the Rift of Illusions because he believed that he hadn't improved enough to make a difference. But now, he could control 2 flying weapons in combat. As expected, he had a much easier time clearing the first 9 stages. A second later, a person wielding a spear that was shrouded in spiritual light charged out of the fog. He thrust the weapon straight at Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi was overjoyed to see this. Just as he suspected, his opponents from the 10th stage onward were humans. He wasn't fighting actual humans, of course. It was a miraculous construct of the Rift of Illusions. His opponent was shrouded from head to toe in fog, making it impossible to tell their appearance or even their gender. An incense stick later, Lu Yi abruptly opened his eyes to his private training chamber. His complexion was a little pale, and his head hurt like a bitch as usual. This was the one and only flaw of the Rift of Illusions. Every time he died and awakened in the real world, he felt like someone had stabbed his brain with a needle. He was able to kill several cultivators in the Rift of Illusions before dying, and he realized that the way they appeared was a little different from the insectoids. The insectoids had gradually increased in numbers until they reached the threshold, and their cultivation level was exactly the same as his. On the other hand, he never fought more than 1 cultivator at a time, but their cultivation level increased by a level each time he cleared a stage. Moreover, these cultivators fought like real cultivators even though they were covered from head to toe in fog. They also knew how to control flying weapons and execute various skills and techniques. At the beginning, his opponent was a 7th-order cultivator. Then, it became an 8th-order cultivator. When a 9th-order cultivator showed up, well, to reiterate, there were no breaks between the stages. Every time an enemy died, the next one would immediately rush out of the fog. He didn't even have the time to catch his breath, much less recuperate his strength. Naturally, he was unable to hold out even after he went all out. The 9th-order cultivator in particular had sliced him to pieces with their sword. Lu Yi wasn't depressed in the slightest. In fact, he thought the experience was worth every contribution point he spent. Death inside the Rift of Illusions was as real as it could be. Not only that, it allowed him to experience the fighting styles of various factions without the associated risks. In the future, he would be so much more prepared against the same type of opponents. He took a moment to inspect his battlefield imprint. Identity: Crimson Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation: 135 spiritual points. Location: Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution points: 2,950. A cultivator was 7th order when they had unlocked 108 spiritual points, and 8th order when they had unlocked 144 spiritual points. Almost a month had passed since the insectoid attack. Lu Yi only cultivated during nighttime since his daytime was reserved for his studies with Lady Yun, but the outpost's world spiritual qi was so rich that his cultivation level was still increasing gradually, not to mention that he had an abundance of spirit stones and spirit pills. Even if he, for whatever reason, didn't have any, he could simply grab more from Wuxia. Right now, the 2 things the medicine cultivator did not lack were spirit stones and spirit pills. It was all thanks to the cultivators on the chest sea. While they didn't carry much valuables in their storage bags, they sure carried a lot of spirit stones and spirit pills in preparation for the battle royale of the legates. Combined with gathering spirits and gluttonous feast, Lu Ye's spiritual points increased to 135 despite him delaying his cultivation speed on purpose. He was slowly but surely getting close to the 8th order of Spirit Creek realm. It also meant that the time to leave the outpost was near. The Spirit Creek battlefield had few written rules but many unwritten ones. Although Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge only wished that the other side would be wiped from the surface of the earth, they always strived to operate within the rules. For example, it was ill-advised to capture and kill a medicine cultivator of the opposing faction. Instead, they should wait for the other party to ransom the medicine cultivator. For example, it was ill-advised for an 8th order cultivator or above to remain in the outer circle barring exceptional circumstances. This was why the legates in the outer circle were all 7th order or lower. The sects had stronger cultivators as a matter of course, but they were all operating within the inner circle or the core circle. In fact, most cultivators chose to move to the inner circle after they reached the 7th order. There were several reasons. 1. The heavens forbade high-level cultivators from slaughtering low-level cultivators who were much weaker than them. If they ignored this rule, they would actually lose contribution points for every kill they scored. The second reason was that the world's spiritual chi grew richer the deeper they ventured into the Spirit Creek battlefield. Naturally, one would want to travel to the inner circle or core circle to quicken their cultivation speed. A 7th order cultivator could spend a year cultivating in the outer circle and still be behind a peer who cultivated in the inner circle for only half a year. Of course, the effects were even greater if they entered the core circle, though the dangers were just as great. From the moment one stepped on the path of cultivation, they were destined to compete against fellow cultivators and the heavens. Who didn't dream of attaining greater heights? Every cultivator strived to improve their cultivation in various ways. Trapped between the eternal war between Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge, the only way to master one's fate was to grow stronger. In fact, Lu Yi had wanted to enter the inner circle a long time ago. However, the Crimson Blood sect had just rebuilt itself, and as the legate he could not escape his responsibilities. He might do a lot less work than the average legate, but his presence alone made everyone in the outpost feel safe and happy. Now that the outpost was in a stable state, he could finally entrust his responsibilities to Hua Si. While she was a 7th order cultivator just like him, meaning that she too was going to leave the outer circle sometime in the near future, she was the best choice they had right now. She only needed to hold out until one of their sect members grew enough to succeed her. Gu Yang and He Xin were 2 such examples. Speaking of which, he should probably convert them into official disciples soon. Technically speaking, Kong Nyo had the cultivation level to become a legate or prolgate, but he was too introverted for the responsibility. He could kill the sect's enemies and burn an outpost just fine, but manage an outpost? It would be a recipe for disaster. Finally, there was one more reason Lu Yi wanted to enter the inner circle. It concerned the future of the Crimson Blood sect. To think you're almost at the 8th order. At the dining table, Shui Yuan looked at Lu Yi with a complicated expression on her face. When Lu Yi first returned to the sect, he was only a 5th order cultivator. Barely a few months had passed, and now he was weeks or even days away from becoming an 8th order cultivator. Just how monstrous was his cultivation speed? You should enter the inner circle soon. When are you departing? In half a month, give or take. I still have much to learn from Lady Yun. Speaking of Lady Yun, Lu Yi asked, by the way, I heard from Yi that Lady Yun came to the Summit of Fortitude and gave the sect master a beating. What happened? He was busy breaching the ward Lady Yun had prepared for him at the time, so he didn't know about it until much later. Shui Yuan answered, let's just say that it's a mixture of old age and a messy, complicated relationship. Don't worry. They've been like this for years, and I expect them to keep this up for many more. There was nothing else to say regarding the topic, so Lu Yi left it at that. His senior sister changed the subject. Turbulent Watch is our only ally, and they ascended to 6th tier a while ago. Since their outpost happens to be in the inner circle, would you like to pay them a visit? I can send them a message and inform them of your arrival in advance. The disciple of major sects often visited one another. It was a bit like a student exchange program. It's fine. I'm not just going to the inner circle to hone myself, I also plan to implement an immature idea of mine. Oh, tell me. As you say, the Crimson Blood sect only has one ally right now. Not only that, their outpost is extremely far away from ours, so much so that it's just unfeasible for our future 7th Order cultivators to make the journey. That is why I plan to form an alliance with someone closer. Shui Yuan nodded. Makes sense. Just to confirm, legates have the right to propose an alliance, right? Yes, but only within the specific battlefield. Of course, an alliance that was proposed by a sect master would apply across all fronts. That's good enough. So, this is my plan. I'd like to keep my position for the moment and seek out some friendly legates within the inner circle. Ideally, I'd form alliances with them and open up more options for our disciples. That sounds feasible. Do you have the right connections, though? But of course. He had made the acquaintance of many legates in the Chess Sea. A good number of them came from the inner circle and the core circle. I have no other questions then. You're the legate of the outpost, so do as you please. I'll ask for permission from the sect master now. Lu Yi suddenly recalled something as he rose to his feet. Oh right, can you tell me about the incident regarding Brother Li's spiritual point? In the past, he only knew that his 4th senior brother was extremely powerful. Recently, he learned a little more about the man. Shui Yuan sighed. The long story short is that he made himself too obvious a target, not to mention that he was a Crimson Blood sect disciple. So, Thousand Demon Ridge took him down a peg. Is there no way to repair a broken spiritual point? There is a type of spirit pill in the Vault of Providence that can fix this, but it costs an insane amount of contribution points. Lu Yi nodded and bade her goodbye. Then he went to the sect master's bedroom. His mind was set after he told the sect master his plans and obtained his permission. Chapter 236, Departure. The days continued as per usual. During the day, he would head to Lady Yun's place to study the way of glyphs. When nighttime arrived, he would return to the outpost to cultivate and rest. Lady Yun had gotten worried since she heard that Lu Yi would be heading to the inner circle soon. However, she was aware that Lu Yi could not stay in the outer circle forever. While no harm would come to him so long as he remained a 7th Order cultivator, staying in the outer circle for too long wasn't conducive to his growth. While the building a cart behind closed doors style of cultivation was technically an option, it had been proven to be a dead end time and again. Strength wasn't something you could obtain by cultivating alone, or no one would ever leave their training chambers. In fact, there wasn't a single pillar in either faction who hadn't overcome mountains of challenges and rivers of blood to get to where they were. Therefore, the best thing she could do to protect him was to be the best teacher she could. The more he learned, the better he would be able to protect himself. In private, she also gave him 2 valuable treasures that should prove very useful in his journey. Lu Ye's talent in the way of glyphs was satisfactory to say the least. A simple demonstration was normally all he needed to figure things out. She could teach him even more if she could recruit him as her official student, but alas, that old bastard refused to let him go no matter what she tried. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In front of the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi said while watching the crowd who had come to see him off, "I'm going ahead to open up a new path for the sect, but that is no excuse to be lax in your cultivation, okay? It is my sincere wish to meet you all in the inner circle and the core circle soon." He then looked at Hua Si and said, "I leave the outpost to you." Hua Si nodded slightly. "Be careful." Finally, Li turned to stare at He Xin for a moment. The brat was staring at the floor and clenching her fists for some reason. Her shoulders were shaking from time to time as well. "He Xin. I am here." The girl abruptly looked up from the ground. "You look like you have something to say." Right, yeah, you're leaving, Brother Lu? What will the outpost do without you?" I'm going to miss you so much, ha. Lu Yi watched her expressionlessly. Is that so? You can come with me then. You're almost 7th order anyway, so you're good enough to go to the inner circle. I don't mind traveling with a companion either. No thank you. Xin rejected the suggestion immediately. Oh, and why is that? My, cultivation is still pretty low. I would only be dragging you down if I come with you. For now, my time is better spent cultivating in the outpost. Lu Yi stared at her for a moment longer before he put his fingers into his mouth and whistled. A massive shadow descended from the sky. It caught the blood sturgeon Lu Yi tossed into the air perfectly before crouching on the ground. Lu Yi jumped onto Gray's back with he right behind him. A small white cat about a foot long was lying on top of his shoulder. It yawned once before letting out a cute growl. 3 days ago, when she learned that Lu Yi was going to enter the inner circle soon, Yi had shadowed him every step of the way. She was terrified that Lu Yi would leave her behind. The girl hadn't said anything when Lu Yi had attended the battle royale of the legates without her, but she was really unhappy that she had missed out on an adventure with him. That was why she had clung to him like a glue. The good news was that Lu Yi had always intended to bring her and Amber to the inner circle, so her worries were completely unfounded. Speaking of Amber, it was none other than the white cat lying on Lu Ye's shoulder. How did it transform from a massive tiger to a small cat? It was all thanks to the transformation pill Shui Yuan had refined for this exact purpose. Spirit beasts possessed the ability to take on a human form and become a mutant. Lu Yi had interacted with a small number of mutant cultivators in the past, and the one he remembered the most were the women working as receptionists for the Divine Trade Association. However, a spirit beast must first unlock some special spiritual points before they could take on a human form. Barring all external help, a spirit beast had to reach a certain cultivation level before they possessed the power to transform. In the past, Lu Yi was puzzled by the fact that some spirit beasts were capable of taking human forms despite not being at the required cultivation level. Later, he learned that there were 2 ways a spirit beast could undergo transformation. 1. Being strong enough to transform into a mutant naturally. 2. Consuming a transformation pill. The offspring of 2 mutants had a chance of being born with a human form as well. Amber had not taken on a human form after consuming Shui Yuan's transformation pill. Instead, it had shrunk to the size of a cat. According to Shui Yuan, it was Amber's own choice to transform like this, and it would likely not have a human form in the future either. It was because its instincts told it that a feline form was best suited for its growth. The reason Shui Yuan had purposely refined a transformation pill for Amber was because she wanted Lu Yi to take Yi and Amber with him. This way, they would be able to look after each other. While everyone was waving goodbye, Gray flapped its wings and caused such a powerful gust of wind that no one could open their eyes for the moment. When they looked again, the eagle and its passengers were already a dot in the sky. On the eagle's back, Yi stretched her arms wide and giggled like a bell as she felt the wind blowing past her body. She felt as if she had returned to the days where it was just the 3 of them against the world. Lu Yi took out a 10-point map and confirmed their current location. He then set the course for their destination. He had made the acquaintance of many legates and prolegates during the battle royale of the legates, so he wasn't worried about finding someone who might be interested in forming an alliance with him. That wasn't the only reason he was heading to the inner circle though. A few months ago, after his identity had been exposed, a ton of 1,000 Demon Ridge sects had tried to hunt him down. This was especially true during the Battle of the Golden Tip, where a total of 43 cultivators, each hailing from a different sect, had tried to kill him. He had never forgotten those who had participated in the hunt and made his life difficult at the Golden Tip. Every name was recorded in his mind so that one day he could take revenge against them. Why else had he made each and every one of them announce their sects during the Battle of Golden Tip? It wasn't long before he found a familiar name on the map. I choose you, Sky Pillar Sect. A little over a day later, Gray took off after leaving Lu Yi and in a spot in the wilderness. They were going to continue their journey on foot. They were already within the inner circle. Without Gray, Lu Yi would have ridden Amber for an entire month and would have just barely made it to this place. However, Gray wasn't just a flyer, it was also the strongest and fastest creature in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. This bit of distance was nothing to it. It was also why it only took him a short time to travel from the outpost to Mount Ying back then. Unfortunately, Gray could only be used as a transport. Since his first senior brother left the Spirit Creek battlefield, Gray had entrenched itself in the outpost and done whatever it wanted. No one could command it to do anything, and even Lu Yi was just bribing it with the blood sturgeons to transport him somewhere. There was no chance he could order it to slay his foes, or he would have ridden Gray to his enemies' doorsteps a long time ago. He once asked Shui Yuan why Gray had stayed behind in the outpost. She told him that it was his first senior brother's final order before he left the Spirit Creek battlefield. That was why the outpost was the most important thing in Gray's world. It could afford to leave the outpost a couple of days, but no more than that. Lu Yi, Yi chirped, the world's spiritual qi in the inner circle is so rich. In the past, she could not absorb spiritual qi to increase her cultivation, but that had changed since she started learning under the Sect master. Not only could she cultivate like a normal cultivator now, she could even form a positive feedback loop with Amber. This was why Yi and Amber were growing at an incredible rate. They were basically cultivating at twice the speed of a normal cultivator. Not only that, Amber's main method of cultivation was to eat a full meal, sleep, then eat some more. Even Lu Yi was incredibly envious of Amber. There could not be an easier way of cultivating than this. Chapter 237, Where do you come from, fellow cultivator? Then again, he wasn't so different from Amber. He ate the ton of spirit pills to cultivate as well. As Yi said, the world's spiritual qi of the inner circle was pretty rich. It was especially obvious when they were flying on Gray's back. The deeper they ventured into the Spirit Creek battlefield, the richer it became. This was just the periphery of the inner circle, and the world's spiritual qi was almost twice as thick as the wilderness surrounding the outpost. No wonder the major sects tried so hard to increase their tiers. The higher the tier, the better their location in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the greater their disciples' cultivation efficiency. Not only that, the resources of Spirit Creek battlefield more or less followed the same rule as well. The deeper one traveled, the better in the resources were both in terms of quantity and quality. Gray had dropped Lu Yi within the territory of Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. Compared to the outposts in the outer circle, the ones in the inner circle possessed much bigger territories. Take the Sky Pillar Sect for example. Using the outpost as the center, their territory encompassed everything within a 150 kilometers to 200 kilometers radius. On the other hand, the Crimson Blood Sect's territory only spanned around 50 kilometers of land from the outpost. Even after Lu Yi had crippled the redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng, they were still just the lord and master of a tiny corner of the world. This was due to the number of sects and the strength of one's cultivators. The sects in the outer circle were the lowest tier and most numerous, so the area was densely populated even though the outer circle was technically more vast than the inner circle or the core circle. The cultivators were also 7th order or lower, so their range of activity was quite limited. Things were different in the inner circle. It was populated with 8th order and 9th order cultivators who were capable of flight via flying artifacts to be exact. Their range of activity was much wider than the cultivators of the outer circle, which was why they needed more space to be able to unleash their strength in full. As a result, there were a lot less sects in the inner circle than the outer circle, which equated to more land per sect. Regardless of population density, conflict was inevitable so long as one's neighbor belonged to an opposing faction. After taking a moment to confirm his direction, Lu Yi grabbed Amber from his shoulder and dropped it on the ground. It landed lithely before shooting Lu Yi a dumb, confused look. The silence lasted a couple of seconds when it finally realized what Lu Yi wanted it to do. Golden light abruptly burst out of its body, and mutant qi washed over the area for a moment. It swiftly transformed from a foot-long cat to a massive tiger. Lu Yi climbed onto Amber's back and took off toward the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. He was here to take revenge, so of course he wasn't going to hold back. That said, he wasn't planning to stir up trouble in the enemy outpost either. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, there was no place with greater cultivator density than an outpost. He would not be doing himself any favors if he tried to battle them alone. No, his plan was to hunt down any lone cultivator or party he might encounter along the way. This was the Sky Pillar Sect's territory after all. There had to be some Sky Pillar Sect cultivators operating in the territory. At his current strength, he could kill practically anyone who hadn't changed their cultivation technique to heaven grade. On the off chance he ran into one, wings would guarantee his escape. Of course, he would rather not use wings unless absolutely necessary. It wasn't a permanent glyph, meaning that the tattoo faded a little more with every usage. Eventually, it would disappear completely. His thoughts were very simple. He was going to explore the area and kill every Sky Pillar Sect cultivator he encountered along the way. One of the reasons he came here was to hone himself anyway. It would be a slow and tedious effort, but given enough time he could eventually kill enough cultivators to hurt the Sky Pillar Sect. They were the ones who tried to kill him back at the Golden Tip. They had no one but themselves to blame. On a related note, he was as elusive as ever. Sometimes she would vanish without a trace, and sometimes she would pop up from the most unexpected places. Although her dreams of becoming a medicine cultivator had gone up in flames, she still enjoyed gathering herbs a lot. She carried a storage bag on her waist so she could extract and deposit anything that looked like a herb in it. It didn't matter if they were valuable or not. In the past, she was unable to pass through objects while carrying an object with her. She might be able to pass through anything because she was a ghost spirit with no physical body, but her items couldn't. After she became the Sect Master Student though, she learned how to wrap an object with her energy, effectively imbuing it with intangibility and enabling it to pass through objects just like her. According to the Sect Master, it was a kind of escape technique. Its one flaw was that the technique could not be applied to living objects, but it was damn impressive regardless. Lu Yi thought it would be a piece of cake finding a Sky Pillar Sect disciple or two to murder in their own territory, but in reality he didn't spot even a single soul after riding Amber for a long time. He even thought he had misread his directions and rechecked his 10-point map to confirm that it wasn't the case. On second thought, he might have oversimplified things. His experience in the outer circle had led him to think that running into an enemy cultivator in their territory was a simple thing, but in the inner circle, the territory was several times bigger than normal. Moreover, most cultivators would be cultivating in the safety of their outpost unless they had a specific task to carry out instead of wandering their territory like bums. The only exception was when they were clashing against their neighbors. So, wandering the territory at random was a terrible idea. Some quick thinking later, he decided to seek out a production site such as an ore vein or a ley line. Places like that would definitely be overflowing with cultivators, and he would be able to kill and rob his enemies at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Yes, that would be perfect. There was another problem though. He had no idea where the Sky Pillar Sect's production site was located. Obviously, it wasn't recorded in the 10-point map. He was just thinking of a solution when he popped out and said, Louis, look. There are a few cultivators over there. This was one of the advantages of having a scout who could go anywhere without being detected. Be it good news or bad news, the news he brought were always good surprises. Lead the way. And so he leaped onto Amber's back and guided it toward their destination. The group of cultivators she discovered was pretty small. It was a group of 4 made up of an 8th order, 2 7th order and a 6th order cultivator. There was no rule saying that a 6th order cultivator could not travel to the inner circle. There could even be a 5th order cultivator out there. However, their numbers were few and far between because everyone else was stronger than they were. A 5th order cultivator especially could never leave their outpost unless they had a death wish. On average, the cultivators roaming the inner circle were between 7th order to 9th order. A small number might even have upgraded their cultivation technique to heaven grade. He was deep within the territory of the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost right now, so the group of 4 were most likely Sky Pillar Sect cultivators. According to E, the group seemed to be guarding an unbloomed spirit flower. E might not have the talent to become a medicine cultivator, but that didn't mean she learned nothing at all from Hua Si and Shui Yuan. In her opinion, the spirit flower wasn't just valuable, it must also be harvested at a specific time, such as when the flower was in full bloom. Otherwise, there was a high chance the efficacy of the herb would be largely diminished. This was why the 4 cultivators were guarding the spirit flower. Perhaps they had learned of its existence a long time ago, or perhaps they just happened to run into it while strolling in their territory. In any case, they weren't leaving until the flower was harvested. When Lu Yi deemed that the time was right, he told Amber to transform back into a cat and draped it across his shoulder. He also instructed Yi to slip underground and stand by for orders. A while later, Lu Yi felt a faint fragrance tickling at his nostrils. He followed the scent for about a couple hundred meters before noticing that 3 of the 4 cultivators were watching him with wariness. Behind them was the source of the fragrance, a spirit flower that was close to reaching full bloom. Its purple-colored pod was as big as a fist, and it was enveloped in a misty light. Judging from their spiritual light, they were a trio of 1 6th order cultivator and 2 7th order cultivators, just as Yi said. However, the 8th order cultivator was nowhere to be seen. He remained invisible to Lu Ye's senses even after he had swept the area with his perception. All 3 cultivators were male. The one who seemed like a body-tempered cultivator because he possessed incredible vitality stepped out and asked, "Where do you come from, fellow cultivator?" What he really meant was, "Which faction do you belong to?" Lu Yi immediately raised his hand. Blue light shone from the back of his hand. The body-tempering cultivator looked surprised. The duo behind him were frowning as well. This was the first time they encountered a cultivator who revealed their faction before they even said a word, not to mention that he seemed to be alone. In Spirit Creek Battlefield, it was ill-advised to reveal your faction if you ran into a stranger. It was because you were basically forcing the other person to reveal their faction as well. If they turned out to be allies, then all was well. If not, then a battle to the death was inevitable. There were only 2 types of people who would reveal their battlefield imprint to a stranger. Either they were arrogant and stupid, or they were confident and strong. Lu Yi was just a 7th order cultivator. It did not look like he fell under the second category. The body-tempering cultivator smiled. "Ah, a friend from Grand Sky Coalition." He then raised his hand as if he was going to show off his battlefield imprint. "Chang!" Lu Yi abruptly unsheathed his saber and slashed behind him. There was a shower of sparks where the 2 blades met, and a 4th cultivator who somehow snuck behind Lu Yi without him noticing staggered backward with a shocked expression on his face. He was wielding a dagger. It was none other than the 8th order cultivator he had spoken of. He was a ghost cultivator. When a ghost cultivator had reached the 7th or 8th order, they could commune with the Nether, borrow its power and further their art of concealment and assassination. Back at the chess sea, Lu Yi had witnessed some techniques that gave him chills to this day. From the moment he saw that the 8th order cultivator was missing, he already suspected that he might be a ghost cultivator. Otherwise, he should have been able to pick him up with his senses. He must have hidden himself the moment the group sensed his arrival. It was clear now that the 7th order body-tempering cultivator was just trying to distract him when he raised his hand as if he was about to proclaim his faction. If Lu Yi had been unprepared, he might have missed the killing intent behind him and died. But since Lu Yi thought that the 8th order cultivator might be a ghost cultivator, of course he was going to be wary of his surroundings. The 8th order cultivator was surprised that Lu Yi was able to block his killing blow. He was even more surprised when he raised his saber and brought it down on his face. The attack was so overwhelming that he actually felt as if he couldn't breathe. Not only that, there was so much strength behind it that his hand was numb after blocking just 3 attacks. How the hell is he so strong? Stunned he might be, but he wasn't panicked in the slightest. It was because he saw out of the corner of his eye that his 2 7th order cultivators were making their move. They were just channeling their spirit artifacts when... boom! A surge of spiritual power ripped across the air. There was the flash of a spell, and one of the 7th Order cultivators let out a blood-curdling scream. He had been struck by a spell powerful enough to turn his back into a scorched mess and drop him to the ground. Chapter 238. This guy is as good as that Lu Yi. Since the group of 4 was a team, they had no reason not to attack Lu Yi when their ghost cultivator was ambushing him, especially true since his back was facing toward them right now. It just so happened that Yi thought the exact same thing. The remaining 7th Order and 6th Order cultivators immediately turned around, but they could not find a soul no matter where they looked. They didn't even know who or what it was that attacked them, only that their comrade had been struck down by a powerful fire-type spell. Ah! Their blood chilled when another blood-curdling scream erupted behind them. They turned around and saw something that numbed their scalps and turned off their brains for an instant. They saw a head flying through the air and blood spraying out of its headless torso like a fountain. The dead man was none other than their ghost cultivator. The 7th Order youngster was still holding the end pose of his saber swing, making it clear that he was the one who had decapitated their senior brother in one hit. How had a 7th Order cultivator managed to kill an 8th Order cultivator? And to do it in such a short time no less. It had only been 3 breaths since the battle began. One moment they had spun around to search for their mysterious ambusher, and the next. They would not have believed it was possible if they hadn't witnessed this with their own eyes. Lu Yi flicked off the blood on the inviolable before looking at the group, causing the remaining duo to feel even more anxious. For a moment, they were unsure if they should fight or escape. Pooh! The 7th Order cultivator who took a fire spell from Yi climbed to his feet and spat out the dirt in his mouth. His back hurt like hell, but the attack wasn't enough to kill him outright. He could not believe that he had been ambushed by the enemy, but his misery had just begun. He had just risen to his feet when he saw a spirit artifact flying straight toward his face. Alarm bells ringing in his head, he let out an angry roar, channeled his protective spiritual power, and punched out at the incoming weapon. Powerful vitality circulated around his entire body. As a body-tempering cultivator, he was confident he would be able to stop the attack, and he did. The spirit artifact was sent flying into the air. Then, he discovered in horror that Lu Yi was right in front of him. How had he arrived so quickly? The explosive speed he displayed did not befit what the body-tempering cultivator knew of a 7th Order cultivator at all. He wasn't wrong. An ordinary 7th Order cultivator wouldn't have possessed such explosive speed, but Lu Yi had been cultivating his body using the red vapor within the dragon scale. His physique was improving in tandem as his cultivation. Unlike the average body-tempering cultivator, Lu Yi didn't just possess powerful vitality. His speed, reaction time, and even eyesight were better than before. In short, Lu Yi was tougher, stronger, faster, nimbler, and more perceptive than most cultivators at his cultivation level, not to mention he had imbued the glyph of Windwalk to his legs as well. His explosive speed literally rivaled that of thunder, which was why he was able to cover 30 meters of distance and reach the body-tempering cultivator in the blink of an eye. And since the body-tempering cultivator was the same cultivation level as him, there was no chance he would ever be able to block the attack. The inviolable pierced through the body-tempering cultivator's solar plexus and exited his back. Then, Lu Yi twisted his saber before pulling out the blade and dropping him on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The 2 remaining cultivators were so stunned that they forgot to do anything for a moment. Suddenly, they felt another burst of spiritual power behind them. It was Yi emerging once more and launching a golden arc slash at the remaining 7th Order cultivator. It left a terrible slash wound behind the man's back and elicited a scream, but it was cut short when Lu Ye's flying weapon pierced through his skull. Lu Yi looked at the last 6th Order cultivator. Judging from his appearance, the man was clearly shell-shocked. He was no coward, and there was no one who made it to 6th Order without experiencing true combat. However, this was definitely the first time he had encountered such a one-sided slaughter. How was it possible that his senior brothers, an 8th Order and 2 7th Order cultivators, had perished so quickly? Don't come closer. The 6th Order cultivator raised his weapon and shouted powerlessly. On Lu Ye's shoulder, Amber let out a long yawn. The blood stench was making it feel a little hungry, like it might enjoy a little snack when this fight was over. Lu Yi slowly walked toward the remaining 6th Order cultivator. The guy kept backing away until he tripped on a rock and fell on his butt. Lu Yi frowned and stopped in his tracks, his flying weapons floating next to him and his inviolable dripping blood. He thought it strange that this 6th Order cultivator was acting like he was the devil incarnate, but he was wrong. The 6th Order cultivator thought him a million times worse than that. It must be said that the 6th Order cultivator wasn't a coward. In the past, he had taken grievous injuries without batting an eyelid. This battle was unlike anything he had ever encountered though. Ambushes that he still couldn't identify the source of and a 7th Order cultivator who slayed his senior brothers like nothing. He was afraid because his enemy was a complete enigma to him. It was the main reason he was so off his game. Where is your vein located? Lu Ye's sudden question confused him greatly, but the 6th Order cultivator knew it could not be anything good. Despite his fear and panic, despite knowing that there was no way he was surviving this, and despite the fact that his weapon was literally shaking in his grip, he gritted his teeth and yelled, "I don't know." Swoosh! A fiery red blade stopped in front of his forehead just close enough to hurt his skin. The soundless threat was as obvious as it was deadly. "I'll kill you!" He roared as his loyalty toward his own sect overcame his fear. He knocked away the spirit artifact hovering in front of his head and tried to stand up, but he was immediately greeted by a flash of white. Thump! His lifeless body hit the ground, and Lu Yi slowly sheathed his saber. If there was one thing he did not like about the cultivators of Jianghu, it was the fact that even their cowards refused to bend when it mattered, and interrogations were almost always an exercise of futility. It was why he did not hesitate to kill the 6th Order cultivator after the initial refusal. There were few people who bent the knee immediately like Feng Yue, and the only reason she got the option to do so was because she was a medicine cultivator. Also, she had a clear sense that she was going to die if she hadn't made the right choice back then. Unfortunately for her, her life was the only thing she had now. She had no home, status, or wealth to speak of. The one silver lining was that she was a medicine cultivator, so the cultivators of the Crimson Blood Sect unanimously agreed that it was a bad idea to bully a valuable resource like her. He began sweeping the battlefield and gathering the loot. Lu Yi sat on a rock next to the spirit flower and examined the hiltless dagger he used as a flying weapon. Right now, the power of his flying weapons left much to be desired. He disliked the fact that his dagger had been sent flying by a cultivator of the same cultivation level with a single punch, even if the other party was a body-tempering cultivator. It just wasn't as powerful as the weapon in his hand, not to mention that he could imbue the inviolable with sharp edge. From the start, he had wanted to imbue his flying weapons with glyphs. Even in the earlier fight, had the dagger been imbued with a sharp edge, all the body-tempering cultivator would have achieved by punching it was to slice open his own fist. Unfortunately, imbuing a flying weapon with glyphs was a terribly troublesome process. Although Lu Yi could remotely control some of his spiritual power right now, he wasn't at the level where he could imbue a flying weapon with a glyph. So far, his attempts to do so had all ended in failure, and he did not think it was going to change anytime soon. It was because the glyphs he constructed weren't stable enough to unleash their power, which was caused by the fact that his fine control over his own spiritual power was lacking. The task should be simple enough with enough control. He would have to wait until his cultivation level was higher before he could attempt this again. He did not leave immediately because he was waiting to harvest the spirit flower. Although he herself didn't know what it was, he knew it was valuable enough to make 4 cultivators guard it while it achieved full bloom. While waiting, he popped a spirit pill into his mouth. Amber immediately turned around, opened its mouth and waited for Lu Yi to feed it. Lu Yi tossed a spirit pill into its mouth before smacking it once on the forehead. You're getting lazier and lazier, you glutton. In the earlier battle, from start to the end, Amber had laid across Lu Ye's shoulder without twitching a muscle. It clearly wasn't planning to interfere with the battle at all. Lu Ye missed the days where it would rush to protect him when he was still weak. The 4 cultivators carried 4 storage bags in total. Since there was nothing to do, Lu Ye grabbed one of them and began working away at its restraining lock. A few hundred meters away, a man and a woman were looking out from behind a giant rock and straight at Lu Ye. Although they were a good distance away from the young man, they had witnessed everything as if the battle had happened right before their eyes. Lu Ye's sudden appearance had been unexpected, but his killing of the group of 4, an 8th Order Ghost Cultivator, 2 7th Order Cultivators and 1 6th Order Cultivator, was absolutely shocking. The second the battle was over, the duo withdrew their heads and exchanged a look. They could see the shock in the other person's eyes. Holy Mother of Heavens, who the hell is that guy? The guy cursed. Brother, were my eyes playing tricks on me, or was he really a 7th Order Cultivator? He's not wearing some sort of cultivation concealing spirit artifact, is he? The woman asked. Even if he is wearing one, his true cultivation level would be exposed when he fights. So, he really is a 7th Order Cultivator. But how can this be? Is it possible for a 7th Order Cultivator to be this powerful? This is why I warned you time and again not to judge a person's strength by their cultivation level, sister. There is always a higher mountain out there, and many are able to fight above their cultivation level. Never forget this when you roam the battlefield. Still, this guy is a little too powerful, isn't he? This wasn't the first time she saw someone winning against another foe that was beyond their cultivation level, but those fights were always close enough that it could have gone either way. She had never seen a 7th Order Cultivator taking out an 8th Order Cultivator in a couple of hits. It was like he was killing a chick. Oh, I'm not denying that. The man nodded. A few months ago, I heard that the Crimson Blood Sect was blessed with a true monster called Louis. Despite being a 5th Order Cultivator, the man had slain 43 6th Order Cultivators in a row during the Battle of Golden Tip. It was a shame we missed that show, but I dare say that this guy is as good as that Louis. So, are we going to fight him for the Purple Cloud Flower, or? From the sounds of it, these two were hiding here because they were lured by the Spirit Flower as well. In fact, they were planning to take it by force after it had reached full bloom. Considering that this was the territory of the Sky Pillar Sect, they must be pretty strong and bold in their own right. Of course, no one could have anticipated a 7th Order Cultivator appearing out of nowhere and stealing their loot, so to speak. Of course not. He's a Grand Sky Coalition just like us. Come on, let us become acquainted with this incredible man. Wait, really? Are you sure he won't attack us? He fights like a fiend, you know. We are both 8th Order Cultivators, you know. Come on. And so they left their hiding spot and made their way toward Lu Yi. Chapter 239, Brother and Sister X2. Lu Yi checked one of the storage bags he obtained from the 4 dead cultivators. It wasn't much, but it wasn't nothing either. Roughly speaking, the contents were worth around 30 to 40 spirit stones. Not everyone could bleed spirit stones like him. Currently, his storage bag carried a couple hundred spirit pills and spirit stones, but only a few spirit talisman papers. It was because the low-level items were becoming less useful the stronger he became. Amber and he both relied on spirit pills to increase their cultivation level, and they ate between 30 to 40 spirit pills every day. He was so tired of spirit pills that these days, the mere thought of eating them made him feel like throwing up. There were many times he wished that spirit pills could have different flavors, but alas. What this meant was that Lu Ye's stash of spirit pills wasn't going to last long. It was also one of the reasons he came to the inner circle before ascending to the 8th Order. He was using up more resources than he was earning, so it was only a matter of time before he ran out completely. Hua Ci did have a lot of spirit pills, but he couldn't leech off of her forever. Of course, the large majority of cultivators were poor compared to him. The only stable income they had was the monthly salary they received from their sect, not to mention that most of what they received would be used to increase their own cultivation. Rarely would they have any savings at all. Now, he could confirm that hunting cultivators in the inner circle was far more profitable than the outer circle. It did not hurt that their cultivation level was higher as well, meaning that he could earn even more contribution points. Lu Yi. Yi called out suddenly. Lu Yi looked up and saw a man and a woman walking toward them from a distance. Judging from their spiritual light, they were a pair of 8th order cultivators. "Hail, fellow cultivator," the man greeted and revealed his battlefield imprint when they were 30 or so meters away from them. "Hao Ren of Silverlight Island greets you." "Hao Ren." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Once he had come within 10 meters of Lu Yi, the good man stopped in his tracks and pointed at the girl next to him. "She is my younger sister, Hao Qing." Lu Yi returned a polite nod. Silverlight Island was a Grand Sky Coalition sect bordering the Sky Pillar sect. Both sects were Tier 6 and the closest inner circle sects to the Crimson Blood sect's outpost. There were 2 reasons Lu Yi had chosen the Sky Pillar sect as his first stop in the inner circle. 1, it was because the Sky Pillar sect had tried to kill him in the Battle of Golden Tip. 2, he was hoping to make the acquaintance of the Silverlight Island and, with luck, form an alliance with their legate. Assuming that everything went well, all future Crimson Blood sect disciples would have a much easier time entering the inner circle. Unfortunately, there was a problem. He had never made contact with the Silverlight Island cultivator. He hadn't encountered their legate and prolgate on the Chess Sea either. They had probably been killed before they could meet. He had been wondering what was the best approach to make contact with the Silverlight Island, but it would seem that Lady Luck was smiling upon him today. Although Hao Ren and Hao Qing were both 8th order cultivators, their behavior was very respectful. They had just witnessed Lu Yi slaughtering a quartet of Sky Pillar sect cultivators after all. Even if their cultivation level was a minor realm higher than the young man's, they weren't stupid enough to use it as an excuse to lord over him. Ultimately, strength was the basis of communication between cultivators, and Lu Yi clearly had plenty of strength. Lu Yi. Both brother and sister blinked. Is it just me, or does that name sound real familiar? Unable to control themselves, they began looking Lu Yi up and down as if they were trying to ascertain if he was who they thought he was. It was said that Lu Yi was accompanied by a massive white tiger, but all they saw was a foot-long cat. Wait a second, that's not a cat. That's... Could this Lu Yi really be him? But how can this be? Lu Yi was just a 5th order cultivator when the Battle of Golden Tip happened, and it had only been a few months since that day. He couldn't have reached the 7th order already, could he? Hao Ren thought it was a bit unlikely, but he still asked, "Do you hail from the Crimson Blood sect, friend?" "In fact, I do." Hao Ren's pupils contracted. "Then, are you Lu Yi?" "Not again," Lu Yi thought sadly to himself. Behind him, he covered her mouth and snickered. "Yes, I am Lu Yi." "Heavens!" Hao Ren slapped his thigh, and his expression grew warmer instantly. "It really is you? I have heard so much about you, Brother Yi. During the Battle of Golden Tip, you won much glory for the Grand Sky Coalition. I only wish I can become like you one day." Hao Qing's eyes were shining as well. Hao Ren could not stop praising Lu Yi. In fact, many Grand Sky Coalition disciples would have done the same in his place. Since the Battle of Golden Tip, the sects had spread the news far and wide not just because they were proud of it, but also to encourage their low-level disciples to work harder. If a 5th order cultivator could do something so grand, then why not you? That was the gist of the message. In fact, Thousand Demon Ridge spread the news far and wide as well, though in their case the Battle of Golden Tip served as a lesson and a reminder. Failure wasn't scary, but to lose one's drive after just one failure was. As a result, one could say that there was no low-level cultivator across the whole Jianghu who hadn't heard of Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect. The only one who wasn't happy with his fame was, ironically, Lu Yi himself. He wondered if he should make up a fake name or something. So long as he called himself Lu Yi or Lu Yi, attention would follow him everywhere. Oh, look at me, I didn't even give you a chance to speak. I hope you will forgive me, I wasn't expecting to run into you here of all places, Hao Ren said while slapping his own forehead. It's okay. She is. Hao Ren looked behind Lu Yi where he was standing. Since he had witnessed that battle from the start until the end, he also noticed her performance as a matter of course. Her ability to go seemingly anywhere she wanted was similar to Ghost Cultivators, but far more superior. At the very least, he was certain that most Ghost Cultivators would be hard-pressed to go underground as easily as her. She is my younger sister, Louis. Now that is what I call a happy coincidence. Ha! Hao Ren guffawed. They were a pair of brothers and sisters, and so was Lu Yi and Yi. Not only that, they were both from Grand Sky Coalition as well. The commonalities between them immediately brought them closer. Yi was extremely happy with the way Lu Yi had introduced her. Her eyes curving into crescents, she gave the two Silverlight Island cultivators a deep bow and greeted sweetly, "Nice to meet you as well, Brother Ren, Sister Qing." Who doesn't like honeyed words that came from the bottom of one's heart? Hao Qing beamed and responded in kind. Forgive me for asking this, but may I know why have you come all the way to Sky Pillar Sect? Are you carrying out a mission or something? Hao Ren suddenly turned serious. We're just here to take in the sights, Parisi. What about you too? Hao Ren did not believe Lu Ye's words, of course. Or rather, he read between the lines and figured out that Lu Yi was here to cause some trouble. Why else would a Crimson Blood Sect disciple be roaming 1,000 Demon Ridge Sect's territory? Now that he thought about it, Sky Pillar Sect was one of the sects who had dispatched a challenger to duel Lu Yi during the Battle of Golden Tip. It was said that Lu Yi was a vengeful person, so this could only mean. Well, the two of us are here for the purple cloud flower. Hao Ren pointed at the purple flower that was still in the middle of achieving full bloom before launching into an explanation. The Hao brother and sister had accepted a mission to harvest a purple cloud flower because one of their seniors needed it to concoct a kind of medicine. Silverlight Island was literally an island in the middle of the sea. While their island grew many exotic plants that could not be obtained anywhere else, they were lacking plants that only grew on the continent as well. That was why Silverlight Island often asked their disciples to keep an eye out for plants that could not be found on their island. After the Hao brother and sister discovered that their neighbor, Sky Pillar Sect, had a maturing purple cloud flower in their territory, they immediately hid themselves and waited. They were going to take action after the flower had achieved full bloom, but somehow Lu Yi had gotten ahead of them. After Hao Ren was done explaining, he asked with embarrassingly, "Now that you know, can we convince you to part ways with the purple cloud flower, Brother Yi? We are willing to offer 120 spirit stones to buy it. Fate has brought us together today. Since you need it for your mission, then you can have it. I do not require payment for this." Lu Yi was feeling generous because he needed someone to introduce him to the Silverlight Island. As mentioned before, he had zero contact with the sect until now, and it was weird to visit a sect you had no contact with directly. If he could convince the Hao brother and sister to introduce him to the sect, then he was more than willing to give up the purple cloud flower. No, Hao Ren turned down his offer immediately. You want us to receive the reward for free when you are the one who did all the hard work? That is just unacceptable. It did not look like Hao Ren could be convinced, and he did understand that giving someone you just met a free gift was about as weird as visiting a complete stranger at their house. He himself would have felt odd if he had been in Hao Ren's position. Very well. Let's make it 100 spirit stones then. Awesome. Hao Ren agreed without hesitation. Their senior had offered a reward of 120 spirit stones for the disciple who could bring him a purple cloud flower. Had Lu Yi asked for the full sum, they would basically be giving up their reward entirely. However, completing a mission also rewarded contribution points, and contribution points could be exchanged for cultivation resources. Therefore, they were still going to profit either way. After picking Hao Ren's brain a little, Lu Yi learned that the purple cloud flower was still a day away from achieving full bloom. There was no telling if more Sky Pillar Sect cultivators would show up after he killed the initial 4 guarding the flower, not to mention that the flower's scent was only spreading wider and wider. It was almost guaranteed that someone passing through the area would notice the flower. For the sake of insurance, Hao Ren, Hao Qing and all went into hiding. Lu Yi was the only one who remained next to the purple cloud flower to act as a guard and a bait. There was no need to fix what wasn't broken, so the Hao brother and sister had gone back to the same hiding spot. While waiting, Hao Qing asked suddenly, "Bro, why do you think he inquired about the location of the Sky Pillar Sects or vein?" Lu Yi had asked them the question because he thought that they, the neighbor of Sky Pillar Sect, would know. And they did. Hao Ren had marked it on Lu Ye's 10-point map for him. Why else? He's planning to cause some trouble, of course. I thought so, but there's only 2 of them. Can they really? Hao Qing said uncertainly. There were at least dozens of Sky Pillar Sect cultivators guarding the ore vein, and at least some had to be 9th order. To head there with only 2 people even with their skill was, in the Hao brother and sister's opinion, more foolish than courageous. I know. I'll speak with them later. Hao Ren sighed. It was true that Lu Yi had slaughtered that 8th order cultivator like a chicken, but quantity was a quality of its own, not to mention that the cultivators guarding the ore vein weren't necessarily weaker than Lu Yi. It wasn't every day the Crimson Blood Sect produced such talent, and it would be a shame to lose him over something as trivial as overconfidence. Someone's coming! Hao Qing suddenly cried out in warning. Their hearts leaped to their throats as they both stared at a point in the sky. It was a beam of light. A cultivator was flying in their direction, though it looked like they were just passing through the area. This was another thing where the inner circle was different from the outer circle. In the outer circle, cultivators were rarely seen flying in the sky because their cultivation level simply wasn't at that level. On the other hand, the 8th or 9th order cultivators of the inner circle were pretty capable of flying around on their flying artifacts. That was why it was a far more common sight in the inner circle. Of course, most of them didn't dare to fly too close to the ground because that was just asking to be ambushed by enemies on the ground. The person in the sky clearly knew this and was flying about 100 to 200 meters above ground. It was safe enough that few could ambush him from the ground, but not so far that he couldn't respond to an attack immediately. Chapter 240, 9 Realms Scroll. Why would a cultivator purposely return to the ground before battling their enemies? It was because the risk was too great. Barring certain exceptions, not even 8th or 9th order cultivators would battle enemies in the sky. For one, they were still pretty new to aerial combat. 2, it took too much mental strength to control a flying artifact and fight at the same time. Worst case scenario, they could even lose their flying artifact to an enemy attack and fall to their deaths. No, it wasn't a joke, nor was it a particularly rare occurrence. In fact, the accident happened less only after one had changed their cultivation technique to heaven grade. It was because that was the point where most cultivators possessed sufficient control over their spiritual power to pilot their flying artifacts and fight at the same time. The man flying through the area was a 9th order cultivator. They could tell just by looking at his spiritual light. Although the Hao brother and sister were 8th order cultivators, it was never a good idea to provoke an enemy that was clearly stronger than you. So, they dug deeper into their hiding spot and waited for the cultivator to pass. The good news was that he looked like he was just passing through the area, and not because he was responding to the deaths of his fellow sect members. There was also plenty of cover in this forest. Unless Lu Yi intentionally exposed himself, he should have no trouble hiding from the cultivator's perception. As for why they were so sure that the guy passing through the area was an enemy, it was because this was the territory of Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. Only a member of the sect would dare to fly through the area so brazenly. And even if he wasn't, he was most likely a 1000 Demon Ridge cultivator. The Hao brother and sister didn't want to expose themselves because they were trying to avoid a fight, but Chang. The noise wasn't particularly loud, but it was high-pitched enough that it could be heard miles away. It was the sound of a blade being unsheathed. Hao Ren and Hao Qing exchanged a glance. A bad feeling rose within their chest. They glanced up at the enemy cultivator. As expected, the man had heard the noise and changed his course. He eventually came close enough for Haoren to identify him. The Silverlight Island cultivator's expression turned serious. The man was a Sky Pillar Sect cultivator known as Yuan Guang. The reason he recognized Yuan Guang was because he was the former prolgate of the outpost. It was said that many thousand Demon Ridge legates and prolgates had been stripped of their positions because they had suffered a massive loss during the recent battle royale of the legates. Yuan Guang was one of those unfortunate enough to shoulder the blame. Most legates of Tier 5 or 6 factions were 9th Order cultivators. That was all the strength that was needed to secure the outpost. Only Tier 4 factions, outposts who were pretty close to the core circle, would have legates with heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Yuan Guang was by no means an easy foe. Haoren was certain he already had a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and the only reason he hadn't made the switch was because he didn't have enough spiritual points. Even so, he must have unlocked 200 spiritual points at least. Haoren was certain that Lu Yi was the one who made the noise. He had no idea where the young man found the confidence to challenge a champion like Yuan Guang. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was sitting next to the purple cloud flower and waiting quietly for Yuan Guang to make his descent. He would have attacked the guy already, but he wasn't sure if he belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge or Grand Sky Coalition. He got his answer just a few seconds later though. Yuan Guang's face turned ugly when he landed and saw the 4 dead bodies on the forest floor. He was so angry that his facial muscles were twitching a bit. He asked in a dark tone, "Are you the one who killed them all?" Boom! Lu Ye's only response was to charge toward him and bring down his saber. Yuan Guang was a 9th Order cultivator though, so his reaction was much better than Lu Ye's earlier opponents. He immediately raised his sword and blocked the attack. For a second, 2 pairs of eyes glared death at one another. Yuan Guang erupted, "You are courting death." But he was secretly shocked by how fast and powerful the 7th Order cultivator was. He was 2 minor realms above him, and yet the blow was so powerful that his grip had turned a little numb. Is he a combat cultivator or a body-tempering cultivator? Not even a 9th Order body-tempering cultivator could possess this much strength, could they? He examined his opponent closely and tried to recall if he had seen Lu Yi before. Lu Yi shouted as light burst out of the inviolable all of a sudden. It was as if a mini-sun was born from the blade. Yuan Guang did not see this coming, of course. 1 second he was staring at the young man's face, and the next his eyes were filled with blinding white. He didn't panic, however. He immediately jumped back in an attempt to buy time and recover, but an invisible power suddenly pressed down on him without warning. It was like someone had dropped a mountain on his back. This was the first time Lu Yi had used radiance and gravity well against an enemy. It was a resounding success. Unpredictability was the middle name of a glyph weaver. Lu Yi only knew a handful of glyphs, but he could already use them to great effect. He could only imagine how hard it was to battle a veteran glyph weaver. More likely than not, their enemy would die before they knew what hit them. The surprise gave Yuan Guang quite the fright, to say the least. Without hesitation, he slapped the storage bag on his waist and caused a flying weapon to shoot out of it. At the same time, he slashed with his sword again and again in an attempt to buy as much time for himself as possible. He did not try to conserve his spiritual power because he would only die faster. He was struck by a strange sense of vertigo. When his vision recovered, he abruptly discovered that he was not at the same place he was before. Somehow, the mountain forest around him had transformed into a stone forest. What the hell is this? A ward scroll? Yuan Guang blurted. Meanwhile, the Hao brother and sister had just arrived at the scene to assist Lu Yi. However, all they saw was Yi standing in front of a spirit artifact. They too exclaimed in surprise. A ward scroll? A ward scroll was an extremely valuable spirit artifact that could only be created by a pair of masterful ward and artifact cultivators. The ward cultivator would set up the wards, and the artifact cultivator would create the artifact. Depending on the complexity of the ward scroll, they might even need to invite a powerful glyph weaver to help them. The process was as complex as it was expensive. Howren was just a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. He had heard of ward scrolls, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. Scratch that, his own sect had never owned one since they were founded. It was a treasure far beyond the likes of a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, and to say he never expected to see it in the hands of a sixth-order cultivator would be an understatement. He thought to himself, I suppose that the Crimson Blood sect is a powerful sect. They might have declined, but an emaciated camel is still bigger than a horse. Still, are they sure that handing a ward scroll to a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator is a good idea? What if they lose it? In fact, Howren was completely mistaken. The ward scroll hadn't come from the Crimson Blood sect, even they had never had a ward scroll. It had come from Lady Yun. Lady Yun had been worried for Lu Ye's safety after learning of his intention to enter the inner circle. After the commotion Lu Yi had caused during the Battle of Golden Tip, it was practically guaranteed that he was going to be targeted by the Thousand Demon Ridge during his journey. Since she had basically chosen Lu Yi as a disciple, even though she couldn't make him her official disciple, she saw no reason not to afford him some protection. That was why she had given him the precious Nine Realms Scroll. In fact, the Nine Realms Scroll was so valuable that it was considered a class above spirit artifacts. Officially, it was classified as a spirit treasure. The Nine Realms Scroll wasn't the only treasure Lady Yun had given him, but it was useless in combat. Technically speaking, Lu Yi was nowhere near the cultivation level where he could use a spirit treasure. In fact, he, Yi, and Amber could combine their powers and still not activate it for even an instant. That was why she had sealed off 90% of the power. Even at 10% strength, the spirit treasure was still too powerful for Yi to activate in full. It was fine though. It was enough that they could use it to defend themselves. Yi knew nothing about wards as a matter of course, and even Lu Yi just barely scratched the surface of the subject. Thankfully, the Nine Realms Scroll was both a ward scroll and a spirit treasure. Just like all other spirit artifacts and spirit treasures, all she needed to do was to channel her spiritual power into the item to use it. The reason the Nine Realms Scroll was given its name was because it carried 9 pocket spaces within itself. Each pocket space contained a different type of landscape, and when activated the ward scroll could pull multiple people into the pocket spaces. 8 of the 9 of the pocket spaces were currently sealed, so the stone forest was the only one they could use right now. Speaking of which, all of the landscapes within the Nine Realms Scroll were real. In the process of creating the ward scroll, Lady Yun had traveled across Jianghu in search of landscapes that fit her criteria. She then physically extracted the space from the environment and refined them into the scroll using her glyphs. That was how the Nine Realms Scroll came to be. Right now, the Nine Realms Scroll was floating in front of Yi. She was clearly pouring her spiritual power into the spirit treasure. From an outsider's point of view, the ward scroll looked like an ink wash painting of a landscape. It displayed a stone forest overflowing with stone pillars of differing heights and a floor of yellow sand. It looked cold and desolate. A closer look would reveal that a pair of tiny figures were standing off against one another at a corner of the painting. One of them was clearly Lu Yi, and the other Yuan Guang. An internal ward scroll. Howren swallowed. Ward scrolls could be broken down into 2 types, external and internal. When activated, an external ward scroll enveloped everything in its range in a number of wards. If a target were to set foot in those wards, they would come alive and unleash their power upon them. It was the perfect item to use when laying an ambush for the enemy. An internal ward scroll functioned just like the Nine Realms Scroll. It would pull a target into the scroll before destroying them with their wards. Both types of ward scrolls had their pros and cons, and it was impossible to say which was more valuable. However, there would never be enough ward scrolls in Jianghu because they were far too difficult to create. The most famous ward scroll in Jianghu was called the Mountain River Scroll. It was the priceless treasure of a Tier 1 sect in Tianzhou. Multiple mountains and rivers had been sealed within the ward scroll by divine ocean realm cultivators, and each one could be summoned to slay their enemies. Not only was it incredibly powerful, it had taken the sect over 1,000 years and countless generations to perfect it. The Nine Realms Scroll was created by Lady Yun alone, so of course it was incomparable to the Mountain River Scroll. Even so, just 10% of its power was enough for Lu Yi and Ti. Inside the scroll, Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were already clashing against one another. Weak flashes of spiritual power could occasionally be felt from the ward scroll. From the outside, the moving pictures of men clashing against one another actually looked pretty amusing, but everyone knew it was anything but that. "We can help," said Hao Ren after he had recovered from his shock. Now he understood why Lu Yi was bold enough to taunt a ninth-order cultivator. If the two of them were to join him in the scroll, then Yuan Guang was dead for sure. That was what he thought Lu Ye's plan was, but he shook her head and said, "Lu Yi hasn't asked for help yet, so thank you for the offer, but let's just wait and see what happens for now." There was nothing else Hao Ren could say. He looked at the scroll and watched the unfolding battle. Chapter 241, As Long as My Saber is Sharp Enough. Looking at the painting, it was clear that the two cultivators battling inside the ward scroll were clashing against one another using flying weapons. It was because they were standing a fair distance away from each other, and ink-black strokes appeared between them from time to time. Inside the ward scroll, Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were standing about 115 meters away from each other. Between them, a pair of shining lights were zooming back and forth and clashing against one another, causing metallic sparks from time to time. Yuan Guang was beyond shocked right now. It was because he had correctly identified the situation he was in. In an unbelievable twist of events, he had been dragged into an internal ward scroll. It had most likely happened when he was temporarily blinded by that powerful flash. Although he had responded correctly by activating his flying weapon and protecting himself with attacks, his opponent obviously knew how he was going to react, not to mention that he was just a ninth-order Spirit Creek Realm Master with an Earth-grade cultivation technique. There was no way he could have resisted the ward scroll's pull. His situation was beyond terrible right now. This was a ward scroll, meaning that there was at least one other enemy besides the one standing before him right now, the one who was keeping the ward scroll active. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the person whom the youngster had called EYI. Speaking of the youngster, it was clear he was trouble even though he was just a 7th-order cultivator. Forget the explosive speed and power he had displayed at the start of the battle, his skill with the flying weapon alone was beyond the capabilities of the average 7th-order cultivator. For starters, the flying weapon was almost as fast, strong and far-reaching as his own even though he was 2 minor realms above the youngster. He was still confident he could defeat the youngster, but the big problem was the user of the ward scroll. He had no doubt that they would try and trip him up somehow and tip the balance in favor of the youngster. He was wrong though. The entire reason Lu Yi had decided to use the ward scroll was because he wanted to fight Yuan Guang alone. He had killed some fake 9th-order cultivators when battling in the Rift of Illusions, and he wanted to know if there was a difference between the fake and the real thing. It was also the best way to confirm how strong he was right now. Also, this was a good opportunity to familiarize both him and Yi with the workings of the Nine Realms Scroll. This wasn't the first time they had used the ward scroll, but they had never tried it in real combat. Finally, Yi was strong enough to maintain the ward scroll for a short time, but if she were to try and trip up Yuan Guang, it was possible, but she would run out of spiritual power much faster than otherwise. In other words, Yuan Guang was overthinking this. While the two flying weapons clashed continuously in the air, Lu Yi kept one hand on his saber and stared at the clashing blades intently. On the surface, it looked like he was fully focused in operating his weapon, but he was really observing the gap between his telekinesis and the enemies. Despite his best efforts, it would seem that his telekinesis was ultimately weaker than a 9th-order cultivator's. He was probably on par with an ordinary 8th-order cultivator, but that was it. He could tell this by observing the frequency of the clashes. At the beginning, he was still able to trade attacks evenly with Yuan Guang. However, the clash gradually tipped in the favor of Yuan Guang until finally, his flying weapon could only attack once every 10 blocks or so. He was still in the middle of observing when Yuan Guang had made up his mind. He decided to put that to the back of his mind and focus on killing the youngster in front of him first. There was a sudden ringing of metal when spiritual power circulated rapidly around Yuan Guang. He then swung his sword repeatedly while yelling, 3,000 swords! Xing xing xing! Yuan Guang was about 100 meters away from Lu Yi when he fired a number of fast-moving sword lights at him. Not only that, the Ninth Order Cultivator was running toward Lu Yi while still firing the sword lights. He believed that there was no way the youngster could defend against the pincer attack because he was fully focused on controlling his flying weapon. If he tried to split his attention to defend both attacks, then even better. The youngster's telekinesis was no match for his to begin with, so splitting his focus would only weaken it further. He should easily be able to overpower him then. All Ninth Order Spirit Creek Realm Masters were expected to be able to control their flying weapon and unleash another skill at the same time. Yuan Guang followed closely behind the growing number of sword lights. The distance between the two combatants were decreasing rapidly. Lu Yi finally looked away from the flying weapons in the air and stared at the incoming sword lights. His gaze looked like it could pierce through the attacks and land on the charging Yuan Guang. He slapped his storage bag once, and a beam of light shot forward. It thrust into the layers of sword lights and sliced them all in half. Shock bloomed across Yuan Guang's face even as he swung his weapon and blocked the incoming light. 2 flying weapons? If he hadn't felt the attack with his body, he would have believed that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Normally, the average 7th Order Cultivator had to use all their concentration to control just one spirit artifact, and that was assuming they could even use telekinesis to begin with. To control 2 flying weapons, one had to possess both a tremendous amount of control over one's spiritual power and incredible mental strength. Only then could they multitask successfully. It was commonly believed that a heaven-grade cultivation technique was the minimum a cultivator must possess to remotely control 2 flying weapons at the same time. Even then, not every heaven-grade cultivator could manage such a thing. Telekinesis was undeniably a cool-looking technique, but the cultivator had to be naturally talented to be able to use it properly. Moreover, it wasn't always the more the better. After all, the more spirit artifacts you controlled, the more taxing it was on your mind. As far as he knew, Li Baxian was the only man at Spirit Creek Realm to have pushed the way of telekinesis to its limits. It was rumored that he could control 100 flying swords at the same time, though Yuan Guang had no way to know if it was true. No other Ninth Order Heaven-grade Master even came close to controlling as many flying weapons as him. After all, the more you split your focus, the weaker a single flying weapon became. In most cases, several powerful flying weapons were way better than dozens of impotent ones. With all that said, how was it possible for a 7th Order Cultivator to control 2 flying weapons at the same time? Not only that, their strength was almost the same as when he was controlling just 1 flying weapon, meaning that it was no last-ditch effort to keep him at bay. He really was capable of piloting 2 flying weapons at the same time. The surprise attack had failed, and there was no time to be awed by Lu Ye's talent in telekinesis. Yuan Guang immediately launched into a sword dance and sent away the flying weapons seeking to skewer him. From time to time, a sword chi would erupt and knock the flying weapon away. He was a 9th Order Cultivator after all. If the youngster thought he could kill him with flying weapons alone, he was in for a rude awakening. Suddenly, his thoughts came to a standstill. It was because he saw Lu Yi walking towards him. It couldn't be. A shocking thought entered Yuan Guang's mind before he shook it off immediately. It just wasn't possible. It already took an insane amount of mental strength to control 2 flying weapons at the same time. There was just no way a 7th Order brat could do this and fight a melee as well. This was just an attempt to intimidate him into slipping up. Unfortunately, his foolish thoughts were mercilessly crushed when Lu Yi swung his saber at his face. It was only now Yuan Guang realized there was a reason Lu Yi had dared to challenge him to a solo fight. It was because he was capable of controlling two flying weapons and fighting a melee at the same time. And so, shining lights danced in the air while a pair of cultivators huffed and puffed amidst a forest of stones. The moment they clashed, Yuan Guang found himself being pushed back by Lu Yi. It wasn't because his strength was inferior to Lu Yi, but because Lu Ye's bag of tricks were too difficult to deal with. It was hard enough to defend against a saber and two flying weapons at the same time, but the strength and speed of his cuts were unpredictable as well. Sometimes the saber would feel as heavy as a mountain, and sometimes it would move as quick as lightning. There did not seem to be any rhyme or reason behind the sudden increase in weight and speed either. Most importantly, the saber was ridiculously sharp. He accidentally took a hit earlier, and the light surrounding his armor abruptly dimmed by a great amount. It was scary because he had spent a lot of spirit stones to purchase it from the Vault of Providence, and it was tough enough that no Ninth Order cultivator could ever hope to break through its defenses. However, he could clearly feel his armor straining from the earlier hit. On a related note, there was light in the Nine Realms scroll even though there was no sun. The stone forest was only a kilometer or two wide in radius. It was the smallest landscape of the nine that was captured within the ward scroll. Everything else beyond the stone forest looked like a hodgepodge of ink-black stains on a piece of blank paper. The stains were also warping and changing constantly as if it was hiding some terrifying danger within. There was no telling what would happen if someone were to fall into it. Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were doing battle on the only real piece of land in the strange world of the Nine Realms scroll, the stone forest. Less than 30 breaths had passed since the battle began, but Yuan Guang was already at a severe disadvantage. He never thought that he, a Ninth Order cultivator, would be suppressed by a Seventh Order cultivator to this extent. To say he felt bitter and regretful would be an understatement. Why had he allowed himself to be attracted to the noise? Why had he allowed curiosity to kill the cultivator? Right now he was both stuck and at a disadvantage. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he perished. The only way out of this was to defeat the youngster, take him hostage, and force that Yi to release him. Yuan Guang was a man of action. The moment the idea flashed across his mind, he gritted his teeth and stopped dodging Lu Ye's attack. At the same time, he flicked his sword at the young man's wrist. His plan was to cut Lu Ye's wrist tendon and disarm him at the cost of a single blow. Even if Lu Ye's attack was more powerful than expected, his armor should be able to withstand one hit. Only then would he be able to capture the enemy and find a way out of this. However, clang, the blade was blocked by the glyph of protection. Not only that, Yuan Guang abruptly stiffened when a terrible pain exploded in his chest. His eyes widened as he felt his lung being pierced by Lu Ye's saber. How on earth had the young man pierced through his armor? His blade was sharp, but it wasn't that sharp. Moreover, what the hell was that thing that appeared on his wrist just now? How did it block his attack? Their eyes met. One pair was shocked, and the other pair calm. This wasn't the first time Lu Yi had traded an injury for an effective strike, and it wouldn't be the last. That was why he knew what Yuan Guang was planning the second he thrust his weapon. Yuan Guang was a Ninth Order cultivator, and a powerful one to boot. That was why Lu Yi hadn't been able to land a single hit besides that lucky strike from before. Not only that, the blow wasn't strong enough to pierce through his armor. Lu Yi had been looking to create an opening this whole time, and he fully expected to continue searching for at least a while longer. He did not expect Yuan Guang to be the one to give him the opportunity. During the decisive attack, he had imbued not one, but two sharp edge to the inviolable. Some of the glyphs on the Tree of Glyphs had no particular effect. Their only function was to act as a connector between glyphs. In fact, it would be inaccurate to call them glyphs. They were a type of technique meant to facilitate the usage of glyphs. This was how Lu Yi was able to activate two sharp edges at the same time. He had used the technique to connect and combine two sharp edges into one. So what if the enemy had powerful armor? If one sharp edge wasn't enough, then two would do it. With enough sharpness, he could cut through any defense like it was wet tissue. Chapter 242, The Sky Pillar Sects or Vein. There were plenty of such techniques on the Tree of Glyphs. Lu Yi learned a lot from them. In fact, the main reason he improved so quickly when studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yun was thanks to the knowledge he gleaned from these techniques. At first, he had no idea how to use them. Over time, he was able to figure out the method through Lady Yun's teachings and his own explorations. For example, one of the techniques on the Tree of Glyphs could connect two sharp edges together, drastically amplifying his weapon's damage. To put it in simpler terms, just view them as two enhancements. When he activated them, it was like the inviolable had gained two additional sharpening enhancements in an instant. This was why Lu Yi was able to pierce through Yuan Guang's armor despite its excellent defensive qualities. The moment he attacked, the spiritual power surrounding his blade had sharpened instantly. The single attack wasn't enough to kill Yuan Guang, so he tried to stab Lu Yi in the face. However, it was not meant to be. He had just enough time to feel a sudden surge of spiritual power inside his body before countless energy spikes burst out of his body, killing him in an instant and turning him into a cactus. In fact, the attack, or rather the glyph, was aptly named as Glyph Burster. It was one of the new glyphs Lu Yi had obtained after feeding his Tree of Glyphs another 10 flame of earthen spirits. When it was activated, it would use the spiritual power that made up its structure to grow a ton of energy spikes. The spikes didn't last very long, and the glyph was useless in most situations. However, it was devastating if he could activate it inside an enemy's body. A defensive equipment could protect a cultivator from external attacks, but not internal attacks. In the past, Lu Yi's attacks generally could not kill an enemy unless he managed to hit a vital spot. Now, he could just stab someone in, say, their shoulder and activate Burster, skewering them from the inside out. Even cultivators had squishy insides after all. They would be grievously injured even if they somehow survived the attack. The energy spikes would disappear rapidly after taking form and losing its glyph, but the damage it left behind wouldn't fade. It was a vicious glyph to say the least. Yuan Guang's sword stopped when it reached within centimeters of Lu Yi's eyeball. It would never progress further. The deed done, Lu Yi withdrew his saber and sent Yuan Guang's body flying with a kick. Clang! Without Yuan Guang's control, the flying weapon was no more than a decoration in the sky. Lu Yi easily struck it out of the air before withdrawing his own flying weapons. Suddenly, he felt as if the world itself was rejecting his existence. Lu Yi knew it was Yi bringing him out of the Nine-Realm Scroll. His eyes blurred, and he found himself standing before the girl once more. Yuan Guang's corpse lay on the ground not far away from him. Hao Ren was staring at him with a complicated expression. The man moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he was unable to find the words no matter what he tried. Hao Qing experienced no such difficulties, however. She praised, "Incredible, Brother Yi." The shiver in her voice proved that her praise had come from the bottom of her heart. The Hao brother and sister had been fortunate enough to witness the battle from the start to finish. Although it was hardly a perfect portrayal, in fact, the moving sketches looked so amusing that they couldn't feel the tension of the battle at all, but there was no denying the fact that Lu Yi was alive and Yuan Guang was dead. It wasn't an easy death either. He looked like a blood bag that had been punctured all over the place. Everyone knows that cultivators hailing from top sects could fight above their cultivation level and win, but that was one minor realm, not two. Not only that, Lu Yi didn't have a scratch on his person, which could only mean that he hadn't gone all out. They were mistaken on this point. Lu Yi did go all out and used practically everything he could possibly use to win the fight. If Yuan Guang hadn't made a questionable choice at the end of the battle, he could have delayed his death for a while longer. As for why Lu Yi was completely unharmed, it was thanks to the combat experience he had accumulated in the Rift of Illusions. He almost never made a mistake anymore because he had literally died to learn how to avoid them. Yuan Guang's sword light was something Lu Yi had encountered many times in the Rift of Illusions. It had thrown him off quite a bit when he encountered it the first time, but now he knew exactly how to counter that type of attack. Also, He now knew that the Ninth Order cultivators in the Rift of Illusions were practically the same as a Ninth Order cultivator in real life. Their strength was more or less the same as well. After he had collected himself, Lu Yi looked at Yi with an inquiring look in his eyes. The girl dipped her head slightly to indicate that she was fine. It was difficult for her to use the Nine Realms scroll at her level right now, but if all she needed to do was to keep it running, then the drain was within acceptable limits. In any case, the battle had refreshed the Hao brother and sister's understanding of Lu Ye's strength. It also took a lot of tension away from their shoulders. Before this, they were constantly worried about being discovered by a Ninth Order cultivator in the Sky Pillar sect and killed. But now, they knew that Lu Yi could easily take them out unless there was more than one of them, and maybe even then. Lu Yi and Yi needed time to recover their strength, so the Hao brother and sister offered to protect them as a matter of course. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next morning. The fragrance of the purple cloud flower grew stronger and stronger until finally, it achieved full bloom. While Haoren was paying Lu Yi 100 spirit stones, Hao Qing carefully plucked the purple cloud flower and stored it within a box they had prepared from the beginning. Both sides were happy with the outcome, and in Lu Ye's case it was like getting 100 spirit stones for free. It wasn't much, but it would cover his and Amber's cultivation needs for at least a couple of days. Brother Yi, you were asking about the location of Sky Pillar Sects or Vein, weren't you? Are you planning to? Haoren drew a line across his neck after saying this. Yeah. Do you have any advice you would like to offer, Brother Hao? Haoren hurriedly waved it off. Oh no, I highly doubt I'd be able to offer a genius like you any useful advice. It's just that, are you sure you want to do this with just sistery? Isn't it a little, he wanted to say reckless, but he was afraid of offending Lu Yi. Don't worry. I'll use my discretion and operate within my limits. Haoren then asked, if you don't mind, can we come with you? Haoren would never have suggested this if he hadn't witnessed Lu Yi slaughtering Yuan Guang with his own eyes. Since Lu Yi had proven to be most formidable, what had seemed like an insurmountable mission now only required, as Lu Yi said, a little discretion. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Of course I welcome your aid. The offer didn't surprise him. Silverlight Island and Sky Pillar Sect were neighbors, and he was sure that they had a river of grudges to settle with one another. If someone wanted to give the Sky Pillar Sect trouble, they were only all too happy to offer their aid. The reason Lu Yi hadn't tried to recruit them himself was because, 1, they were little more than strangers, and 2, it was a pretty risky endeavor. He would be putting them on the spot if he asked them about it. It was a different story if Haoren made the offer though. They were both 8th Order cultivators, so he more than welcomed their strength. They spent a few minutes communicating their abilities with each other. Lu Yi learned that the siblings were ghost cultivators who were versed in the art of concealment. It made sense. They would never have dared to search for the purple cloud flower on their enemy's territory otherwise. Ghost cultivators weren't much different from combat cultivators at 7th Order or below. It was after they gained the ability to commune with the Nether that they were able to unleash the true strength of their cultivation faction. Each major cultivation faction possessed a number of advantages that were exclusive to themselves. Body-tempering cultivators had the strongest physique, spell cultivators were unrivaled in spellcraft, combat cultivators were fearsome in close combat, and medicine cultivators could heal the sick and ill. A ghost cultivator's exclusive advantage was their unpredictability. Not only were they fast, they excelled in the art of concealment and assassination. They also had the easiest time killing enemies that were above their cultivation level. After all, what could you do if a ghost cultivator managed to get within killing range undetected, even if your cultivation level was higher than theirs? Of course, their advantages came with certain drawbacks. For starters, they were almost as fragile as a spell cultivator. Second, they could never learn spells because one had to pay a price to commune with the Nether. In fact, their spiritual power wasn't just spiritual power after they underwent a communion. It was a special mix of power that allowed them to pull off many seemingly impossible feats. Originally, Lu Yi was just going to find a place with plenty of Sky Pillar Sect cultivators that wasn't the outpost and play the bait. He was a 7th Order cultivator and a member of the Grand Sky Coalition. It should not be difficult to draw the enemy to him at all. He would then kill anyone who came his way. If their numbers were too great, then he would run away from them. Nothing was off limits. He was here to take revenge against his enemy, so there was no need to factor benevolence and morality into the equation. Now that he had the Hao brother and sister, he could make the plan even better. 8th Order Ghost cultivators were equally excellent baits, not to mention that they hailed from Silverlight Island as well. The plan was discussed and finalized in no time. Technically speaking, flying to the enemies or vein was an option. 8th Order cultivators had just enough control to fly via controlling spiritual artifact. However, it would exhaust them unnecessarily before the Great Battle, not to mention that they were currently behind the enemy lines. It would hardly be a good idea to travel openly. That was why they ran all the way to the Orvane. The good news was that their destination was only 100 or so kilometers away from their current location and 15 kilometers away from the outpost. As a general rule, a resource site was never too far away from an outpost. It would be difficult to defend it otherwise. This was one of the criteria the sects considered before choosing the location of their outpost. It was common sense to scout out a piece of land and identify the location of the resource sites before founding the outpost. It took a full day to make it to the Orvane. The sky had turned fully dark by the time they arrived at their destination. They were currently just 30 kilometers away from the outpost and 15 kilometers away from the Orvane. They did not act immediately. Instead, they took a moment to rest and regain their strength. When it was midnight, Haoren finally took off toward the Orvane. Lu Yi saw him abruptly melting into the darkness after moving just a short distance away from them. He was unable to see him even after he channeled spiritual light into his eyes. This was one of the unique strengths of a ghost cultivator. In fact, Haoren wasn't able to conceal himself completely because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Once he was at the right level, he would be able to conceal even his spiritual light. Ghost cultivators only became harder to detect when they reached Cloud River Realm. That was why powerful ghost cultivators were to be feared. They could always claim a life from the most unexpected corners. Of course, a ghost cultivator's concealment was hardly unbeatable. For starters, they could not maintain their concealment if they suffered a hit. Also, a cultivator's perception naturally improved with their cultivation level. Even if they couldn't see the ghost cultivator, their sixth sense would warn them that there was danger. Less than half an hour later, a pair of spiritual lights suddenly burst out of the Orvane and flew straight toward Lu Ye's group. They were both 9th Order cultivators, and one of them was a spell cultivator. They could tell because they kept flinging spells at the forest floor with reckless abandon. The other cultivator did not emulate his ally's example, but he too summoned his flying weapon that zipped around the trees in a sheen of golden light. Chapter 243, Baiting. According to the intel provided by the Hao brother and sister, there were definitely more than one 9th Order cultivator guarding the key location that was the Orvane. In total, there were 3 or 4 of them since the Orvane was big enough that a single 9th Order cultivator could not secure the entire area. They also expected to be chased immediately after they exposed themselves. So far, it looked like things were progressing as planned. Haoren had managed to lure 2 9th Order cultivators toward them, and their job was to take out both enemies. The pursuers looked incredibly conspicuous under the night sky. They were more or less moving toward Lu Ye's location in a straight line. Haoren burst out of a bush when the enemies were still 1.5 kilometers away from the ambush site. Lu Ye could not help but be impressed by the ghost cultivator's speed. It was one thing to outrun a normal cultivator, and another to outrun 2 cultivators who were 1 minor realm above your level, not to mention that they were also flying on spirit artifacts. That said, he noticed that there were bizarre patterns growing over Haoren's neck. It was the same pattern he saw on Lan Yudi. His face also looked a little pale and dusty. If he wasn't mistaken, the ghost cultivator had boosted his speed using some sort of secret technique. Hao Ren gave Lu Yi a quick nod before moving to the agreed-upon location and vanishing into thin air once more. As if on cue, a pair of cultivators soared over the trees right in front of Lu Yi. One of them fired a beam of spiritual light, a flying weapon, straight at him. Lu Yi eyed his attacker for a bit. If he wasn't mistaken, the guy's skill with his flying weapon was even weaker than his, and the spiritual light surrounding his body looked fairly murky. He must have consumed a considerable amount of spirit pills during his cultivation. Despite being at the same cultivation level, he was much weaker compared to Yuan Guang. He's not the ghost cultivator. The mage cultivator who stayed his hand said suddenly. The flying weapon bent slightly and brushed past Lu Ye's face with centimeters to spare. The wind was enough to cause his cheeks to sting. Lu Yi hadn't moved from the start until the end, acting as if he was stunned by his close brush with death. In fact, he hadn't moved because he was confident he could dodge or block the attack. Since it wasn't going to connect, there was no need to move even a muscle. The attacker was probably a combat cultivator. It was because he was flying on a saber. When flying on a spirit artifact, cultivators had the choice to fly on spiritual artifacts that were specifically made for flying or their favorite weapon. There was a huge difference between the two. Spirit artifacts that were specialized for flying obviously offered a better experience overall. They offered bigger space, faster speed, and a smoother flight. The drawback was that it cost more spiritual power. The combat cultivator before him was obviously flying using his favorite weapon. The experience was nowhere as pleasant as the former, but it used a lot less spiritual power. Moreover, some weapons weren't suited for flying. Swords and sabers were generally the way to go, and it was commonly accepted that swords made for pretty cool flying weapons. On the other hand, no one would fly on spiked clubs unless their goal was to make themselves look as tacky as possible. In the end though, wealth was the biggest factor behind the decision to acquire a specialized flying spirit artifact or not. It was the same principle as choosing a flying weapon. Some cultivators' spirit artifacts could function at both melee and long range. There was no such thing as a cultivator with low expenses. The spirit pills and spirit stones one used to cultivate alone was a huge burden on one's wallet, not to mention that each cultivation realm came with its own additional costs. Low-level cultivators had to purchase spirit talisman papers to make up for their own deficiencies. 7th-order cultivators had to purchase flying weapons for use in combat. 8th-order cultivators might want to purchase flying spirit artifacts if their weapon wasn't suited for flying, and 9th-order cultivators with the potential to grow further would definitely want to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique. At the Spirit Creek realm level, most cultivators led a destitute life. Accumulating wealth could be a challenge greater than cultivating itself. Specialized flying spirit artifacts weren't cheap either. The cheapest ones cost around 200 to 300 spirit stones, while the expensive ones could cost thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones. As with all things, the better the quality, the pricier it was. Lu Yi might not be able to fly on a spirit artifact just yet. He had educated himself on the basics as a matter of course. That was why he could tell that the combat cultivator was 100% a pauper. As a result, his interest in the man vanished like a candle in the wind. Killing him would not earn him anything but a workout. The spell cultivator was a different story though. The small boat he was riding looked incredibly well made and possibly valuable. The two cultivators looked down on the dumbstruck Lu Yi from the sky. The combat cultivator asked, "Have you seen an 8th-order ghost cultivator?" Lu Yi did not say anything. He was wondering how he should bring his enemies down to his level. The traps they had laid beforehand only worked on the ground. The combat cultivator grew impatient after the silence lengthened. He asked again, "Which faction do you belong to?" Lu Yi still did not give him an answer. "You can die then." The combat cultivator humphed coldly. A cultivator who could not tell you their faction could only be an enemy, so there was no reason to hold back. The spirit artifact he was holding shivered, and killing intent burst out of his body. Lu Yi grabbed an item from his storage bag and tossed it on the ground in front of him. Ho! The combat cultivator's eyes lit up before he pounced toward it like a hawk. It was because it was a flying spirit artifact. To a combat cultivator who was so poor that he could only fly on his saber, the flying spirit artifact was a most attractive offer. He did not suspect that it was a trap because they were a pair of 9th Order cultivators, and Lu Yi was just a lone 7th Order cultivator. He believed that Lu Yi was offering up the item to bargain for his life. The flying spirit artifact belonged to Yuan Guang. Lu Yi had found it after unlocking his storage bag. It so happened that it was the perfect bait to use right now. The combat cultivator caught the flying spirit artifact in the blink of an eye and examined it closely. However, his joy was quickly replaced by confusion. It was because he felt like he had seen it before. In fact, He and Yuan Guang were both 9th Order cultivators in the Sky Pillar sect, so of course they were acquainted with each other. Not only had he seen the flying spirit artifact before, he had even ridden it with Yuan Guang in the past. Lu Yi gave him no time to make sense of his confusion though. His surroundings suddenly distorted into the image of a stone forest. The next second, both the stone forest and the combat cultivator vanished into thin air. The spell cultivator was shocked to say the least, but the worst day of his life was just beginning. 2 spiritual lights zipped toward him with every intention to cut his body in half. The spell cultivator was a cautious one. Despite being 2 minor realms above the 7th Order cultivator, he never moved within 100 meters of him for fear that he would attempt to surprise him with his flying weapons. He had learned his lesson the hard way in the past, and he wasn't keen on experiencing it a second time. 100 meters was beyond the absolute range of a 7th Order cultivator's flying weapon. There was no chance the enemy could hit him. He was wrong. The flying spirit artifact beneath his feet suddenly shuddered violently as if it had been struck by something. He was going to retaliate against Lu Yi, but the unexpected disturbance had interrupted his spell and forced him to focus on stabilizing his flying spirit artifact. He had to. If he fell, he would be half dead even if he survived the fall. He was no body-tempering cultivator after all. His mind was in total havoc right now. Who said that the absolute range of a 7th Order cultivator's flying weapon was 100 meters again? Forget 100 meters, this was easily 115 meters. The attack wasn't over yet though. He had just stabilized his flying spirit artifact when something struck it and violently shook it once more. In fact, it was even worse than the first time. It was Lu Ye's fire dragon technique. A massive fire dragon slammed into the flying spirit artifact and knocked it over completely. The spell cultivator let out a cry of surprise as he fell from the sky. The pair of spiritual lights immediately went in for the kill but were unable to deal any damage to him as a terrifically thick spiritual power shield had abruptly appeared on the spell cultivator's body, a life-saving technique every spell cultivator knew. The flying weapon struck the spell cultivator again and again, bowling him over and making him see stars. It didn't matter though. So long as the spiritual power shield remained active, they would not be able to threaten his life. Lu Ye's desire to construct glyphs on his flying weapons grew even more after seeing this. They simply weren't powerful enough without sharp edge. The spell cultivator's spiritual power shield was pretty strong, but Lu Yi could have shredded it in 3 to 5 strikes if he had used the inviolable. If he enhanced the weapon with 2 sharp edges, he might even be able to shred it in a single hit. It might look like he was trouncing his opponent right now, but the attacks were no more than scratches to his opponent. That was what Lu Yi thought, but the spell cultivator was really in a full-blown panic right now. Not only was he falling from the sky, he realized that the 7th Order cultivator was, against all odds, controlling 2 flying weapons at the same time. As a result of their attack, he was rapidly losing spiritual power like a burst dam. He borrowed some momentum from the impact and steadied himself. Then he hurriedly cast a float spell. The spell allowed the caster to float in the air for a short time. Dong Shai had used it before he took a fire quail to the face. Spell cultivators normally did not use flying weapons not because they couldn't learn, but because it was unnecessary. Their spells could already smite their enemies from long range, and manipulating flying weapons required them to split their focus. As if that wasn't bad enough, it might not necessarily have better range than their spells. That was why telekinesis was a situational technique at best to a spell cultivator. When a spell cultivator had reached the 7th order, they could cultivate more powerful spells such as Lu Ye's Fire Dragon. Most spell cultivators experienced a massive power boost after they reached the 7th order. The 9th order cultivator let out a huge sigh of relief after casting the float spell. Although the 7th order cultivator had given him quite the panic, he was ultimately able to stabilize the situation. All he needed to do now was to rise back into the air and distance himself from the 7th order cultivator. Once he had regained control of his flying spirit artifact, he would be able to attack the enemy with impunity, and the battle would be under his control once more. He had never been humiliated this badly in his life, much less at the hands of a 7th order cultivator. He was going to teach him the rage of a 9th order spell cultivator. He channeled his spiritual power and shot up into the air. After he had returned to his flying spirit artifact, he looked down and... Where did the bastard go? He was too panicked to pay much attention to the 7th order cultivator earlier. Before he knew it, the guy was gone like he never existed. Suddenly, he felt a surge of spiritual power above him. The spell cultivator looked up and felt fear tingling his scalp. Chapter 244, Insight. The enemy who should be on the ground floor waiting for him to dish out a beating was actually above him. The round moon shining above his head, he flapped what seemed like a pair of wings made of fiery red spiritual power and brought down his glowing saber straight at him. Impossible! The mage screamed internally as the attack connected and sent him plummeting toward the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as the spell cultivator hit the ground like a meteor. He must have broken heavens know how many bones, and blood sprayed out of his mouth against his will. The spiritual power shield that blocked the twice-sharp edge empowered inviolable had vanished into nothing as well. It wasn't because the attack had destroyed it, but because the spell cultivator had run out of spiritual power. In his attempt to avoid Lu Ye's flying weapons, he had flown almost 130 meters above ground level. That was why the impact had almost killed him outright. Not that he was going to last much longer. His sight was pitch black, his ears were buzzing incessantly, and blood was pouring out of the 7 apertures of his head. Lu Ye landed soundlessly beside him and withdrew his wings. He then reversed his grip and stabbed the spell cultivator through the chest. The spell cultivator tensed at the sudden pain and instinctively grabbed the blade in his chest. His eyes were overflowing with the unwillingness to accept defeat. He was a 9th order cultivator. If he had died in a fight to the death, then he only had his own incompetence to blame. But Lu Ye was just a 7th order cultivator, and he was going to die before he could fire a single spell at the bastard. How could he possibly rest in peace like this? The choice wasn't in his hands though. His back sank to the ground again, and a dot of red light flew out of the back of his hand. That was the end of a 9th order spell cultivator. Lu Ye pulled out his saber, but the fight wasn't over yet. He walked toward the spot where the combat cultivator had disappeared until suddenly, it was as if he had broken through a thin, invisible barrier. His surroundings distorted, and he appeared in a familiar-looking stone forest. A fierce battle was happening here right now. Hao Qing was fighting the combat cultivator in melee while Hao Ren harried him from afar using his flying weapon. Their teamwork was impeccable, and the combat cultivator looked frustrated at his inability to defeat them. The Hao brother and sister might be no match for the combat cultivator one-on-one, but it was the reverse in a 2-on-1. Not all cultivators shared the same strength despite being on the same cultivation level. Earlier, Lu Ye had observed that the combat cultivator's spiritual light was rather impure. It was much worse than Yuan Guang's at least. Yuan Guang might have been able to defeat the Hao brother and sister on his own, but this combat cultivator clearly lacked the ability. As if that wasn't bad enough, Lu Yi appeared out of nowhere and caused his heart to skip a beat. Under any other circumstances, a single 7th Order cultivator would not have worried him in the slightest. But now, any factor could be the straw that broke the camel's back. There was another question that puzzled him. Where was his ally? Why hadn't he killed the 7th Order cultivator? A fiery red light shot out of Lu Ye's hand and flew straight toward the combat cultivator. At the same time, he tossed a spirit pill into his mouth. He did not know when it became a habit, but he always ate a spirit pill or two after combat even if he didn't use up much energy these days. The Sky Pillar Sect combat cultivator was trapped in the 9 Realms scroll and fighting the last battle of his life. He was weak enough that even the Hao brother and sister could take them out by themselves. That was why Lu Yi had merely supported them with his flying weapon instead of joining the battle. He was cooperating with the duo right now, so he couldn't compete for the kill like he had back at the chess sea. A cooperative relationship where only one side got all the benefits was fragile as a matter of course. Metallic clangs rang incessantly as a pair of flying weapons flew rings around the combat cultivator. From time to time, they would slip past his defense and deal him a flesh wound. Hao Qing might be a girl, but her skill and bravery were equal to that of any man. She moved so quickly that her spiritual artifact was practically a blur to the combat cultivator's eyes, and she was always able to strike a vital spot every time he was distracted. A dozen or so breaths later, blood was soaking through the combat cultivator's clothes. Another 20 breaths later, Hao Ren's flying weapon pierced through the back of the combat cultivator's head and ended the fight. A red dot flew out of the body and entered the back of the ghost cultivator's hand. Hao Qing also wasted no time in looting the body. There was a strong sense of rejection, and the trio returned to the real world an instant later. There were now 2 bodies on the ground, and Yi was standing not far away from them while holding the 9 Realms scroll. That was fun. Ha! Hao Ren guffawed. The 2 of them had decided to cooperate with Lu Yi after observing his skills. Even so, they weren't confident that their plan would succeed. But now, they had successfully assassinated a pair of Sky Pillar Sect 9th Order cultivators without losing a single person. Their confidence was greatly bolstered to say the least. Let's go! Lu Yi grabbed Amber from his shoulder and tossed it on the ground. The tiger immediately transformed into its original form so that Lu Yi could climb onto its back. After he pulled Yi up, Amber took off toward the Orvane. As for the Hao brother and sister, they melted into the darkness and could not be perceived by normal senses. However, his 6th sense told him that they were somewhere close even though he couldn't see them. They always knew that the bait was only going to work one time. The cultivators of Sky Pillar Sect weren't dumb after all. They had dispatched 2 9th Order cultivators to hunt down the enemy, but not only did they fail, they were killed in action as well. There was no chance they wouldn't notice their deaths either. It only took a bit of effort for them to confirm their status. When that happened, the guards would surely message the outpost and sound the alarm. Hao Ren had scouted the place earlier. 3 9th Order cultivators were guarding the Orvane today, and 2 of them had already died to their ambush. Once he had taken out the last guard, no one else in the mines would have the strength to stop him. They would be able to wreak as much havoc as they wanted, at least until reinforcements showed up, and they were forced to withdraw from the area. That was why the plan now was to kill the last 9th Order cultivator as soon as possible. They sprinted at full speed until they arrived within 1.5 kilometers of the mines. After Lu Yi climbed off Amber's back, the tiger transformed back to a cat and jumped onto his shoulder once more. As for Yi, she was already scouting ahead in search for that 9th Order cultivator. The Hao brother and sister were standing by as well. As soon as Yi had found the last 9th Order cultivator, they would cooperate with Lu Yi and kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Lu Yi took a step forward and inhaled. A glyph soundlessly appeared on his body before concealing his presence in an instant, including that of Amber's. He had obtained glyph, conceal presence at the same time as Burster. There was a spirit talisman paper called Breath Curbing that he had used to save Amber in the past. Before acquiring the glyph, he often kept a few in his storage bag because of how useful they were in certain situations such as this one. Of course, he had discarded them since obtaining Conceal Presence from the Tree of Glyphs. Conceal Presence was great, but Lu Yi would have preferred to obtain a glyph that could turn him invisible just like the ghost cultivators. He would have become as elusive as them. Lu Yi raised his head and stared at the haphazardly arranged lights shining out of the mines for a moment. It immediately reminded him of the days he spent mining in Evil Moon Valley. Back then, he thought he would never have to mine another or after escaping the valley and becoming a cultivator. In reality, many cultivators did this for a living. It wasn't just the Sky Pillar sect. The major sects had more or less the same arrangement. Outpost resources were one of the main income of cultivators, and no one was willing to leave them unattended. They weren't that wealthy after all. Of course, some sects had considered hiring ordinary people to do the mining. There were plenty of them on the Spirit Creek battlefield after all, but there were plenty of dangerous creatures lurking within or vein, and sometimes an enemy sect would attack a resource production site. Every time these incidents happened, with ordinary miners there would be a massive amount of casualties. As such, no one was willing to work for them no matter what they offered. That was why the cultivators had no choice but to work the mines themselves. These days everyone who fought on the Spirit Creek battlefield, be it the heirs of major sects, disciples of clans, or even independent cultivators, was an expert miner in their own right. Everyone's storage bags carried at least one mining pick and/or other bizarre mining tools. They were less than 500 meters away from the mines when Lu Yi came to a sudden stop. An alarm bell was ringing softly in his head. It felt as if he was targeted by someone. Without hesitation, he channeled a bit of spiritual power into his right eye. A delicate glyph quickly appeared in his pupil, transforming his vision in the blink of an eye. The glyph he had constructed in his eye was called Insight. It allowed him to see things that the naked eye couldn't see. The scenery in his insight-boosted eye seemed almost illusory, and he could see ribbons of strange light that constantly twisted and changed forms all over the place. They were the light of the world's spiritual qi. Insight allowed him to see the flow of spiritual qi and the exchange of spiritual power clearly. His gaze swept the area until it locked on a spot to his left. The flow of spiritual qi in that area was strange in the sense that it was thicker than its surroundings. In fact, if he could give the anomalous blob an outline, it would look just like a human being. The humanoid figure was rapidly closing the distance between him. They were in front of him in just the blink of an eye. At the same time, his senses suddenly screamed danger and caused all the hair on his body to stand on their end. He immediately unsheathed the inviolable and enhanced it with a sharp edge. He then slashed at the anomalous blob. There was a metallic clang as a dagger suddenly winked into existence, blocking the attack. The next moment, a person appeared out of thin air right in front of him. He was a man of short stature and a small mustache. His spiritual light revealed him to be a ninth-order cultivator. A ninth-order ghost cultivator. That explains why his ability is so strange. Is he the last ninth-order cultivator guarding this mine? There was no time to think. Lu Yi immediately withdrew his saber and went in for a thrust. Meanwhile, the ghost cultivator was clearly surprised by his failure. Not only had the seventh-order cultivator seen through his concealment with surprising ease, he had seized the initiative as well. The slash had been incredibly powerful. He felt like his perlicue was about to split when it connected with his dagger. He hastily raised his spiritual artifact when Lu Yi acted to stab him with his saber. Then, on Lu Ye's shoulder, amber suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar. It was so powerful that the air visibly twisted, and the shockwave struck the ghost cultivator point blank. He felt as if someone had struck his head with an invisible hammer, leaving him dizzy and completely confused. Chapter 245, Am I Dreaming? He had been growing by leaps and bounds as of late, and Amber was right there with her. After all, her strength was directly tied to Amber's. When Lu Yi was fighting Yuan Guang, Amber had stayed its hand, or rather, paw, because Lu Yi wanted to confirm his own progress. That was why the tiger had waited until now to unleash one of its abilities. Lu Yi had noticed that Amber possessed some unique abilities a long time ago. When he asked Yi if the abilities were spells, Yi had shot down the theory immediately. As Amber continued to grow stronger, its unique abilities began to surface more and more. Yi was right to say they weren't spells. In Lu Ye's opinion, they looked more like some sort of racial abilities that awakened with its bloodline. Amber's roar could not physically harm the enemy, but it could impact the mind greatly. Having been caught completely off guard, the Ninth Order Ghost Cultivator was stunned long enough for Lu Yi to stab the inviolable into his chest, even though he recovered quickly due to the power gap. Unfortunately, Lu Yi wasn't able to pierce the Ghost Cultivator completely before pulling away from him. Otherwise, this battle would have been over already. Lu Yi did not let up on the assault. He immediately rushed forward and rained attacks on the Ghost Cultivator like an unstoppable storm. Metal clanged against metal as the Ghost Cultivator's expression slowly turned shocked and horrified. It was bad enough that the terrible force being transmitted through his hand was beyond his ability to handle, but the enemy's attack speed was unbelievable for a combat cultivator as well. In just a few exchanges, his grip was slippery with his own blood already. Suddenly, a pair of killing intents erupted from his left and right. It was the Hao brother and sister finally making their move. They had not communicated a word with each other before launching the surprise attack, but they had also been together since their first day cultivating. Naturally, their teamwork was on a completely different level. The Sky Pillar Sect Ghost Cultivator blanched immediately. Lu Yi had attracted so much of his attention that it never crossed his mind that he might have an ally or two. Worse, they were ghost cultivators just like him. As a ghost cultivator, he knew better than anyone how deadly the surprise attack of a ghost cultivator was. Without hesitation, he sank to the floor and channeled a great deal of spiritual power. A pair of bone-deep wounds appeared on the ghost cultivator's body at the same time the Hao Ren and Hao Qing revealed themselves. The ghost cultivator stumbled to the back, but Lu Yi wasn't going to give him the chance to recover his footing. His arms were too numb to block another blow either. The inviolable flashed, and the ghost cultivator's head flew through the air. Blood sprayed out of his headless neck like a fountain. That was the end of the battle. It had taken the trio less than 10 breaths to slay a Ninth Order Ghost Cultivator. Lu Yi looted his body before rushing toward the light source in front of him. The Hao brother and sister were right behind him. What's going on? Where did that animal roar come from? A man suddenly walked out from one of the tunnels. They had probably come out to investigate Amber's earlier roar. Unfortunately, he ran straight into the trio. The man didn't even have a chance to voice his puzzlement before the two ghost cultivators stabbed him in the torso, killing him instantly. Hao Qing grabbed the storage bag and continued running after Lu Yi, never stopping for even an instant. The mining tunnels were well lit with torches even though it was nighttime. Every Sky Pillar Sect cultivator they ran into was killed in short order. Dozens of cultivators between 6th to 8th Order worked these mines throughout the year, but the large majority of them were composed of low-level cultivators as a matter of course. As for 9th Order cultivators, they were too powerful and important to be used as miners, not to mention that there were only so many 9th Order cultivators even in the inner circle. Since the 3 9th Order cultivators supervising the ore vein were already dead, the chance they would encounter a threat they could not handle was extremely low. Practically no one could stop them until the reinforcements showed up. Not only that, the 3 9th Order cultivators had died so quickly they weren't even able to inform their comrades about the threat. As a result, the cultivators working within the mines had no idea that death was upon them. The trio had even split up at a crossroad to improve their killing efficiency. Since they weren't trying to hide themselves anymore, it was only a matter of time before the enemy discovered their handiwork. An incense stick later, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the tunnels and alarmed all nearby cultivators. Various messages were sent, and soon they received a most horrifying news. Many of their comrades' battlefield imprints had disappeared, meaning that these people were dead. As if that wasn't bad enough, the battlefield imprints of the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding this place had vanished as well. Panic began spreading through the ranks. All survivors began escaping toward the entrances while informing the outpost about the attack. At the outpost, the legate and the prolgate of the Sky Pilar sect, Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao, stepped out of their training chambers with alarmed looks on their faces. When they met up and discussed the incident, they realized that the situation was even worse than they had imagined. They hadn't just lost the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding the ore vein. Yuan Guang had died without a peep as well. While the battlefield imprint allowed fellow cultivators to check each other's status, it wasn't like they were going through their list of contacts all the time. Usually, discovery was made when someone attempted to contact the person to no avail. That was why Yuan Guang's death was discovered so late. This has to be the handiwork of Silverlight Island, Yu Hongbao said through gritted teeth. It was a logical assumption. Who else had the motivation and the strength to kill so many cultivators, including 3 Ninth Order cultivators, in such a short time? There was one thing he couldn't figure out though. Why had none of the Ninth Order cultivators, even Yuan Guang, sent a message before they died? Silverlight Island must have dispatched a considerably large force to attack them. At least one of the two bastards, Luo Fu or Qi Shi, must be present as well. Should we send reinforcements to the ore vein now, Brother Zhou? No. We do not know what is going on yet. Zhou Qi wanted to rescue his comrades just as much as him, but all they knew about the situation was that someone was attacking the mines. Assuming that Silverlight Island was invading their territory with an army, setting out carelessly would allow the enemy to catch them off guard. Zhou Qi looked to the black forest just outside the outpost. It felt as if it was hiding an unimaginable amount of danger. Both the Sky Pillar sect and Silverlight Island had attacked a key location with the goal of killing the enemy's reinforcements before. They were neighbors for many years, and they knew each other like the back of their hands. Send word to all disciples at the mines to escape as best they can. It is up to the heavens whether they'll survive the night. Zhou Qi arrived at a decision quickly. Yu Hongbao loathed the decision but understood that it was their only option. While sending the messages, they gathered every cultivator in the outpost in one place and waited for the sun to rise. The only way they could be sure there wasn't an ambush lying in wait for them was to wait until daytime. At the same time, at the Silverlight Island outpost several hundred kilometers away from the Sky Pillar sect, Luo Fu and Qi Shi were playing Go with each other. They had no idea that they were being blamed for a terrible crime they did not commit. The Hao brother and sister had messaged Luo Fu about their decision after agreeing to accompany Lu Yi on his mission, and the man was beyond shocked when he learned that the 7th Order cultivator had single-handedly killed Yuan Guang. He was a 9th Order cultivator himself, but he dared not say that he could defeat the man for sure, much less kill him in single combat. He might have fallen from grace since the Chessie fiasco, but he was a former prolgate. With that in mind, how on earth had a 7th Order cultivator accomplished what he couldn't accomplish? Even if he assumed that Lu Ye's victory was largely thanks to the ward scroll, it was still a ridiculous feat. To be honest, Luo Fu did not approve of Hao Ren's decision to join Lu Yi on his bravado. Causing havoc in enemy territory was risky business after all. In the end though, he did not stop them because both Hao Ren and Hao Qing were ghost cultivators, experts in the art of concealment and escape. Plus, he was well aware of their strength. If they worked together, they could definitely take on an ordinary 9th Order cultivator. At first, he thought that Lu Ye's mission to attack the Sky Pillar sects or vein was destined to end in failure. Depending on how poorly it went, they might even have to shake off a tail or two. He had already messaged Hao Ren to extend Lu Yi an invitation to their outpost. It was partially to give face to Lu Yi, and to sate his curiosity regarding some very strange rumors he had heard through the grapevine. The latest messages from Hao Ren though, he felt as if someone had taken a hammer to his head. Am I dreaming, or did the common sense of the cultivation world change overnight? How did it go? Qi Shi asked while setting a stone on the board. I'm not sure you'll believe me even if I told you. Seriously, it was so ridiculous that it was more believable that Hao Ren had been captured by the enemy and was forced to divulge false intel. However, he knew the man well enough to know that he would never do such a thing. Qi Shi frowned. Are they in danger? Luo Fu shook his head and uttered 3 names. Qi Shi asked, those are the names of the 3 Ninth Order cultivators of the Sky Pillar Sect, right? Yes. Are they pursuing Hao Ren and Lu Yi? No, they're dead. Not only that, Hao Ren, Hao Qing and Lu Yi are currently inside the Sky Pillar Sect's mines and going on a killing spree right now. Hao Ren even said they've killed enough enemies to make a river of blood. Bullshit. Qi Shi could not stop himself. I thought he was bullshitting me too, so I messaged Hao Qing to confirm this. She told me the same thing. Luo Fu smiled wryly. Qi Shi's eyes widened like saucers. You're telling me that they conquered the Sky Pillar Sects or Vane? It certainly sounds like it. That's just impossible. Qi Shi exclaimed while sending Hao Qing a message. A while later, he received more or less the same response Luo Fu had received a while ago. Suddenly, he understood why his fellow cultivator had looked like he was doubting the reality he was living in a while ago. A few seconds later, he asked uncertainly, do you think they were captured, or? He had clearly arrived at the same assumption as Luo Fu. Just as quickly, he shook his head and added, no, they're more likely to kill themselves than betray the sect. That was what he said, but he still couldn't quite believe that 4 cultivators had conquered an entire Vane. You know, Sky Pillar Sect must be thinking that it's our handiwork. Qi Shi suddenly realized. They're definitely going to dispatch a squad to hunt down the Haos and Lu Yi as well. Luo Fu nodded. We can use this. Qi Shi understood what his colleague meant without needing to hear the words. He immediately dropped the stone in his hand and declared, I'll assemble the men right away. A moment later, several hundred cultivators had gathered in front of the Silverlight Island's Sanctum of Providence. Their cultivation level was between 6th to 9th Order, and the large majority of them were Sect disciples. There were also associates and cultivators who hailed from allied sections. Regardless, they all had to obey the orders of Silverlight Island until the day they left the Sect. No one knew why the Legate and the Prolgate had summoned them in the middle of the night, but they had a feeling that it was something big. Instead of fear, excitement flooded their veins and made them restless. Large-scale operations like this were very dangerous, but it was also a great opportunity to earn contribution points. It was an ironclad law that the higher the cultivation level, the greater the need for contribution points. A while later, Luo Fu had tossed out a ship big enough to carry several hundred people at a time. They all boarded the ship and together, lifted it into the air and flew it toward the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. Chapter 246, Great Serpent. In the mines, Lu Yi received a message from Hao Ren. It's time to leave, Brother Yi. The survivors of the mines had been alerted of their deeds, and word of their killing spree must have reached the outpost already. Since the ore vein was only 15 kilometers away from the outpost, reinforcements could arrive very, very quickly. If they did not leave when they still could, they would quickly find themselves with their backs against the wall. Lu Yi knew it was unwise to linger for long as well, so he did not hesitate to leave the moment he received the message. He followed Yi out of a mining entrance. The mine had a ton of entrances mainly to facilitate escape. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, mining was a dangerous task. Without enough means of escape, it was all too easy to be cornered by a group of hostile cultivators or creatures. Barring exceptional circumstances, most mines were built with a ton of exits. Lu Yi did not mind this, of course. He liked that he did not have to backtrack the way he came. Not long after he ran out of the mines, he heard what sounded like a bird cry from the nearby forest. He immediately dropped Amber on the ground, climbed onto its back, and rode it toward the bird cry. A moment later, he met up with the Hao brother and sister and ran away with everything they had. Everyone was expecting to be pursued after kicking the hornet's nest, and Louis even had a number of backup plans in mind. If the pursuers turned out to be less than expected, then turning back and surprising their pursuers was an option. If it was the other way around, then he would split up from the Hao brother and sister and continue his escape using wings. Wings was fast enough that the ordinary flying spirit artifact could not hope to catch up, and he could draw the enemy away from the ghost cultivators. Things did not go as they had expected, however. After running for a while, they quickly discovered that no one was pursuing them at all. They were astonished and confused as a matter of course. 2 hours later, the 3 cultivators and a tiger came to a stop on a small hill. They decided to cut their escape short since no one came after them. It was at this moment Hao Ren said, "I think we made a mistake, Brother Yi." "What?" "I don't think Sky Pillar Sect will be coming after us." He was communicating with Luo Fu just now, and this was the conclusion the man had arrived at. "Explain." "We killed 3 of their 9th Order cultivators and invaded their vein, right? From the Sky Pillar Sect's point of view, it must have looked like a large group of cultivators had decided to invade them. They wouldn't think it was done by the 3 of us because the 9th Order cultivators died before they even managed to send out a message. Add to the fact that it's the dead of night right now, of course they wouldn't dare to dispatch reinforcements willy-nilly. They must be holing up in their outpost right now." Lu Yi immediately realized that Hao Ren's deduction might very well be the truth. As he said, Sky Pillar Sect had no idea what was going on except that the 3 9th Order cultivators guarding the vein were dead, and the mines were conquered by an enemy force. Add to that the fact that it was midnight, it made sense that they wouldn't dare to retake the vein. "Since when did you become so smart, brother?" Hao Qing glanced at her brother in astonishment. Hao Ren simply shot her a glare and ignored her. He wasn't going to tell her that it was Brother Luo Fu who told him all this. That said, that's no reason to let down our guard. At the very least, the Sky Pillar Sect will surely scout out the vein when dawn comes. They'll probably find out the truth then. Heavens only know how they would feel when they realized that the massive force that attacked the vein was really just a couple of cultivators. Meanwhile, Luo Fu was wearing a strange look after he ended his conversation with Hao Ren. It was because he found out that there was nothing he could do. For fuck's sake, I cannot believe the Sky Pillar Sect didn't send anyone to retake their mines. What should I do? There's no way I can order the ship to turn around after dragging everyone out of the outpost, can I? God damn it. An incense stick later, the Hao brother and sister had led him to a tranquil lake. The night wind swept across the area and caused the lake water to ripple a little. It felt as if the very air had become fresher. They were relaxing after confirming that the Sky Pillar Sect had not sent anyone after them. The main reason they came to the lake was because Hao Qing was covered with blood after their operation, and she wanted to take a moment to clean herself. Lu Yi had no problems with that. Hao Ren started a fire and started barbecuing a large chunk of animal meat. Judging from his technique, he was very skilled in the art. While resting, Lu Yi glanced at the lake where Hao Qing was standing. The girl had muttered something he couldn't hear before throwing something huge into the lake, causing a loud splash. Sensing Lu Ye's puzzlement, Hao Ren explained, "It is said that there is a great serpent who lives in this lake, and it has a taste for bloody meat. It usually doesn't hurt people though, so cultivators who wish to collect water from the lake or rest nearby throw some bloody meat into the lake as an offering." A great serpent? I've never seen it myself, so don't ask me what it looks like. I imagine that it's just a long, fairly huge snake. Lu Yi and Amber immediately recalled the tender, sweet flesh of snake meat and felt a pang of hunger. Hao Ren chuckled. There are all kinds of legends and rumors in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and heavens know what is real and what isn't. As far as I know, no one has ever seen the Great Serpent, so it's probably just another baseless rumor. A while later, Hao Qing finished cleaning herself and rejoined the group. Her hair was wet with water. It so happened Hao Ren had just finished barbecuing the meat, so they immediately split the food and chowed down heartily. It had been a busy day and night, and everyone was feeling tired and sleepy. Lu Yi and the Hao brother and sister meditated to regain their strength while Yi kept watch. Lu Yi inspected his spiritual points in the middle of his cultivation. More than half a month ago, he had unlocked 135 spiritual points. Now, he only needed to unlock one more to reach 144 spiritual points and reach the 8th order. Entering a new cultivation level wasn't always a good thing. For starters, killing Yuan Guang had netted him 27 contribution points. Had he killed the man as an 8th order cultivator, he would have earned just 18 contribution points. This was one of the reasons he had come to the inner circle before cultivating to the 8th order. Yes, his cultivation level was a little weak for the inner circle, but those sweet contribution points were more than worth the trouble. Next, Lu Yi grabbed the storage bags he had looted and began unlocking them one by one. There was a limit to how many storage bags he could carry on his and Amber's person. Thankfully, Lady Yun's teaching had greatly improved his lockpicking skills. These days, it only took him a small amount of time to unlock a single storage bag. He was just getting into it when the cat-sized Amber leaped onto his legs and bumped his stomach with its head. There was only one thing that caused Amber to act like this. Lu Yi rolled his eyes a bit before producing the dragon scale. Amber immediately went over and sucked in a visible line of red mist into its stomach. As usual, its limbs stiffened, and it collapsed sideways like a frozen popsicle. At the same time, faint red light mingled with its golden mutant chi. Since he obtained the dragon scale from the dragon spring of 100 peaks, Amber would inhale the red mist it contained from time to time. Lu Yi had also installed it in his circle of boon when cultivating in his own private training chamber. It had been a long time since he started using the dragon scale, but the red mist it contained had barely decreased, showing just how much it contained. His senior sister, Shui Yuan, had tried researching the dragon scale before, but she was unable to identify what it was. She only knew that there was a great secret beneath the dragon spring. Lu Yi planned to check the dragon spring again when he was stronger. He still remembered the massive pair of red pupils that appeared in his mind when he was tempering his body in the dragon's spring to this day. Lu Yi resumed his lockpicking practice after putting away the dragon scale. Suddenly, ripples began appearing on the lake even though the air was completely calm. In fact, it was rippling outward from the center of the lake. The ripples grew more and more violent until finally, a single horn emerged above the surface of the water. What looked like a massive shadow slithered soundlessly beneath the waters. Lu Yi, he called out in a soft voice. Noticing that her voice didn't sound right, he quickly looked around only to come face to face with a pair of green eyes. Each pupil was the size of a wash basin, so it was incredibly obvious even under the cover of the night. An unspeakable sense of terror and crisis gripped Lu Yi when he met those eyes. When he focused outward, he realized that the owner of the eyes was what looked like a ridiculously large snake. Its head was absolutely massive, and it had a meaty horn at the center of its forehead. Its body was covered in densely packed scales, and there were a pair of bumps to the left and right of its abdomen. It looked like something was going to grow out of those bumps. There was no way to tell how long it was since over half of its body was submerged beneath the lake. It was at least as thick as a giant bathtub, however. Lu Yi dared not move a muscle when their eyes met. It was because he could tell that the creature before him was probably on the same level as Gray. They were both existences who had reached the absolute limit the Spirit Creek battlefield could tolerate, and not even champions like Feng Yue or Li Baxian could defeat them single-handedly. The good news was that the giant snake only stared at him instead of attacking him immediately. Heavens only know why it was staring at him though. "Brother Hao! Brother Hao!" Lu Yi kept his voice low as he called out to Hao Ren. At this point, Hao Ren still had no idea what was going on. He responded normally, "What is it? What did you say was living in the lake again?" "The great Serpent." Hao Ren screamed out the last word when he turned around and met the gigantic pair of pupils. His sister was completely caught off guard by his scream and tried to rise to her feet, but he realized his mistake and was able to push her down in time. She maintained an awkward one-knee, half-kneeling position as her eyes widened at the sight of the great serpent. Cold sweat slowly dripped down their foreheads. The atmosphere grew fearful and heavy. No one dared to move because they could sense how powerful the great serpent was. Provoking it was only going to deny them the privilege of tomorrow's sun for eternity. I thought you said it was just a baseless rumor, Brother Hao? Lu Yi did not know whether to cry or laugh at his luck. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hao Ren replied in a shivering voice, I believed it was a baseless rumor. Hao Qing and I have visited this lake several times and never seen it. What do we do? And why does it keep staring at me? Let me think. Hao Ren sucked in a couple of deep breaths to calm himself down. What was I saying earlier? Right, it loves bloody meat. Maybe it's drawn by our earlier offering and wants more? Give me a second to offer it some meat. No one moves except me, get it? He slowly rose to his feet as he said this. Meanwhile, Lu Ye's concentration had hit its peak. The second the great serpent moved in a threatening manner, he was going to take to the sky and escape. The reason he hadn't fled already was because he didn't want to risk provoking its ire. He might be able to escape the great serpent, but the Hao brother and sister would have to suffer its wrath. Of course, flying away was his only option if the great serpent truly was malicious. Chapter 247, Sky Pillar Sect is out of luck today. Channeling courage into his body, Hao Ren slowly rose to his feet and pulled out a large chunk of animal meat from his storage bag. Practically every cultivator would keep some food in their storage bag just in case. He raised the meat and tossed it in the direction of the great serpent, but contrary to his expectations, the creature ignored him and the meat completely. He tried a couple more times to no avail. It's no use, Brother Yi, said Hao Ren while sweat dripped down his head. Lu Yi exhaled once before saying, You should leave. It's been watching me since the beginning. Unless I'm mistaken, it shouldn't bother you if you leave. What about you? I have my ways. Hao Ren hesitated for a good while before he finally nodded. Take care, Brother Yi. After exchanging a glance with Hao Qing, the two ghost cultivators began backing off bit by bit. As it turned out, Lu Ye's prediction was spot on. Forget bothering them, the great serpent hadn't looked at them even once. The Hao brother and sister were annoyed yet relieved they did not matter to the great serpent one bit. When they were around 300 or so meters away from the area, they finally vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was doing his best to figure out what about him had caught the great serpent's attention. According to Hao Ren, he and his sister had passed by the lake multiple times and never encountered the great serpent. He, on the other hand, caught its attention right from the get-go. He couldn't chalk it up as bad luck either, since it wouldn't explain why it was so fixated on him. Lu Yi carefully recalled everything he had done since arriving at this lake. Then, he grabbed the still stiffened amber by its leg and held it in front of himself. For the first time, the great serpent's eyes moved. Its gaze was following Amber. Just in case, he tried moving Amber to another side and got the same response. He could now confirm that the great serpent wasn't looking at him, but Amber. The reason he made an error in judgment just now was because the creature's eyes were so big that he couldn't be sure. There was a chance the great serpent was interested in Amber because it was a mutant, but Lu Yi thought that the red mist it consumed a while ago was the real reason. If it was simply interested in Amber, it would have appeared as soon as Lu Ye's group arrived at the lake, if not sooner. In reality, it had appeared only after Amber had consumed the red mist of the dragon scale. In other words, it had been attracted by the dragon scale he took out earlier. Dragons and serpents were thought to share similar characteristics, and the great serpent was probably some sort of serpentine spirit beast. That was why the dragon scale's red mist had attracted it. He still couldn't be 100% sure though. Thankfully, there was one way to verify this immediately. MHM. Take it and slip the underground. Right after he said this, Lu Yi pulled the dragon scale out of his storage bag and tossed it into Yi's hands. At the same time, a pair of fiery wings spread behind his back and took him to the sky. He dove into the underground immediately after she caught the dragon scale, and not a moment too soon. Almost immediately after Lu Yi had taken to the sky, the massive serpent had slammed its head into the spot he was standing just a moment ago. The impact was so great that it left a giant pit on the ground, and the shockwave pushed Lu Yi further away from the great serpent. It was a good thing, of course. Lu Yi did not dare to look behind him until he was at least 300 meters above the ground. He immediately saw a gigantic snake striking the ground again and again in an attempt to dig out the hiding. Spirit beast energy washed through the area, and his eardrums buzzed unpleasantly at the continuous impact. Each time the great serpent struck, the ground would shake like an earthquake. It only took a moment for it to beat out a crater that was at least 50 meters wide and dozens of meters deep. I knew it, Lu Yi thought when he saw this. It's definitely attracted by the dragon scale. Regardless of the origin of the dragon scale, it must be very beneficial to the great serpent. It would not have been drawn out into the open otherwise. It had reached the peak of its growth a long time ago. That was why it spent most of its time in the lake these days. A sophist would claim the great serpent was enjoying the retirement life because it had already reached the pinnacle. A realist would say it was drifting aimlessly because it literally could not grow stronger no matter how hard it cultivated. It was a different story if it could obtain the dragon scale, however. It was a serpent because it was one step away from becoming a WM, and its instinct was telling it that the dragon scale was the key to achieving that. Once it had transformed into a WM, it would be able to break through the heavens' confinement and escape this eternal prison once and for all. Not far away, the Hao brother and sister gulped as they watched the great serpent hammering the ground like it had gone crazy. They had no idea what Lu Yi had done to piss it off so much. The good news was that they could clearly see Lu Yi in the sky. Whatever he had done, he was not the target of the great serpent's ire for the moment. Lu Yi was still watching the great serpent from the sky and wondering his next move. He wasn't worried about Yi because of her ability to roam the underground unhindered. No matter how powerful the great serpent was, it would never be able to get to her unless it had the same ability, which it clearly didn't. Now, all they needed to do was to shake off their tail, which was pretty easy actually. The only way the creature could follow the dragon scale was by sensing the red mist, meaning that all they needed to do was to isolate the dragon scale, hiding it in a storage bag. There was no easier and faster way of doing it. He did as she was told immediately after he sent her a message through the battlefield imprint. As if on cue, the great serpent hammered the crater harder than ever before. Moments later, when it could no longer perceive the dragon scale no matter what it tried, the great serpent finally turned around and slithered back to the lake. It was clear from its flicking tongue and the unstable energy around its body that it was anything but calm. The great serpent was just about to re-enter the lake when suddenly, an idea struck Lu Ye's mind like a lightning bolt. What would happen if he lured the great serpent to the outpost? This creature was obviously at the same level as Gray. If his plan worked, Sky Pillar Sect's cultivators would be in for the most exciting night of their lives. Originally, Lu Yi had come to the inner circle with the aim of honing his own strength and taking revenge against all the sects who had wronged him during the Battle of Golden Tip. He was going to kill as many Sky Pillar Sect cultivators as he could without putting himself at risk. With this latest revelation, perhaps he could dream a little bigger. Of course, it all hinged on whether he could lure the great serpent to the outpost. Take out the dragon scale and move in this direction, Lu Yi messaged. Got it. Yi did not bother with the questions. She simply did as she was told and took out the dragon scale. Beside the lake, the great serpent's snout was inches away from the water when it sensed the dragon scale once more. Body stiffening like it had been struck by a lightning bolt, it immediately turned in the direction he was running and gave chase. It was surprisingly nimble despite being over 60 meters long. His first thought was that even Amber could not outrun the creature at full speed, much less he. So far, it definitely looked like the Great Serpent could sense the red mist of the dragon scale. It was about what he expected from the ridiculously powerful spirit beast. The snake and ghost chase went on for about an hour or so. Then, the Great Serpent suddenly stopped and started hammering the ground once more. It was because Lu Yi had ordered Yi to travel deeper into the ground. The reason he ordered this was because he wanted to know the range of the Great Serpent's senses. This was the only way since Yi could not outrun it. That said, Yi's ability to traverse the underground unhindered wasn't limitless. The deeper she traveled into the underground, the greater the interference of the omnipresent underground force field. It was similar to the force field of a yuan metal in the sense that it could shackle one's spiritual power. Therefore, the deeper she traveled, the less of her spiritual power she could use. If she reached a point where her spiritual power was fully shackled, then she would be trapped in the underground for eternity. 300 meters below surface level was the deepest Yi could travel into the underground right now. At that depth, over half of her spiritual power was unusable. To go any deeper than that was to risk permanent entrapment, not death since was a ghost, which was a fate literally worse than death. A moment later, Yi messaged, "How is it?" "It's enough." Despite having traveled 300 meters into the ground, the Great Serpent was still hammering away like no tomorrow. It had already dug out a giant crater that was about 40 meters deep. At this rate, assuming Yi stayed exactly where she was, the Great Serpent would be able to dig her out in less than 2 hours. "It's time to move. I'll guide you where you need to go," Lu Yi messaged again. Very soon, the Great Serpent began moving in a certain direction once more. Wherever it went, trees were crushed like toothpicks, and the ground was carved inward like butter. Lu Yi corrected Yi's direction a couple more times until she was heading exactly where she needed to go. Then, he dropped back to the ground, grabbed Amber, it had recovered by this point, and dropped it on the ground. The Hao brother and sister ran out of the nearby trees with confused looks on their faces. "What's going on, Brother Yi? Is Sister Yi okay?" Lu Yi climbed onto Amber's back and answered, "Don't worry, Yi is perfectly safe right now. As for what's going on, let's just say that the Sky Pillar Sect is out of luck today." Sky Pillar Sect is out of luck? At first, Haoren could not make heads or tails of the answer. Then, he glanced at the direction the Great Serpent was headed to and exclaimed in realization, "Is it heading toward the outpost?" "Unless I'm gravely mistaken, yes." "But why?" "Who knows? Maybe it's feeling under the weather and wants to go on a killing spree to relieve itself? Anyway, this is where we part ways, Brother Hao, Sister Hao. Be seeing you." Amber took off after the Great Serpent after he said this, leaving behind a pair of very confused siblings. Lu Yi was certain that they could lure the Great Serpent all the way to the outpost considering how attracted it was to the red mist within Dragon Scale. Not only that, the outpost must be overflowing with people after he and the Hao siblings had conquered their Orvane. There was still some time before the sun rose, so the Sky Pillar Sect would not dare to send anyone away from the outpost. They would wait until the sun rose before making a move. They might be ready for a sudden invasion, but Lu Yi would bet that a serpent was the last thing they expected to see. He could not wait to see the shock and horror on their faces already. Of course, Lu Yi had no idea if the Great Serpent was powerful enough to break through the outpost's grand defensive ward. Since he was the one who started this mess, it was his responsibility to see it through. He did not invite the Hao brother and sister this time because he could imagine that the situation was going to be pure chaos. They might be a minor realm higher than him, but he wasn't going to risk their lives just to improve his chances of success a little more. Yes, parting ways then was the best outcome for both of them. In the end, they were just strangers who ran into one another by happenstance. It was fine even if the Great Serpent failed to breach the Sky Pillar Sect's grand defensive ward. Casualties were guaranteed to occur as long as they clashed against one another. Worst case scenario, he still got to enjoy a good show. Chapter 248, Attack of the Great Serpent? Hao Ren was feeling quite confused as he stared blankly in the direction Lu Yi had disappeared. Things were happening so quickly that his mind couldn't quite catch up to it. Hao Qing's confusion was even worse. Why would the Great Serpent go to the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost if its unhappy brother? Maybe someone from Sky Pillar Sect provoked it in the past. I see. Hao Qing nodded in realization. You actually believe that? Hao Ren said in a pained voice. Isn't it obvious? Brother Yi Ye's the one luring the Great Serpent to the outpost. It has absolutely nothing to do with its feelings, my foolish sister. Shock and disbelief filled her face. But how did he do it? Why do you think I would know that? Hao Ren thought to himself. He was certain it was Lu Yi's handiwork though. Why else would the Great Serpent choose today of all days to act completely unlike its normal self? He hurriedly messaged Luo Fu, the Great Serpent has left its lair. It looks like Lu Yi is luring it toward the outpost. On the ship spirit artifact where hundreds of cultivators were gathered, Luo Fu was thinking if he should stay on course and return home. At first, he thought the Sky Pillar Sect would definitely make a move in response to the attack on their Orvane. He hadn't expected them to do nothing at all and hole up in their outpost. This put him between a rock and a hard place. He had pulled several hundred people away from their work for this with the expectation to score something big. That the Sky Pillar Sect had given him no room to exploit annoyed him greatly to say the least. It would be all for naught if he went back now, but it wasn't like they could do anything if he chose to stay either. Once the sky brightened, the Sky Pillar Sect would definitely send someone to investigate the Orvane. However, it would also reveal them to their scouts. All the Sky Pillar Sect needed to do was then to return to their outpost and hole up some more, effectively wasting his time. Luo Fu was still struggling when he received the message from Hao Ren. His expression grew increasingly astonished as he read its content. He recognized every word on the message, but for some reason he just couldn't make sense of them when he combined them together. For starters, what did Hao Ren mean by, the Great Serpent has left its lair? He had thought that the Great Serpent was just a myth, so how could it exist to do anything, much less be lured to the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost by Lu Yi? This has to be a trick. He thought for a second before messaging, tell me the truth, Brother Hao. Are you being held hostage by the Sky Pillar Sect right now? I am telling the truth, Brother Luo. I didn't believe it myself until I saw the creature, but the Great Serpent is around 60 meters long and as thick as a bathtub. Its eyes look like a pair of giant lanterns, and it has a meaty horn on its forehead. It's seriously fearsome. I see. Hao Qing's the one who's being held hostage? Beside the lake, Hao Ren grimaced like he just ate something sour. He thought for a moment before messaging again. Hao Ren, disciple of Silverlight Island and my sister, Hao Qing swears that we are not being held hostage by the Sky Pillar Sect. May the heavens strike me down where I stand if a single word of what I've told you is false. Luo Fu waited for a few seconds before replying to the message. You still alive? Please believe me, Brother Luo. I believe you. How could he not? Hao Ren literally swore a heavenly oath and lived. This meant that the mythical beast was real, and it really had been lured to the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost by Lu Yi. This was an opportunity straight from the heavens themselves. On the deck, Luo Fu announced with renewed spirit, full speed ahead. The ship that had been crawling forward at a snail's pace rumbled visibly. Then, it sped toward the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost while shrouded by rich spiritual light. At the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost, hundreds of murderous cultivators had been assembled at the square in front of the Sanctum of Providence. They were led by the legate Zhou Qi and the prolgate Yu Hongbao. Right now, a couple of pale-faced cultivators were giving them a report of their earlier experience. They were survivors who managed to survive Lu Yi and the Hao brother and sister's killing spree and escape to the outpost. Although the trio was positively unstoppable, the mines were built with an excessive amount of exits. They weren't trying to conceal their presence either, so of course some Sky Pillar Sect cultivators managed to escape unscathed. Their report was mostly useless though. These people had survived because they had had the fortune of not running into Lu Yi and the Hao siblings. All they knew was that the ore vein was attacked, and a ton of people had already died by the time they found out. They had no idea who had attacked them or how many attackers were present. All they knew was that the number of attackers was small. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao interrogated them thoroughly but were unable to dig out much useful information. In the end, they had no choice but to release them back to their ranks. What are your thoughts? Zhou Qi looked at Yu Hongbao. I'm surprised that none of these people were ambushed on the way back to the outpost. Either there is no ambush outside the outpost, or the ambushers have a huge appetite. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. At least a dozen cultivators had managed to escape the mines and return to the outpost, and not a single person had been ambushed along the way. This would have been impossible if the enemy had laid in ambush at the mine entrances. So either there was no ambush at all, or the enemy was playing the long game. It needed not be said what the right course of action was. They had to remain in the outpost until dawn broke. Worst case scenario, they were scared but safe for an entire night. It was much better than setting out in the dark and potentially incurring huge casualties. Zhou Qi said as much while glancing at the dark forest that seemed to be teeming with unknown dangers. Let's wait. It's already Maoshi, 5 to 7 a.m. Dawn should be breaking any moment now. Their caution might seem excessive from an outsider's perspective, but it was perfectly natural from their perspective. It was because the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding the ore vein had died without being able to send a message. Even Brother Yuan Guang had died without a peep. As a result, they sorely misjudged the situation and thought that factions hostile toward the Sky Pillar Sect had attacked them with a large force. Otherwise, they couldn't have lost 4 Ninth Order cultivators in a day without even knowing how. Who knows, it could be that the nearby 2 Grand Sky Coalition factions had joined forces. While the Sky Pillar Sect was battling wits with the air, a danger far greater than anything they could have imagined was heading straight toward them. He was luring the Great Serpent straight toward the outpost, and Lu Yi was following behind the spirit beast on amber. Time passed bit by bit. The darkness began to lift as the first rays of dawn shone from the horizon. As if on cue, the hundreds of Sky Pillar Sect cultivators waiting at the square tensed up. They were just waiting for Zhou Qi to give the order to exit the outpost and give the ambushers a taste of vengeance. Did you feel that? Zhou Qi frowned all of a sudden. The ground was shaking slightly, and he could hear a strange rumbling noise from somewhere. Yu Hongbao immediately dropped to his knees and pressed his ears against the floor. His expression grew sterner the longer he listened. Something huge is moving toward us rapidly. The Great Serpent. Zhou Qi uttered with a tremor in his voice. What? Yu Hongbao glanced at his legate and noticed that he was staring at a point in the distance with throbbing eyelids. When he hurriedly got back to his feet and took a look, he too felt his mind blanking out in an instant. Every cultivator in the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost was frozen right now. It was because they saw a massive serpent at least 60 meters long slithering across the forest straight toward them. The Great Serpent lived within the Sky Pillar Sect's territory, so they knew the creature better than most. Most outsiders thought that the Great Serpent was just a baseless rumor, but they knew that the creature actually existed. Decades ago, the senior cultivators of the Sky Pillar Sect had witnessed it flicking its tongue at the moon and absorbing its essence with their own eyes. Of course, the Sky Pillar Sect had thought to tame the fearsome beast and transform it into their guardian, but they had never succeeded. They gave up after making a couple of attempts to no avail. To say that none of them was expecting the Great Serpent to appear before them would be an understatement. Not only that, it was clearly hostile for some reason. What is going on here? The first thought that entered Zhou Qi's mind was that it was the work of the Silverlight Island. He rejected the idea almost as quickly as it came, however. If they were capable of this, they wouldn't wait until now to smash their sect to bits. There was no time to think why the mythical creature who had not shown itself for the past decade had suddenly left the lake where it resided. He shouted for the disciples to increase the power of the Grand Defensive Ward while praying that the massive beast was just passing through the area. Unfortunately, his prayers proved to be useless. Not only did the Great Serpent not alter its course one bit, it had slammed head first into their Grand Defensive Ward at high speed. Boom! There was a terrible noise as a shockwave visibly spread out from the point of impact toward its surroundings. The light of the Grand Defensive Ward also dimmed and rippled as if it would wink out at any moment. Thankfully for them, the Grand Defensive Ward regained its luster in just a short time. It was because the cultivators were tweaking its configurations as quickly as they could. In the outpost, the cultivators of Sky Pillar Sect felt as if the Great Serpent had slammed not against the Grand Defensive Ward, but their hearts. A good number of them had even crouched down on instinct. The impact had been so terrible that some of the buildings within the outpost were shaking a little. Outside the Grand Defensive Ward, the Great Serpent raised over half of its massive body into the air, flicked its tongue, and stared emotionlessly at the panicked faces of the cultivators with its green pupils. It then leaned a little to the back like a drawn bow. Zhou Qi knew it was bad the second he saw the Great Serpent's posture. He was right. It launched forward like a ballista and struck the Grand Defensive Ward once more. Boom! The world shook again, and the impact was worse than the first. It was because the Great Serpent was riding the momentum and not really aiming to breach the Grand Defensive Ward at the beginning. Now it was. The force behind the two strikes were different as a matter of course. The Grand Defensive Ward dimmed again before returning to full strength. Boom! The shattering impact kept happening again and again. If the people in the outpost weren't panicking before, they were now. Everyone's heart was bouncing up and down their chests at the same frequency as the flashing Grand Defensive Ward. The Great Serpent was hammering their Grand Defensive Ward like it was insane, and the worst part was that they didn't even know why it was doing this. The ward wasn't going to go down in a short time, but it was only a matter of time before it happened. When that happened, everyone in the outpost was going to have to face the wrath of the Great Serpent. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao were running through the crowd and asking if someone had provoked the beast as of late. However, no one was able to give them an answer. The only person who knew the truth was currently standing on a slope about 2.5 kilometers away from the outpost. He was looking over the hill and watching the Great Serpent slamming into the Sky Pillar Sect's Grand Defensive Ward again and again as if the latter had murdered its entire family or something. It's working! The young man was none other than Lu Yi. After he had caught up to the Great Serpent, he hurriedly messaged Yi to check if she was fine. He relaxed when she replied that she was safe and sound. On the surface, it looked like the Grand Defensive Ward was a half-globe that covered the top half of the outpost only. In reality, it was a full globe that protected both the surface and the underground. It was to prevent enemies from attacking them through the underground. That was why Yi was unable to enter the outpost even though she could pass through the ground. She didn't need to do that though. All she needed to do was to hang out underneath the outpost. The Great Serpent was completely overwhelmed by its desire for the red substance within the dragon scale right now. Grand Defensive Ward or not, anyone or anything that stood between it and its objective was an enemy. Chapter 249, Enjoying the Show. The Great Serpent was a type of spirit beast that was a step away from transforming into a W. If it succeeded, it would be able to break free from the heaven's shackles and escape this prison permanently. Unfortunately, it was easier said than done. It had been stuck on this final step for decades. It wasn't until it sensed the red substance in the dragon scale that it realized that its opportunity had finally arrived. That opportunity was right in front of it, but a Grand Defensive Ward was blocking its way. How could it not be infuriated by this? The scales covering its head were densely packed and incredibly tough. Every time it rammed against the Great Defensive Ward, it was like someone was hitting it with a gigantic battering ram. Zhou Qi was currently standing on his flying spirit artifact and facing toward the Great Serpent. He called out, "There is no grudge between you and the Sky Pillar Sect, Great Serpent. Why have you come to attack us?" The creature might not be able to speak human language, but he reckoned it could understand at least some of it. Zhou Qi knew that their outpost was facing an unprecedented crisis, and to resolve it, he had to first understand why the Great Serpent was attacking them in the first place. The Great Serpent paused its movement and stared at the tiny human floating behind the grand defensive ward. Then, it hissed as if responding to his question. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi did not speak Serpent. He was unable to comprehend its words despite his best efforts. He tried asking for help from his fellow cultivators. "Is there anyone here who understands what it's saying?" Of course, the answer was no. The Great Serpent ran out of patience then. It was because it sensed that the red substance was moving again. Without hesitation, it slammed its head against the grand defensive ward once more. Zhou Qi erupted in anger. "The Sky Pillar Sect did not make an enemy out of you, Great Serpent, but if you must destroy our home, then we will retaliate in kind. Leave now before it's too late." The threat was like pouring fuel on the fire that was the Great Serpent's already towering fury. Stopping its movement and channeling its energy for a moment, the green in its eyes deepened until they looked almost black. The next moment, it opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of green fog against the ward. Although Zhou Qi knew that the fog could not harm him until the grand defensive ward was breached, he still backpedaled in shock and terror. Crackle, crackle. The areas touched by the green fog started dimming rapidly. Clearly, it was incredibly corrosive. It might have breached the ward already if the cultivators of the Sky Pillar Sect didn't do everything in their power to repair it. The Great Serpent spat out even more fog when it saw its new attack was effective. The entire ward started sizzling like someone had tossed a handful of salt into a pot of boiling oil. The Great Serpent was feeling a little faint after using its head as a battering ram for so long. Since the green fog was effective, it saw no reason not to wear down the ward with it. At a slope about 2.5 kilometers away, Lu Yi was enjoying the show as if he wasn't the instigator behind everything. Now that the Great Serpent had revealed one of its trump cards, he was starting to get a better understanding of its strength. He now believed that the Serpent truly had the power to breach the Sky Pillar Sect's grand defensive ward on its own, though it was going to take some time still even with this new method. It was at this moment he heard someone calling out to him, "Brother Yi." It was the Hao brother and sister again. Lu Yi was the one who messaged them to join him. While communicating with the ghost cultivators, he found out that Silverlight Island had mobilized several hundred cultivators and were flying over to the outpost right now. He was more than happy with this outcome, of course. In fact, he had predicted it might happen. When he first parted ways with the Hao brother and sister, he had implied that the Great Serpent was probably going to attack the outpost. Lu Yi was confident that Hao Ren would send the word to his sect. Unless the Silverlight Island's legate was a complete idiot, they should realize that this turn of events represented a great opportunity. And he was right. His deductions weren't completely accurate, however. For starters, Silverlight Island had mobilized long before they learned about the Great Serpent. It didn't matter though. The point was that they all shared the common goal of screwing over the Sky Pillar Sect. "How long until they arrive?" Lu Yi asked. 2 to 4 hours, Hao Ren answered. That was perfect. The Great Serpent was going to need some time to breach the grand defensive ward anyway. If the ward was still up when the cultivators from Silverlight Island showed up, they would attack the grand defensive ward together with the Great Serpent. One way or another, the ward was going down today. In fact, Sky Pillar Sect's grand defensive ward was already showing signs of breaking. The strength of a grand defensive ward was directly tied to its energy reserves. The more spiritual power was saved up in the norm, the greater the protection it could provide when it was needed. Of course, there was only so much energy they could save up at a time. There was no such thing as an infinite storage that could hold an infinite amount of spiritual power. After the Crimson Blood Sect had gained its own grand defensive ward, Lu Yi had spent some time researching it. That was why he knew a little about grand defensive wards. The maximum reserve a grand defensive ward could have was proportional to the total number of keystones that made up the ward. That was why Wuxia had said that the strength of the ward was directly tied to the number of the keystones that it was made up of. There was no telling how many keystones had made up the Sky Pillar Sect's grand defensive ward, but he could tell that it was much stronger than the Crimson Blood Sect outposts. This was the inner circle after all. They would not be able to withstand an enemy attack if their grand defensive ward was weak. At the rate the Great Serpent was wearing down their grand defensive ward though, their reserves weren't going to hold out for much longer. The green fog spat out by the Great Serpent wasn't just incredibly corrosive, it lingered for a long time before dissipating. Right now, it was slithering circles around the grand defensive ward and spitting fog all over it. From the distance, the half-globe was covered in massive patches of green. Every affected area was flashing erratically and sizzling like a frying pan. As a result, the Grand Defensive Ward was going through its reserves like crazy. Had the Great Serpent stuck with its original tactic, and assuming that the Grand Defensive Ward could repair itself faster than the damage could stick, it could have hammered away for a century and still failed to make a breakthrough. After all, the ward was constantly replenishing its reserves as well. The green fog was a completely different story. Because it dealt massive, continuous damage to the Grand Defensive Ward, it was losing spiritual power much faster than it was replenishing it. It was like multiple floodgates had been opened on their reserves. "We're not going to last much longer, Brother Zhou." Yu Hongbao rushed to Zhou Qi's side with a severe look on his face. "If we do not stop the Great Serpent soon, the Grand Defensive Ward is going to use up more and more energy. According to Jianghu, we're going to run out of spiritual power in 6 or 8 hours at best." 6 to 8 hours? Zhou Qi's eyes were bloodshot. Even now, he still had no idea what the fuck had triggered the Great Serpent to come all the way here and attack them. Their Grand Defensive Ward was powerful enough to withstand the full might of the Silverlight Island for an entire day or two, but this goddamn snake was going to bring it down in just a couple of hours. It was infuriating to put it mildly. Zhou Qi glared at the Great Serpent and said through gritted teeth, "We wait." Against a gigantic monster like this, he could mobilize every man and woman in the outpost to fight it, and it would be a one-sided slaughter. At the very least, they would incur an unacceptable amount of casualties. It wasn't hopeless though. One thing he noticed was that each time the Great Serpent spat out a puff of green fog, its aura would weaken a little. This meant that it couldn't produce the fog infinitely. In other words, they must wait until it had weakened itself to a manageable extent before fighting it. Any other option was suicide. Nothing happened for a while after that. The Great Serpent needed time to breach the Grand Defensive Ward, and the Sky Pillar Sect's cultivators could do nothing but wait for it to weaken further. 2 hours passed, and the Great Serpent's aura had become much weaker than before. Unfortunately, they could not afford to wait any longer. Yu Hongbao came back and reported that they were almost scraping the bottom of the barrel. The Great Defensive Ward would last another 2 hours at most. Zhou Qi knew that it was time to make his move. He had already mobilized everyone into formation a while ago, and now he raised his arm and yelled, "Open the ward! Prepare to engage the enemy!" At his command, an opening slowly appeared on the Grand Defensive Ward. At the same time, the cultivators rushed out to meet the Great Serpent. Body-tempering cultivators wearing all sorts of defensive spirit artifacts stood at the forefront of the formation. The combat cultivators and ghost cultivators were further back, and the spell cultivators were at the rear of the formation. As for the medicine cultivators, they were standing by to treat their fellow cultivators at first notice. It was as if the entire sect had come alive in an instant. Spells and flying weapons were the first lights to cross the sky, colors of all sorts slamming into the Great Serpent's body with great power and fury. Almost surprisingly, it was effective. Metallic sparks exploded all over its body as the serpent visibly flinched away from the ferocious assault. The second wave of attacks began before the first wave had even ended. The Sky Pillar sect had clearly hunted gigantic spirit beasts in the past because they knew not just how to encircle the target, but also maintain a constant stream of attack. Slowly but surely, the Great Serpent was actually being pushed back by the unrelenting assault. Zhou Qi was clearly a competent legate. Had he chosen to launch an attack when the Great Serpent was still at peak form, it would have been all too easy for it to crush them. But now, it had used up so much energy that even ants like them could hurt it. The Great Serpent hissed violently as it twisted its body around. The energy covering its body had thinned to the point where even a 7th or 8th order cultivator's flying weapons and spells could scratch it. Individually, a scratch was just that, a scratch. But hundreds of them? It was the point where quantity became a quality of its own. The Great Serpent's powerful scales were ripped off to reveal the tender flesh beneath. They began bleeding earnestly after just a couple more barrages. There were a few times the Great Serpent tried to open its mouth and hit its enemy with a puff of deadly, corrosive fog, but the spell cultivators were always able to throw a barrage of well-timed spells into its mouth. It had no choice but to keep its mouth shut. Not far away, Lu Yi was frowning deeply. The Great Serpent had turned out to be weaker than he expected, so much so that it seemed completely helpless before the might of the Sky Pillar sect. At this rate, the Sky Pillar sect was going to slay the beast and claim its body for themselves. Please tell me that I haven't worked all night to benefit the Sky Pillar sect. It couldn't be helped. Even Zhou Qi, the man commanding the battle, was thinking the same thing. If he had known that the Great Serpent was this weak, he would have rushed out to engage it much sooner. They were all wrong. Snakes were naturally cold, ruthless creatures, much less one that had transformed into a powerful serpent. They had all underestimated its cunning. When the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators had pushed back the Great Serpent about 100 meters away from their outpost, it suddenly dropped its head without warning and channeled lightning from its meaty horn. The next thing they knew, a bolt of blue lightning about a full arm wide struck the spell cultivator group at the back dead on. The spell cultivators at the center of the impact were turned into bloody mist instantly. Not only that, the lightning spread around and caused the large majority of the group to shake violently like they were experiencing a seizure. They had no choice but to cancel their spells mid-cast. Boom boom boom. It would have been manageable if that was the end of the surprise attack, but no, the Great Serpent continued to shoot more lightning bolts out of its horn. 20 to 30 spell cultivators were dead in an instant, and the lucky survivors could hardly cast a spell while they were running for their lives. Zhou Qi's triumphant expression became frozen in an instant. His joy had been completely shattered by lightning bolts. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.